Alright, oxygen not included. Day 10. As is often the case, I do not remember what I was doing last time, so hopefully I left reminders out. And loaded. And start. There we go. Right on time. Perfect prediction. Okay, let's try to piece this together. Let me unpause for a couple frames here. Let's try to piece this together. I don't remember what I was doing. Was it something to do with the liquid system? I think we were having... Oh yeah, the germs. Okay, I remember. We were trying to figure out how to sterilize these germs in the midst of a variety of problems with the way the radiation system works. I think we determined that this doesn't work. Yeah, we can't sterilize the germs because this ultra dense water just like prevents that from working. So the next attempt was to go over to this thing here and try to sterilize it with chlorine, which somehow works correctly, like through the tank. I don't know, this game is very weird. Let me see if I can find the germ overlay. Yeah, this was the problem here. This is our clean water tank, and it's a little bit grody. This is probably not considered sanitary, like according to most government regulations. And we have duplicates with food poisoning, like constantly. Clean water, well, I mean, it could be the polluted water, which ironically has no surface germs in it, it looks like. But it's polluted water. So, I mean, which one would you rather drink, Chad? Do you want to drink the gross food poisoning water with 319,000 germs in it? Or do you want to drink the pee-pee water, but it's completely sterile, it just tastes really nasty, but it, like, might not get you sick? These duplicates don't really have a choice. They have to drink the clean water because they're not capable of drinking the piss water. I mean, they don't really drink the clean water either, except out of this water cooler. Whatever, I don't know, I'm surprised, honestly, there's no drinking mechanic in this game. They can only eat food, but whatever, it's probably for the best. Why are you injured? God, I don't remember anything that happened last time. I don't remember why I made this diamond. You'll take the nasty piss water. Well, there's very little piss water, as you can see here. There's just a few droplets laying on the floor, so unfortunately, you might not have a choice. Why is there water here? Wait, how did this get here? I don't know what's going on anymore. Okay, well anyways, let's try to get our bearings and figure out where we were going with this. I was like trying to set up some kind of automation system, and then I think I discovered that I did not have the technology to detect pathogens in pipes, and I believe that is where we left off. Yeah, I had just set this, and then I went ahead and ended stream. Oh yeah, I was probably just dicking around with the blueprints. Speaking of blueprints, let's go see what we unlocked. By clicking several thousand times. This entire UI makes the click sound, but I think you have to actually click on the print button for anything to happen. Okay, well we have that now. Excellent. Alright, someone pay attention to when this thing up here unlocks again. We'll get another one. Eventually, we'll start getting like socks or something again, but you know, wallpaper is always good. It gives us more options to play with. So we don't have the germ detector. This, I think, was just kind of a hacky, gross, temporary solution anyways, because the whole point was to get the diseases out of the water tank and then just hopefully never have to worry about that again. I still didn't, like, fully understand the germ system by the end of all of this. It's like these liquid pipes, I forget what the way was that you could see what was in the pipes. Let me try the plumbing overlay. So this tank, you had to click on this, I believe, and go to properties. I'm pretty sure I like incessantly complained about this last time I was doing it, but I need to find a pipe that has like water in it, and I thought somewhere here you were able to see how many germs were in the water. Like the surface germs on the pipe isn't relevant. There might not be any actually, you know, these might be sterile. Okay, let's try this other overlay. Sorry if we're starting off a little bit rough here because I'm not sure what I'm doing. Okay, it does show it. You can see this one has germs in it. So I think what's happening is they're dying off. The pipe is stuck because I just didn't finish this last time. And the idea was that they would stay in this like chlorine gas room for a little while, which would just somehow magically prevent the germs from doing anything. I think we might just put this on hold until I get the germ sensor, because other than like coming up with a very delicate timed mechanism for figuring out how long the water needs to be in here, I think the easiest way to do this is to just detect if there are germs in the water, and if there are, just send it back into the loop. So that's what I'm tentatively going to do. So we just gotta wait for this research to finish, which is gonna be fairly quick. Why do I still have an algae diffuser? That's like, we haven't needed that for ages. We have this abomination over here making oxygen for us. Alright, let's just get rid of this. Alright, get rid of that. Quick question, does Glommer originate from Don't Starve? Yeah, Glommer is from Don't Starve. I mean, beyond that, I don't know. Glommer came from the Reign of Giants DLC, so one of, like, very early in Don't Starve's, like, development cycle, before they did Don't Starve together, or any of the other DLCs. And then I think there's a puffed skin for Glommer or something that they carried over from this game. I'm honestly surprised there aren't more crossover, like, references between the two games. I don't even know if Oxygen has Don't Starve references in it. But the other way around, I know there are a few. Like, I think a couple of the skins for the, like, science machines are also based on this game, but I don't know if they did it the other way around or not. So the other projects that we were working on, I don't know if it was last stream, but we were trying to get all the stink gas out of this area. Like, I was working on just sterilizing the base. And apparently whatever I did over here actually worked, because there's very little stink gas left in this room. I think we got all the polluted ice out of here a while ago as well. So while we wait for that research to finish, I'm going to just kind of check up on this. I want to clean out this base before we go to space, which, that rhymed. Which I believe was on the to-do list, because we also have an oil refinery here on the checklist, and then a rocket platform. Now, we have gone to space before, but we've done very little of that. I would like to go, like, probably to this thing and just see how this works, try to get this artifact, and maybe go to this sandy ore field as well. I don't know that we're going to go to any of these other ones. And at some point here, can I see this planet? We also sent, I think, 2 rovers to this planet. God rest its soul. And we have not sent any duplicates over here. So that's the other thing I want to do. The rover was kind of sort of setting up a base. There is oxygen in here. So I think I could probably get a duplicate in here and have them build this up to survive it. I don't know for sure, so maybe I'll send another robot over here at some point to finish this electrolyzer setup. Because I believe what happened was I made all these platforms in the electrolyzer, and then this guy ran out of time and just shut down. Or maybe this was the one that was a zombie for a while. I'm sure I managed my time incredibly poorly while I was setting all of that up. But anyways, back to this. And let's see here. So there's a little bit of stink gas in here. I guess I really got rid of these deodorizers because I didn't need them. I'm not sure how this remaining, like, tidbit of gas got in here. I don't think it's worth obsessing over this and trying to remove these right now. I don't know how many of these they need to get the yucky lungs debuff, which I actually forget what that does. We can probably just find somebody who has that debuff real quick, because I need to assess what's important here. So you got food poisoning. Food poisoning makes them go to the bathroom more often, and it reduces their stamina, which I think means they just get, like, tired faster. Let me see, actually, let's learn something here. They will pass out from fatigue. I don't actually know if they're using all their stamina every day now that I think about it. That's the plan. I mean, I just rambled a whole bunch of stuff, but yeah, whatever I just said, that's definitely the plan. And it makes perfect sense, and I know exactly what I'm doing here. I don't actually know if they've been burning out their stamina, because sleeping, I believe, is the thing that, like, gives them back the stamina. That's the whole reason they have to do that. So I don't even know if that aspect of food poisoning matters. But them having to go to the bathroom, like, more often and a little more slowly, and they look kind of nasty, and I think they do an animation every now and then with food poisoning as well. We should probably just cure that problem. I'm looking for one with yucky lungs, though, because I want to see what that one does. I think that's like a lesser version of slime lung. No, they actually just breathe more air. Now that I look at this, neither of these things are nearly as big of a deal as I thought they were, but you know what? I want my little nincompoops to have a high quality of life so they don't, like, form a union or anything, so I should probably do something about this regardless. Let's get rid of this, because I don't remember why I left that there. It's negligible. Alright, look, you know, I'm going to pretend that I actually care about the well-being of these guys, so we're going to help them out a little bit here. And if nothing else, I wanted an excuse to actually interact with the germ mechanics in this game, because they're irrelevant, and maybe there's like, maybe if I pretend that there's actually a reason to deal with this problem, it'll be a little more interesting, because I suspect most people who play this game just kind of ignore it like I've been doing. So I'm gonna give it a shot. And let's see, this is still not done for some reason. I think we only have like one researcher. Insufficient resources, water. That's not supposed to happen. Hold on, why are we out of... We got plenty of normal water. Did I turn this off? What's an emptier? Where's my, my water extractor? This thing, right? That says water in it. Wait, no it doesn't. Uh-oh. Okay, what did we do wrong here? Did I disconnect something in the midst of trying to fix this? It goes here, and then it just goes here. Okay, so I redirected this to go into my, like, my loop here. So wait, we don't have clean water going to anywhere in the base. What needed that? Did the bathrooms? No, they cleaned themselves. I really wish there was a way to, like, label these pipes or something, because it's very hard to visually follow where they're going. But it looks like our clean water pipe was this one right here, so this column that I'm running the cursor up and down. And I disconnected it. I guess it's just never... Why is this stuck? I guess there's one output, and then I have half of it going back here. And I'm just not allowing any to go into the tank. I don't remember why I disconnected this, if I'm being completely honest. I'm just going to connect it again just to get them to be able to do something with the water. And it should be able to flow through now. So we got more germ water in the base. We'll worry about that once we're ready to change things. But I just wanted to get the water working again so they could finish the research, because we had a deadlock going on there. You have multiple things debuffing them, it gets a little out of hand. Yeah, that's a great excuse for fixing this. Why are you guys injured? God, I wish they would tell me what happened. I have not figured this out. I still don't understand why they're randomly getting hurt by things. I never see it happen. Like, maybe it might be this. Maybe they're getting, like, hit by these rad bolts or whatever is the only thing I could think of, but I don't know why they would be standing somewhere that could happen. Poor work conditions. All right, look, Soviet. If you have a workplace injury, but you never report it to management, management can't do anything about it. So if you're just standing in the break room with severe burns, but you refuse to tell anybody how you got the burns, there's nothing I could do about it. Like, you got to take some initiative here if you want this problem to go away. I don't know what to tell you otherwise. This is on you. The ball is in your court, as nobody says, probably. I'm going to fix this, because this has been visually upsetting me for an eternity. There's a pipe back there. Just manually deconstruct these. Lag spike. Excellent. This game still saves faster than Astroneer. Well, it actually doesn't, but it kind of feels like it does. They need an I-67 form, but they're out of Just go get the PDF and print one out, alright? There's a printer in the break room. I'm sure you can figure out how to do this. I think the password is probably just admin, because they never changed it. I forget why I hadn't done this. I think I was worried about breaking the park or whatever, but this should be fine, right? This is still a park. As long as they run through this, they'll get the morale bonus. Why don't they have the morale bonus? Oh, there's industrial machinery in here. Okay, but this one is functional. I keep forgetting about this. Like, I had a bunch of these nature reserves along this, like, corridor. This one has a, whatever this thing is, a power transformer in it, so it doesn't even count. I'm not sure why I insist on preserving this particular one here, because we have, like, 3 of them. They have to run through one to get to their bedrooms. So, by all accounts, I ought to just ditch one of these when I need the space. Do I look like I know what a PDF is? I just want a damn I-67 form. I can't do the accent. I apologize. I bastardized that so badly. All right, well, we finished our research, so let's probably just get more germ research, honestly. And then we're gonna figure out how to sterilize our water so that you guys stop having diseases. Meanwhile, you figure out where the I-67 form is, all right? Because look, I don't know. I don't know how any of the forms are handled. That's something HR takes care of. So radiation protection, I think that's a little bit far off from caring about that. Now, let's see, what is this? Disease clinic, I've never used that. Hot tub, I don't know why that's in the medicine category. And radiation sensor. You know, let's just get this one. Maybe give them the hot tub or something later. Did I see that King of the Hill is being rebooted? I haven't heard of that. That may or may not be a good thing, depending on whether or not they do a good job, because I think Aqua Teen Hunger Force got rebooted and it wasn't nearly as good as it used to be, so it's hit or miss with those kind of reboots, but we'll see. Reboot may not be the right word. I don't know. I don't watch enough shows to understand the lingo. Oh, you know what happened here? They dropped ice in this little pit for some reason. I don't know why. I don't know why there's ice here. I'm just going to try to get them to relocate this before that one melts. And this is not causing any trouble, so I'm just going to ignore that and leave it for later. I've watched a little bit of King of the Hill. It's one of those shows that I didn't watch like way back when I think it was like new and relevant. I've seen a few of them like sporadically. And it's an odd show where I could watch a few episodes of it and be amused, and then like I'm just like I don't feel like watching this anymore for a while. I don't know, I've never watched a lot of shows, so it's some of them are just a novelty to me. Let's go back to what we were trying to do over here. Most reboots, most nostalgia reboots have not been successful. That's the vibe I've been getting from it. I don't know if they have the same writers, or sometimes the political climate is just different, so the raunchy humor that made a show amusing before is just like not acceptable or something. I don't know, it's hit or miss with these things, but I just don't have a lot of an investment in this kind of nonsense. So I need to figure out what in the world I was doing with this spaghetti piping here. This is so hard to look at. Chad, if you've ever if you're into software development, you've ever had this problem before, like, don't leave spaghetti for yourself to deal with later. You're gonna forget how your own code works or whatever problem you were trying to solve, and you're gonna just like pull up the file at some point and come back to it, and you're gonna be looking at this, and you're just gonna be like, what in the world was I doing? Ugh. So let's figure out what we were doing here. And it's only been like 3 weeks since I did this, and I forgot how this worked. So the water comes in here. I was halfway through like making a revision here. Yeah, just time to refactor. I don't know how this works. Let's just write it again. Just delete the parts I don't understand, and then you lose interest and you burn out and you shelve the project for another like 6 months. All right, so we were going to try to, I think, automate an output. So the idea was that the water comes in here, it goes through this like liquid shutoff, and we need to detect if there are any diseases. And I believe what happened last time was this is where I realized that I did not have the technology to do this. So we're going to take our germ sensor. I love this new layout here. I think I found, yeah, this setting here. Well, I didn't find it. Somebody in chat probably pointed it out. This is such a better layout. As is the case with many things, I don't know when they added that layout, but it's much easier to find things now. Tile layouts are awful, and I hate how modern UIs are going in that exact direction. I want to see some text. A picture and text, that's the way to do it. It's much easier to find things. I think... Why did I have the... Hold on, am I dumb? Why did I have the wire there? The direction that the water is going... God, what was I doing? So the water is going through there. I mean, I could always make it do one hop through the tank. And then I added a... Yeah, this is just a quick out... This was an emergency output to make sure I had water. And then I cut it off for here, so it didn't work anyways. I have this nightmarish branching path. I think it's time to rewrite. I think you're right, Arp. I think we're going to rewrite this because I already have no idea where I was going with this. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to break our water supply again, and hopefully nobody like dies as a result of me doing this. We're going to have it go through the liquid shutoff, so that means I need to change where this automation wire goes. I just need to make a decision and roll with it. So germ sensor, we're going to slap this bad boy right here. Yeah, the new program they hired is apparently doing this so quick that he's going back and fixing some old stuff too. Wait, hold on. I think I missed something here. This is in the context of me talking about rewriting old code. No, I don't know. You're making it sound like a new programmer is productive in like what I assume is the joke or reference you're saying here. That never happens. A new programmer can never, like, actually make productive work on old, like, legacy code. That's impossible. Even I was never able to do anything during my, like, first 2 years of work on the crappy legacy code. Like, it takes so long to spin up on that stuff. So, germ sensor. Let's... Honestly, if it's above 0, let's just go ahead and have it detect the germs. So, if there are germs... Actually, can I set it to below? I don't know how this handles, like, above and below. It was mentioned by Jarrett. I'll go look. I think there's a reference here that I'm too uncultured to understand. You are free to try to explain it to me, though. Let's just say below 1. I don't know if this is like a less than or equal to situation with this game. Let's just say below 1 germ. Then we're allowed to output the water. So that means the water is clean if there's below 1 germ in the water. Hopefully that's actually how it works in the game engine. And then we need to... Oh my god, this is so bad. Alright, so... Then we need to send the water down and into this pipe over here. No, we are going to do it like this. Okay, above 0. Did that stick? Yeah, okay, above 0... means that we're going to send the water to the cleaning system, so I'm going to need to make a liquid bridge. Because I want the water to go out here, otherwise. At least we have these pipe cutting, like, scissors here, so we're going to do something like this. Whatever, I'll just sever that little bit of pipe for now. And we're just getting rid of this liquid bridge. I don't know what this is doing. And then I need to change it so that if it's above 0, it goes to the output, so it's clean. So we actually need, like, this to be the output here. So I'm going to cut these off as well. And we're going to make a liquid bridge that goes across. I'm going to be fat-fingering hotkeys for a bit. There we go. So then that water, which is the dirty water, the germ water, is going to go into the tank. And then they're going to eventually get rid of that bridge that's right there. So it'll go into the tank, it'll come out the bottom. And then we need it to go back into the piping system. So the same output that was coming from this pump. So somewhere down here we can have it connect. I want to prioritize this water here. Which, given the awful layout that I set up here, is really difficult to do. But I think what I could do is this. I apologize, this is probably very painful to watch. But the way I can prioritize this... What in the world was I doing with this? How about that? That's looking pretty clean, right? And we do that. We don't need this one. Okay, so what'll happen here is this liquid pipe, which comes from the pump down here, will only be allowed to add new water to the loop if the water that's going through this cleaning tank is not in the way. I wonder if I should run it through the cleaning tank before I do any of that. Let's just try right now. Enjoy watching me cook. I'm burning this right now is what I'm doing. I'm absolutely burning this. I'm just gonna leave that there. And then what is this pipe? Why did I have this here? This is the clean water pipe. Okay, so I need to hook this one up. So once we're good and done and we think our water is clean, that is going to be the output pipe right there. Something like that. And apparently I'm not even using this little bit anymore. I'm just going to get rid of any pipes I'm not using, just to make this less confusing. I don't know why this one is even here. I'm just going to remove it. I think they can get rid of that diagonal one as well. And then let's analyze what I cooked up here and see if this makes any sense. I put this in the oven like 2 weeks ago. And then I just left it there. Like, the oven wasn't running. It was just sitting in the oven, like, getting stale and moldy and gross. Let's see if we were able to salvage this. Alright, so water comes out of here. It goes up. And then, if there is space in this loop right here, the water will continue upward, go through this completely unnecessary liquid bridge. It'll go past the sensor, and I think the way the tick rate in this game works is that if this sensor detects germ water, then on the next tick, it will toggle the state of this liquid, like, bridge or shutoff or whatever this is called. And then, if we have above 0 germs, we send the green signal, which I think is the opposite of... Did I do this backwards again? I can't tell, actually. Alright, so if it's above 0... Wait, do I have this backwards again? How many germs are in this water? Hold on. Yeah, I think I'm doing the exact opposite of what I'm supposed to. Alright, back to below 0. Below 1. Okay, so this is germ water. So if there are germs in the water, we turn it off, which means it doesn't go through the liquid bridge, and then it goes out this way instead. And it goes into our chlorine tank, which somehow magically cleans the water, even though the chlorine is not touching it at all, because this game is stupid. I still don't know how you got injured. And let's see if I can get my cursor over it. Okay, so we have a pipe here that we can look at to see how many germs of food poisoning are in the water. So if you look at the number, like, kind of in the middle box where the liquid pipe is, we got like 300 or so germs of food poisoning. I'm hoping that that is just going to gradually go down over time. This is, in all likelihood, way too slow to actually sterilize this water. But I just kind of want to see if it works, like, in the slightest bit. Critter starvation, I don't care. And this does not seem to be working, but I thought that we had verified that this kind of, sort of does work. So, can I get the germ overlay and this at the same time? I can't, but I know there's a pipe here. So, like, these have 310, 307, 294. And then the water in this tank, I don't think it has any in it. Maybe I'm not buffering enough. Yeah, they only clean when they have water. And I wonder if the problem here is that the pipes cannot get sterilized. So maybe I need to keep more water in the liquid reservoir. Okay, there is a high and a low threshold mechanic for these liquid reservoirs. That means I need to have somebody go in here, though, to add a sensor to this, or add a wire to this thing. And then I could use that to sort of force the water to buffer by preventing it. Yeah, pipes don't get sterilized. For some reason, it's this building. Okay, so I think we need to allow somebody to go in here. I'm going to just... How do I want to let them in here? I don't want a bunch of carbon dioxide to sink into this room, but maybe this is so hacky. Maybe we just need to accept that this is going to be a disgusting mess. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to replace this with an airlock door so that it's closed most of the time. There we go. Wiring. These aren't overloaded, right? This one's pretty close to getting overloaded. How about this one? Yeah, they're both pretty close. These doors don't use a lot of power, I think, so I'll just do that. How much power do these doors use? 120. Yeah, it'll be fine, though we are pushing it a little bit close. Why are you so slow at building? This guy doesn't have, like, pajamas on. Where are their skills? In the bio. That's in the bio. Am I dumb? What's... Oh, it's construction. So this guy just has construction level 2. Is this one of my new duplicants? I thought Burger has been with us since, like, the start. This guy's got, like, 25 points in machinery and doesn't know how to build at all. He's building impaired, I see. I should probably lower that guy's priority for building. Okay, let's do that real quick. Priorities. I kind of wish that they knew if they're bad at... Why did I give this guy a positive building if he's awful at it? What was I doing? Whatever. Like, this guy's terrible at building. I do not want him doing that unless he has to. Alright, so we've given them a way in here now. You Dumbo? Yeah, I don't know what I was doing last time. I'm sure somebody could figure it out. So we have this thing. What we need to do here is block the pipe from just doing anything if there is, like, not enough liquid in this tank. So is there anywhere that I can weasel that in? I probably need to re-add this pipe that I very intelligently destroyed last time. So let's go ahead and do this. We're going to make another one of these liquid shutoffs. This one is just going to block the pipe until I'm satisfied with the amount of water that's in there. And again, this is all a nasty, disgusting proof of concept because I don't want to just go to YouTube and figure out the correct way to do this. I want to discover this with some, like, pointers from chat if I'm absolutely going in the wrong direction, but I want to discover how to do this. So I'm trying to piece something together. So we'll add that wire there. I believe they can reach all these tiles eventually. Oh, this guy's got slime lung. Yeah, we got to deal with the slime lung too, which is coming from, I think, just, yeah, germ-filled polluted oxygen. So that's also on the list of things to deal with. The correct way to do it isn't on YouTube. All of it is filled with trash. Okay, well, I'm also probably coming up with a trash way to do this. But given the tools I have at my disposal and the fact that this water is too condensed for radiation to work, you know what? Actually, I wonder if I can irradiate this water tank. We can't do it to this water because the game won't let me. I wonder if I can irradiate the tile, like here. I think this is the tile of interest. Yeah, I think this tile right here is the one that I'm sterilizing with the chlorine because of the way this game works. I wonder if I can irradiate this tile. That would be a lot easier to deal with than the chlorine tank. So before we mess with that though, let me just see if this is even working in the first place. So now that we've attached a wire, we have a high and a low threshold. So I want to turn the wire on when this tank is, let's just say like 10% full, just to see if we can get anything to happen. Or maybe, you know, like let's just oscillate between like, I don't know, like 20 and 19 or something, maybe a little less so this thing's not constantly making noise. Yeah, 20 and 15% or something, because we have enough water to fill it up that much. I'm guessing that the way this works is the chlorine will sterilize a percentage of the germs in the water, no matter how much water is in the tank. So in theory, the most efficient way to do this would be to do this at like 195, but for now, let's just see if we can even get it to work. So it'll send a green signal when the tank reaches 20%, and then I think when the tank drops to 15%, it'll switch to a red signal, it'll turn off this liquid shutoff, and then the tank will fill up again. So we could try to watch for that to happen here. So let's see here, we're currently above 20%. So I might have done this backwards actually, hold on. I mean, this is working either way, but I feel like I did something wrong here. What color is it currently? It's currently green. No, this is correct. Yeah, it's wait for the low threshold. So in theory, this will always be running as long as like I don't run out of water coming into the loop. Wait, what happened here? Oh, it's all right. It's getting blocked. I think this is working as intended. I was able to get some extra water into the loop. So actually, let's go ahead and look at the numbers again. So I really wish there was a way to get the pipe and the germ overlay at the same time. But you can see here, if you look at the middle box under my cursor, 0 germs in the pipe. And you can see up here, it's coming out of this thing with 0 germs. So we might have actually come up with a crappy but like workable fix for the problem here. What do we have in here? There's 0 germs on the output pipe. So this should also have 0 germs. That was actually fairly fast. Yeah, there's no germs. It's completely clean. So it's kind of just a matter of this getting emptied out here. Now, the other thing that I could do is I could switch this mechanism over to the input for this pipe, but I think there's a few things that we need to fix here. If I could prevent germ water from getting into this tank in the first place, then I don't need a scrubber for it. And I need to go look back and figure out what the sources were for the water. Like, this water apparently is not polluted at all. This is coming from this tank. Or rather, it's polluted. It's not germy water. Yeah, so one of the sources for the germ water could be this. If we have any germ polluted water, and then I decide that I have too much and I try to clean it, it's going to go in here and make a mess. I'm starting to think I should probably just put the scrubber before the water tank here, and then have a second one just to clean the water afterward until we have sterilized it all. And then as long as I never let any germ water into this tank, we should be good to go. And I shouldn't have to worry about this problem again. But ideally, I prevent germ water from even trying to get into this tank. So we have 2 points of interest. We have this thing here, which is not running because we don't have enough polluted water for it to, like, trigger and sterilize any of it. So the only other source of clean water that we have is coming from up here. This was an output, so that was not an input for water. New principles are available, and that is coming from this system over here. This germ water is coming from this polluted geyser, which this is not a like contaminated geyser or whatever they call it, so it will never produce germ water. It's also really cold in here, so I don't know how well they survive in that. But in theory, this water should always be sterile as long as I don't let like any source of contamination get into that room. And that means that this water will also always be sterile, so I don't have to worry about that. The salt water is the other one. That's this tank here, which is being fed by this brine geyser, which I think is dormant right now. No, it's actually just idle. Or cool salt slush geyser. I don't think salt used to be in there. I think they just called this slush before. Or maybe it was always salt. I don't know. This is a brine geyser. I don't know why they call this. This is a brine geyser. It makes this... whatever. We know that there's no germs in that. So in theory, I don't need to sterilize any of the water that comes down here because there should never be any germs in it to begin with. And again, this was so I could fill the steam tank. We don't ever have any water come back from this loop, so we don't have to care about that. Did I miss any inputs for my water tank? What are we doing with this water? Because this is a water positive system here, this bathroom loop. It's a closed loop with an overflow output. There's a cool slush geyser that gives off pea water. Yeah, I think that's what this other one is called. I was kind of acknowledging that. Yeah, this is a cool slush geyser, and this is a cool salt slush geyser. I feel like they had different names at some point, because I remember them being called something different, but yeah, there's a distinction. I don't know why they wouldn't just call this one a cool pea water geyser. I don't know why the word slush is necessary in here, and then this could just be a cool brine geyser, so the names don't make any sense, but at least there is a distinction between them. Alright, so what's going on here? This, I believe, is a source of germ water. Except there's no... I need to pause while there's a packet of water in here. That's some rainy print. Okay, liquid pipe. Containing polluted water. And I really wish I could see this without having this overlay. Yeah, here it is. Alright. So it contains germ water. Where is this water going? Is this the one that I'm dumping into a pool on the ground? Alright, so it tries to go through the input of the water sieve. If the sieve is backed up because we don't need more clean water in the tank, then it goes through this output, which is also where we're getting this water. This water from these gas generators doesn't have germs in it, but they're getting combined together. I don't know what this was for. They're going here, they're going across, and they're getting sent into this tank here, which then, if I have too much of it, would go up here and would be a germ source. So our only source of germs, I think, is the water that is coming out of this polluted water tank. That's the only place they should be coming from, because we don't have anywhere else in the base that can generate germs except for the toilets, if I'm understanding this correctly. Slush is the scientific term for water that is below the freezing point, but not frozen. I mean, I guess... yeah, because I guess it has, like, other stuff, other inclusions in it. This game is not very scientifically accurate, so I'm not going to nitpick whether or not they did that one correctly or not. I'm just here to play the dumb video game. I'm not going to overthink this too much. I think they could have probably just named them based on the material that they output, but whatever. So the thing that we need to do here is make sure that we don't get any germ water from this polluted water tank. There's two ways that I could do that. I could sterilize the water before it goes into the PP water tank, or I could sterilize it if it's going through this water sieve right here. Is there anything in the game where it matters if the polluted water has germs in it, other than cleaning it into drinking water? Because, like, this polluted water is also used for plants occasionally. I'm using it for coolant. It doesn't matter if there's germs in any of that nonsense. I think plants delete germs. They don't, like, transfer to whatever product they create. And there's really nothing else I could think of. Depends on if you consider meteorology a respected branch of science. Well, I mean, that is a respected branch of science. I'm just saying, from the context of this game, there are so many other things in this game that are not scientifically sound that I'm just not interested in obsessing over the exact terminology of what slush is. I honestly thought slush was just a mixture of ice and water, because that's what I've always heard of it as. I didn't know that there was some like scientific definition for it. Because I mean, the water in the slush that is frozen is colder than the freezing point, but then there's also not frozen water, and I thought that just was because the temperature hadn't like evened out yet, because there's just too much churning of the water. It's like hail falling into a puddle of water on the ground or something. I don't know what I'm talking about. Very science adjacent. This game has its own scientific rules, which is honestly fine, because we're playing in a slightly different universe here with different nonsense, like water being able to touch chlorine, but only when it's in a tank like this. Speaking of this is not working. What did I do wrong here? The tank is empty, which means it's supposed to have turned this off. Why is this... Oh, I did it backwards, I think. Okay, hold on, let's read the text chat. Sends a green signal when it's less than the low threshold until the high threshold is reached, and then it sends a red signal. That's the opposite of what I thought it was. You like slop? Yeah, this is definitely some slop here, so I'm certainly enjoying that. Okay, so I have to invert this, I think, to get this to work correctly. Yeah, so when it's at the high threshold, it's going to turn red, which means we do want it to go through. Oh, that's annoying. Alright, so we need to add a logic gate to this. So I need to go out the side. This is going to be really, really nasty the way I'm going to do this, but I'm trying to make the wires kind of accessible in case I need to add more circuitry to this. Again, this is the prototype, chat. If you want to sound smart and you're making some absolute steaming hot garbage in a game like this, just call it the prototype and nobody can make fun of you, because the prototype can be as bad as you want it to be. And you can just say, no, this is the prototype. It's fine. I'm just making the proof of concept before I make the real one. The word prototype just automatically increases your IQ by like 5 points. You just have to say prototype. So we're good. We're completely fine. I know exactly what I'm doing right now. They built all this? Okay, so they built all this. So let's watch if it works now. What should happen here is when this tank reaches... it said the high threshold. Yeah, sends a red signal until we get to 20%. Or... hold on. This feels backwards to me, so this is messing with my head. Yeah, here we are. Alright, green signal if it's less than 15 until it's at 20%. So it's going to get to 20%, and then the signal is going to switch to red, which means the NOT gate is going to switch it to green. So let's go ahead and see if that happens. So 20%, where's the quantity? So when this gets to 1,000 kilograms of storage, we should see it swap over. I'm just going to sit here and wait for it to happen, because I don't want to look away again and confuse myself. You think I'd be better at this stuff, but this game, like, just the number of things you have to do to get a full picture of what you're designing makes it very hard to follow what's going on here. There we go. Alright, it just switched. And we're outputting, and what we should see it do is it should continue to output until it gets to 15. Now it's going to probably stay full. There must have been a hiccup in like the supply or demand for this thing. I don't know what exactly broke it. But we could simulate the supply getting cut off for a moment, so I'm going to break that pipe right there. And we should see the amount in the tank start going down. It's not going down because we're not outputting any water, so give it a second here. We can, at the very least, watch it sterilize the water, so that's not the germ overlay. So let's see what we've got here. This one right here. Alright, so we can see the germ count. There's 17 germs coming right out of this detector. And you can see it dropping, actually. So this is working fairly well. If we go to the output from here, we've got like 8 germs, 6 whole germs, singular germs remaining in this pipe. I'm glad we can count them individually in this game. These germs must be massive. Like, you just put the water into like a dish and just physically look at it and count the number of germs in it. And apparently that's all it takes to get food poisoning. Alright, it's empty. So what we should see happen here now is when that water gets to this shutoff, it's going to go out this pipe instead. And there it goes. And now the amount of germs in this tank should start going down. Or not the germs, the amount of water should start going down because we sterilized the water. Yeah, this is very weird. I feel like, honestly, that this is unintuitive. This is one of those things in this game where I kind of wish there was just a building I could feed chlorine into to sterilize water in a pipe or like a gas duct or something, instead of having to do this nonsense. I am thinking of switching to radiation for this liquid reservoir, because if I can irradiate this tile, I think that will also sterilize it, and it's way easier to do that than to make a tank of chlorine. And I don't know why I didn't think of that last time, because in retrospect, it's kind of obvious if it works. Alright, so the tank just hit the threshold, and what should be happening now is, if I had not cut this off, it should start filling the tank again back up to 20, and we repeat the cycle. Radiation doesn't work with reservoirs. Okay. Why not? Is this just more nonsense? It's like, even though I didn't think of doing that, you're saying that probably won't work? I mean, I could try it anyways, just to see if it'll work, but I'm kind of willing to take your word on this one. Maybe try it just in case you're wrong. Yeah, I probably should. How could we do that? Oh god, I gotta make a second one of these if I'm gonna do that. You know what? Alright, let's make a second one. Let's just go ahead and dig all this up. I've been wanting to build over here anyways. I don't need to preserve these plants. Let's just do something like this. Let's finally occupy this area, make a second one of these, and I'm gonna have a setup where I can sort of just have the liquid run through this system instead, if I need it to. And then have it run like that, and we just will not hook any of that up until we're ready. Put a couple ladders for them, and hopefully nobody gets stuck over here, because they might. They don't have a way back up on this side. Hit the plant underneath the reservoir and hope the radiation penetrates the tiles. I could try that. I was just going to make a separate one, because I'm pretty sure these wheezeworts can't... Actually, what do they need? Maybe they can live in the chlorine. I might not even need to do this. I kind of thought they... Okay, never mind. Actually, we might just be able to slap the wheezewort in this tank. And I'm just gonna build it over here anyways, because I can put it right next to the tile, so it'll be really obvious if it's working or not. And we don't need this here anymore, because we know this doesn't work. It cannot penetrate the water. It can go right through this copper ore, but it cannot penetrate the water. You like my design process better? Alright, good. I'm glad I could provide that for you. Whether you like it because it's better or because it's more amusing, I don't really care. I'm generating content for my chat to enjoy. I do, however, need to get them to build this faster, because I'm already getting impatient here. We're probably going to want the same nonsense wiring system that I made here, so I'm going to also prep a wire. And we're just going to use these, like, the disconnect tool. I guess these were called the pliers when it was still a mod. I'm going to use the disconnect tool to like redirect all the liquid to the secondary system. And you know, we're going to find out very clearly whether or not radiation can actually sterilize water that is in a reservoir, or if the water has to be like loose in the game world. You would think that this would work because the chlorine is able to do this somehow, but I don't know. We'll see. While we wait for that, let's see if we can do anything else. So I forgot to look at this ages ago. I'm just going to get the larva eggs. We don't need more duplicants. I didn't even look at them. I don't want to think about what they were. Where can we shove these eggs? I think I had a group of these guys already down here. Yeah, they're not dead yet. Body temperature low. Okay, that just lowers their happiness, but they're not like at the lethal threshold or anything, so I'm gonna move all these eggs. Let me actually make an egg drop off here instead of being a moron, because I keep having to manually move these, and I could just automate this process. I think it's just called a... it's not a critter drop off, it's the dispenser, I think, is what we want to make, and we want to set that to just sweeping eggs. So let me put it somewhere... I don't think it'll get drowned by the oil here. There's not nearly enough. Yeah, good call. There's a blueprint as well. Whatever, we're just going to put it right there. So, whenever they get around to building this, I'm going to set this to sweep only eggs, and then I can just sweep the larva eggs that are up here, and they'll drop them. I have to set it to sweep only, because otherwise these idiots will just pick up eggs, and then place them in the dispenser, and then immediately pick the eggs up again. You have to, like, prevent access. I don't want to do that right now. So whatever, there's some fun ways to clean water. Your favorite is irradiating a waterfall. I get the feeling that might be where this is going. Like maybe I have to drop the water into the world and irradiate it. But I mean, honestly, if we can get the chlorine solution to work like well enough, we don't have to like spawn the water into the world and then suck it up again, which is probably going to be a lot cheaper if I can just use a chlorine tank. So I think this might be what we end up doing in the long run. We're just going to go ahead and check whether or not this is even a viable idea to begin with. Alright, so anyway, let's see what we got. We got a bet for socks. I think this is going to be a shirt. There's going to be a shirt. Oh, okay. I'm not complaining. We got something new. I didn't even know that was one of the options. Everybody was wrong, and that's a good outcome. Because really, I just want, like, building skins. Now, what I would like to get are just, like, solid colors. Because, I mean, we got some cool-looking stuff right here, but I just want to make some, like, pixels. We got, I think, a couple of solid colors, and, like, then just a bunch of weird textured ones. Yeah, the colors that we have are gray, white, pink. That's it. That's all we got. Or I guess this is kind of magenta. And then we got toilet paper, which I think is a recent development. And whatever this is. I mean, I think I could technically make these if I really wanted to, but I don't got any filaments or whatever. I don't even know how you get these. I think you have to like recycle other skins. I have very few of them. But look at all these nice colors that we could have access to, or even some of these cool geometric ones. And instead, I just get nothing but like digital like skins apparently. So I don't know. It's just RNG. Either way, this is better than getting socks. All right, so back to what we were doing here. They're eventually going to do this. There you go. What diseases do you have? You got slime lung, yucky lungs, and soggy feet, which that's not related. Have I gotten the clay rewards shipment crates? What are they? New ones for this game or something? Do I have to go onto their website? Why is this thing... Oh, okay. It needs fertilization. I don't keep close enough track of the clay rewards stuff. It's annoying. I have to log into the site whenever I do that because it keeps forgetting my Steam login. So... I don't know. How about this? I'm going to copy your chat message and put it on my to-do list and deal with it after the stream. There we go. We'll see if I remember to do that or not. If this is a one-time thing, I'm pretty sure I did this already because somebody brought this up like 3 streams ago. I got something off of their website for this game. I don't know if there's like a repeating or anything new there, but I could check on it because there's one for Don't Starve anyways. Oh, it's a one-time thing. Okay, well, never mind, then I'll delete that. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I did this before, like a few streams ago. Somebody brought this up. It might have been you, honestly. But I did get whatever it was that you could get for the one-time thing. I pretty vaguely, distinctly recall doing that. Alright. I think we're ready to swap this over. So, let's go ahead and do that. We need that. That one. Go ahead and cut these off. And then the wire. Alright, so we have the exact same system, but instead of going through this gas tank, it's going to go over here instead. So let's watch it and see what happens. So there's a pipe here. Alright, this is, we can actually look at it from this perspective, so... Why is it saying there are already germs in here? Oh, I guess it must have teleported a packet across. Okay, we can already check on this. Dorian with the raid. Hello, everyone. We're currently trying to clean our gross, nasty disease water, so buckle in, because I have no idea what I'm doing here. I hope your stream went well, though. Oh, there's chlorine in here. You're right. That is actually kind of ruining this. Hold on. This is not a very good experiment that we're doing here, because I don't know what I'm doing. All right. Wait, where'd the... Wait a minute, why isn't there a shadow command? When my mods do that, usually that shows up in the chat. Or did Twitch do that on its own? If one of the mods did it, then thank you, but I don't see the mod actually triggering the shout-out. I thought that shows up in the chat. Okay, you did it. Okay, Twitch is just being weird, but yeah, thank you for that. You spent the day playing Valheim. Oh, let's go. I have recently gotten on the Valheim train, and it has definitely been an experience, to say the least. Like, that is a game that is infuriating, but still, like, entertaining to play. How do I get this chlorine out of here? Because this is ruining the experiment that we're doing here. Yeah, I have played quite a bit lately, more than I probably should be. Like 2 separate groups, so it is getting very confusing. I might just make a gas pump, because I think once I get the chlorine out of here, I shouldn't really have to worry about any new, like, gas slipping in here. Let's look at the overlay. Yeah, I think we just make a gas pump and just push it somewhere else. That's quite often the problem with things in this game. Yeah, fun until you die on another continent. Yeah, for one of the groups, we decided to do keep inventory, which I'm pretty sure is like shunned in the world of Valheim, but like, I think the way we all saw it is you can either spend half of your play session in a death loop trying to get your shit back from the death skeetos, or you can just turn that feature off and actually play the video game. Like, we still have the skill loss turned on. It seemed like a reasonable compromise for actually having fun playing a video game instead of just it turning into a slog. I don't know. Everybody can make their own decisions for this. So what in the world was I doing with this? Okay, this is where I was taking the chlorine into the system, so I'm just going to pump it out, like right here. We're just going to get rid of it. That seems like a reasonable solution of the problem. Hopefully this doesn't get overpressured. I need to power this thing. Which of these wires is not going to explode if I do that? Probably the top one. The bottom wire I think will explode if I do that. This one apparently could already explode and it just hasn't done it yet. Oh, we'll let that... Actually, that's bad. Okay, I need to fix that actually. That's really bad if that happens. Because this wire is in these tanks. I think the only reason it hasn't blown up is because this refinery is never turned on. Let's go ahead and connect to this one in the meantime, because we know that one will be fine. You have to get the other shit you had. The mod scene for Valheim is a nightmare, because we were trying to get it set up so you would drop your items except what's equipped and what's in your hotbar, and couldn't get it to work. Because this is one of those video games, it's like Don't Starve Together again. I'm sure Neosa knows exactly what I'm talking about, where there's like 80 versions of the same mod because the previous person who made it abandons it and then a new player picks it up, and it's an endless cycle of figuring out which of the mods fix it. We couldn't get it to work in vanilla either. We could not get it to work in vanilla. Like, I tried to change the settings for like the drop mechanics in vanilla, and they just didn't do anything at all. Like, just nothing changed. We were still losing all of our items. It's a dedicated server. Like, I'm hosting it locally, but it's so I don't have to be logged in all the time, and apparently that's causing problems, so we had to get a mod for it. It's a mess. We got something to work eventually. We found a version of the mod that worked, but it didn't have the granularity for hotbar and equipped and everything else. And we decided to just cut our losses and just take what we could get. So why in the world did I build this? I don't want these to overflow. This is a mess. I'm pretty sure I was supposed to fix this a while ago. So let's go ahead and fix this now while this thing pumps out all the chlorine. Let's go ahead and fix this. We need another one of these things here. And I need to make sure that this does not overheat and break. So this one here has a high load. So I think what we'll do is use this one. And just kind of do that, I guess. And then we're going to cut it off there. And that'll make sure that this bottom section, which we're not really using right now, will never have any chance of like overheating and breaking. This one's fine. Yeah, I think this is good. This is probably not the best way to arrange this because I've just got like ultra spaghetti going on here, but it's good enough for now. Let's see, where was I with this? So this is overpressured, but did I get the chlorine out? Looks like we did. Okay, so we can just turn this off. There we go. Alright, so we no longer have chlorine in here. This is full for some reason, because I did something wrong, apparently. What? Okay, hold on. That's not supposed to be happening. What's going on? We're out of food over here. It's always something, chat. What went wrong this time? No irrigation. Why is there no irrigation? I guess, were we getting our water from... Oh, we were oh, okay, that's right. Yeah, we were sending our water in from over here. And I need PP water for these, because this is their food source. Okay, so we need to send food over from the home base, which we have an abundance of. So what are we sending over so they don't all die? Lice loaf, apparently. Am I just out of lice loaf? No, we have tons of lice loaf. Why are they not putting it in here? Hold on. So what is supposed to be happening here? Somebody is supposed to be putting lice loaf in this. Allow manual use. I must have turned it off. Yeah, I must have turned it off for some reason. I keep forgetting about this. Let me make sure somebody's immediately doing that. Alright, somebody is immediately doing that. Are you going to die? We haven't had anyone die yet. Let's see here. What are your calories? Okay, you're not like in imminent peril, so I just need to watch this situation to make sure that food actually gets sent over here, and then we can go back to what we were doing. Just all of it. Just put all the lice loaf in here. Alright, I think we're good. You're just gonna eat this on the spot, right? No, you gotta go sit down somewhere first. Thankfully, I'm pretty sure that if they have food in their hands, they literally will not die. Like, they will get to 0, and then they will go somewhere and eat it. Like, they'll just pick a table, like, even if they're literally starving to death, and they'll just sit at 0. Alright, crisis averted. We're fine. I'm gonna just leave that enabled so we don't have to deal with that nonsense again. At least not anytime soon. Back to what we were doing here. So... why was this cut off? So it goes that way, it goes up through the system, and then it's all clean, it looks like. So it's just not allowing any new water in, and it's not getting cycled. So why is this clean? This is the opposite of what we thought would happen. I wasn't looking, so I wonder if I actually did sterilize it with the radiation, because I mean, that's what we wanted. The radiation should kill the germs. It's a lot easier to set up than a gas tank full of chlorine, but that doesn't mean it works necessarily, because I didn't watch the water when it came in. So the water in this pipe, for instance, I really wish I didn't need the germ overlay to see this. This has germs in it. So if we can get any new water to come into the system, which I think... Okay, that's not quite. Let's see, so it's looping. Why is this water looping if there's no germs in it? Oh, the pipe's backed up. That's what's going on here. Okay, that's why there's water looping. The pipe is backed up. So it's kind of the same outcome of having the water not go through the liquid shutoff, but it's not because there's germs in it. It's because the pipe is backed up. This is very counterproductive to what I was trying to test here. You had a dupe die while at a table, there was no warning, and they had a gazillion food. You reloaded because that's unfair. Yeah, I would chalk that one up to a bug if that happened. I have never had that happen, but knowing this video game, it very well could. Did anyone catch what that was? I'm looking at the stream to see if I could catch it, because I think it was, starvation for like 2 frames. Whatever. I'm sure it's fine, right? No one's gonna die. Let's see. Yeah, so what we need to see happen here to know if this is working is we need water from this pipe. Germ water, which is impossible to see that it's germ water because this game is dumb. But there's germ water in this pipe right here. We need that to actually go through this loop. And unfortunately, it just isn't. So I'm not able to really test this properly right now. We can force it to go through the loop if we cut this off real quick, just to experiment with this, so let this run for a little while. Alright, we should have a few packets of germ water going into the pipe now, so let's see if we can figure out what's happening. Germ overlay. Yeah, so we have like 214 germs there, all the way up to this one here. So now we can see what happens. So we've got our germ water. It's gonna go into this tank. Let's see what happens to the germ count. I think what I have to do to see the germs in this one is I have to click on that and then go to properties. This is absolutely awful. I'm seeing germs come through this tank for like a split second, so I wonder if this is working. God, I don't know. That sounds like packet loss. I hope not. I don't think there's packets of liquids. There's no network packets in this game other than for getting your drops. I'm probably missing another joke here. I don't know, you two just carry on. Let me focus for a moment here. I'm trying to catch it like during a tick. Oh god. Alright. That's so loud. Like to gift someone. Thank you so much, for the 5 gift subs. And I recognize all those names. So I think we got another good hit on the gift subs here. Like if you just gift them like an hour into the stream, it tends to give them to viewers and not just random people on Twitch. So yeah, thank you for that. Always appreciate it. Never expect it. I'm probably still going to be an incredibly inconsistent streamer, but thank you for that. Yeah, I'm going to focus now. Okay, if that's your request, I'll get back to focusing. I don't know how this game actually... There we go. Okay, we caught it. Yeah, so the germs go in here, and I think they just get sent to the Shadow Realm. I think this does work. Because there's no germs in the output pipe. I'm pretty sure this is a viable strategy. You got a sub for a streamer you know nothing about? Yeah, I've had that happen. It's weird. I think it tries to give it to people who, like, the stream is recommended to, if it can't give it to anyone who's, like, currently there or is, like, a frequent viewer, but I don't know the exact algorithm that they use for that nonsense. It tries. So yeah, we got 180, 218, and then down here we got no germs. So this appears to be a viable way to do this. We don't have to do this awful solution here. The duplicants just have to irradiate themselves a little bit every time they come over here to work on this, which is way safer than, well, I don't know, whatever. It's easier though, so I don't really care. And that should be it. Now the thing is, how potent is this? Because this is deleting all of the germs. Like, I don't even need to have this go through a second cycle. Like, this water, I mean, it's empty now because I redid the piping, but like, we had 200 germs coming in each packet. It was just getting instantly deleted when it came in here. Like, not a single one was coming out. So if it's that easy, I might just want to put a, like, I might just want to slap a liquid reservoir next to a, like, radiation source just right before the intake, and that might be it. That might be all we have to do to sterilize this. I don't think I could build on top of these, right? I don't want to break anything. Can I build these on top of these, god damn it. Okay, it's starvation. Can I build on top of these, manual airlocks? I thought you can't do that. The game is making it... No, it's not indicating anything. I'm pretty sure it won't be supported if I do that. And besides, I don't think I have the room for that here because I did not plan this out. So we're gonna have to do something a little bit smarter than that. And by smarter than that, I mean find the nearest spot that I could cram this in and just go with that. This is awful. Chat, who designed this? This is horrible. I could try to put it like here, I guess. I mean, I had to get rid of that ladder to do that. And maybe we just focus on the output from the clean water for now. Okay, so if I'm going to attach it to the output instead, how would I go about doing that? Maybe like right here, I'd have to get rid of these. I could climb it from the bottom, you know, least crowded honey base. I'm sure it gets way worse than whatever the hell I made here. I'm getting like a mental block right now, trying to figure out where to put this. Like, what is the closest place? I could just rip up this crappy oil refinery and use this space down here to do it instead, because there's just way too many pipes up there for this to fit reasonably. I could probably cram it in, but it would be even more spaghetti. Yeah, you know what? Let's just retire this abomination of an idea. We can always rebuild this somewhere else. We don't even have oil on this planet. This was just be attempting to farm the slicksters. We could work something else out. Put them in a hotter environment, like down here, if I come back to that problem. So let's see if we can fit it in here. Get rid of that. I think there might be a little bit of oil left in this pipe here. Yeah, there's like a tiny bit of oil left in that pipe. I hopefully won't spill that. So we want to sterilize it before it goes into the tank. But for now, I want to clean it after it comes out of the tank, because that's where, like, it's already in the tank. So first, I think we clean the tank, and then we switch it to sterilizing before it comes in. So in order to do that, we're going to have to capture it here. Let's see, what do we have the most of? Igneous rock. Let's run this all the way down here. The input is on the top right. We're going to put the tank just right there. I don't know why this ladder is here. It probably made sense at the time. And we're going to move the Wheezewort down here. And then for the output, we need it to... Once again, I don't want it to be inside of these because I don't know what side the game is going to output the drops to if I have to dig up these pipes. So we're going to run it like that. And then I will figure out how to connect it to the water output system, which is currently going through this, like, hot spaghetti over here. I could probably... honestly, I think we can rip apart the prototype at this point because we know that this works. We can use chlorine or radiation to do this by the look of things. If it turns out for some reason that I'm like really wrong and it wasn't the radiation doing it, I could change it, but like there's nothing here to sterilize that water and we saw it happen. You know what? Just because I'm paranoid and I don't want to build this wrong, let's do one more trial with more like water that we know has germs, and let's make sure that this definitely works, and then we're going to do it with the radiation. So about 200 germs of food poisoning are coming into this tank, and then if we monitor the tank here, we have to monitor this entity, we can see it flickering like a packet of germs and then instantly getting sterilized like a tick later. So I think this is viable, like this seems to work. And it's just going into the tank right now is what's happening. So like the output is blocked. This is actually even a better way to test this. It's going into the tank here. The output is solid right now. And it's just deleting the germs. So I think that's it. I think this works. So we learned something new. Whoever it was that like wasn't sure if this would work, it looks like it does. So that is going to be my sterilization technique for this. So let me go ahead and hook this up, and I will swap it over to this system over here, now that our prototype is working. We do not have an extra Wheezewort, so I do need to remove this one. And I think I can request the seed even if I don't have one. I think I might have a mod that'll let me do that. No, I do not have that mod. Okay, well, we have to wait for that to get dug up. Are there any more sitting around up here that I just haven't, like, seen yet? I don't think there are. I feel like I have one more Wheezewort somewhere in the base, though. Did I plant it down here? No, we dug that one up. Is this really the only Wheezewort I have? I could have sworn that I had another one. Is it on this planet? Yeah, there's a couple here. I wonder if I ought to send these back over. There's a couple there. I don't believe I placed any in this base. There's another one over here. But this is all fenced off, so let me see if I can get one of these out of here. It's very cold, so I am going to want to insulate this off when I'm done. But let's go ahead and dig this guy out. And get the... just keep going through the snow, actually. Let's get this one as well. But they're not using them over here, so I'm going to try to ship those back over to the home base. Because I could use them for, like, sterilization. And let's see, maybe I leave one of them here, actually. Yeah, we have a lot of them available, so we'll send over, I think, like 2 of them over to this base, and then I could dig out new ones from over here and over here as needed for these guys, because I'm probably going to have to do the same thing for this base. The germ situation is pretty much the same exact problem, so this will be the next base that we fix. Wait, why'd they pick it up? Are they taking it to a seed bin? Yeah, they're taking it to a seed bin. Okay, that's actually good. That means I could just wall this off in a second. And they should get this out of here before the walls are built. Let me low priority the walls so they don't kill somebody in there. Okay, I think they're done in here. Yeah, they picked up everything they wanted. It may not be safer, but it maximizes profit. Or are we talking about the radiation? Look, it said mostly harmless, right? What did it say? Hold on. I mean, this isn't going to affect my decision at all. Slight hazard, significant hazard. Look, all right, they just need to not stand where the plant is. It's fine. I didn't know the radiation was penetrating down this far. They'll be okay. Look, don't they just like pee more or something when they get irradiated in this game? They don't get like cancer or anything. I'm sure they'll be okay. Okay. This one, whatever. We'll worry about that later. All right, so let me make sure they send these over now. Not this one. Where is the... There it is. There's the other one. Okay, so if I set this to high priority, they should ship them all over. What else was I sending home? I was sending data banks home. This is set to priority 6. This is also 6. So if I up this to 7, I think somebody will bring the Wheezeworts over here. Yeah, there we go. They're doing it. Guy Fiery 2. Getting it done. Alright, and now we have them at the home planet. Perfect. Enjoy your emotes for the remainder of the stream, because the likelihood it'll be active next stream. Look, come on, there will be like one more stream before all the gift subs expire. Besides, you could use them on other people's streams. Like, remember, you could do that. My emotes they're like C-tier emotes, but I mean, you can still use them on other people's streams. Like, Stare is pretty good, right? You don't need context for that emote. I'm not coping. I'm definitely getting the line. It's okay, I understand that my emote game isn't very good. I'm not offended if people don't use the emotes. Like, they're there because I was amused making them, and they're there for anybody who wants them. Alright, I want to see the magic happen here. I appear to have already filled this tank to the brim. Hello, Alia. There we go, we got some emote enjoyers here. Wait, did you get one of those gift subs, or is this a leftover from like a previous stream? Or you actually subbed? Oh no, never mind. That's one of the ones you could use. That's a follower. That's a follower emote. 4 is not a 7 TV emote. That's one of mine. I don't have 7 TV emotes. Like I have them like ones that other people drew, but I do not have my own like 7 TV emotes. I've never bothered making any, or if I did, I completely forgot that I did it. So like every emote that you have here, if you can use it in my chat without subbing, it's because I made it a follower emote because I don't know how to make money on Twitch. So I just gave all my best emotes to followers, so you don't even need to sub to use them. And I would turn off the ads if I could. So like really, I don't know how to play the profit metagame on Twitch. And I don't intend on changing that anytime soon. So we have a full tank of water here. And I think... let me get the germ overlay up again. Yeah, we have germs. We got germs. We do have germs on the output pipe, I think. Or am I reading the wrong thing? Is this just like not working? Or did this... Oh, did this get into the output pipe before the Wheezewort was placed? I think that might be what happened here. If we look in the tank itself... I hate having to do this. No germs. Yeah, no germs in the water in the tank, so I think we're good to go on that. Let me figure out how to hack over the spaghetti. I'll regulate the amount of liquid that stays in the tank in a little bit. It sounds like I don't need to have very much for this to work. If any, I just have to have the water go through the tank at some point. It appears that it always gets cleaned. Alright, so currently we have the system going in here. I think if I just cut this off, if I just delete this bridge entirely, it'll just work. Like, this will drain eventually, and then when it's finished draining, I can use this pipe right here. I really need to switch all these over to igneous, just because igneous is just so abundant that it's the best material to make these pipes out of, and I have a random mix right now. That'll be a project for another time now. So let's see, let's watch this and make sure it's actually gonna work. It's not working. Why is the water not going anywhere? It's going here. Ugh. Why is this turned off? Oh, there's not enough water in the tank. Okay, yeah, we just need to let it flush. There we go. But yeah, we're trying to empty the tank now. I'm also just going to go ahead and empty this one. Yeah, see, this is the problem with having different materials for your pipes, is if you try to link the pipes by just building over them, they also try to replace the material for the pipes. But you can see here that now they're connected, even though I used a different material to do it. And the way to prevent that would be to specifically sample the pipes that you're trying to link together. When you do that, it's annoying. I'm complaining about nothing of significance, but whatever. Also, I just want it to be consistent, because, I don't know, maybe the pipes will work better if they're all the same material. I completely made that up. That's not even how this game works, but it'll make me happier if they're all the same material. I don't know what's going on here. Are half of these... Oh, half of these must be germ water, because the chlorine's not very good at this. So the ones coming in from the top... There are no germs. The ones coming in from here, because I removed the Wheezewort, they have germs. So actually the chlorine is working correctly, but I got rid of the sterilization here. Yeah, it's OCD. Look, just let me have this. This is my stream, it's my game, and I do what I want, and I'm going to eventually replace all these pipes with igneous rock. You know what? Why don't I just do it now? Just randomly to some of the pipes, but not others, just to make this even worse. We're just going to do that pipe, and that one, and that little bit right there. That's a good one. I'm just going to get like this little bit right here, because I keep juggling pipes in this area. Igneous rock for everything, because igneous rock is basically renewable, because you just get this from lava, so we're never going to run out of this. And I don't know what I built the pipes out of in here. It looks like I did use igneous rock for some of it. I might have actually planned ahead. Yeah, I actually did use igneous rock specifically in here. In my 2000 IQ, I anticipated this problem happening, and I actually used the correct material, just in these tanks, but nowhere else. And that apparently is what I ended up replacing by doing that. So that'll be an iterative process where I just randomly notice it. I think there's an easier way to do this. I think if you do this, yeah, this is probably the easier way to do it, is like this. Unfortunately, the second I try to build a pipe, it's going to do that. We can go back to the materials overlay. And I don't think I could even see the feedback for me, like, successfully placing these, but it does appear to be working. It's kind of therapeutic. It's very hard to see these bridges. Did that work? Yeah, it does work. Okay, we're not going to do that right now. I just kind of wanted to see if I even could. That'll be like a weird, like, therapy session we can come back to later. We can use that to cope if a duplicate dies or something, like just go work on a jigsaw puzzle and take our minds off the tragedy. Except instead of a jigsaw puzzle, it's just placing igneous rock pipes everywhere. Is this emptied yet? No, it is not. And it's not emptied, I think, because I'm not sterilizing this, like, at all anymore, so this is never going to fix itself. So let me switch back to the tank that we know works. Like, might as well sterilize this water just to not have more germs in the system. There's not too much more water here to drain out, so this should be fairly fast. When we see the water start coming out of this pipe, we know that it's clean again. And I think this tank is almost empty. And then once this whole system is drained, I'm going to rip apart this entire build, spill the chlorine gas God knows where. Maybe I should put it back in the tank that had the chlorine gas in it. We could set that up right now, actually. Yeah, okay, hold on. Let's plan to get the gas out of here. Yeah, that's not good. Our duplicates are kind of just standing in this, getting upset. Like, really just, like, standing in this. Like, minor eye irritation. You know what, Gene? Gene 2, if you don't want minor eye irritation, you could just not stand in the toxic gas. Idiot. Let's see here. That's... Okay, this is the output pipe for the chlorine, so I think we could just flip this around and turn it back into an input pipe. So let me drop the pump, like, right over here. Is this going to be powered? I'm actually just going to use this because I don't have to worry about the pipe, or about the wire overheating, or whatever. We don't need this one anymore. Deconstruct that. Hold on, those. There we go. Alright, get rid of the gas pipes, and get rid of the wire. Okay, we're cleaning up our mess, because we've emptied out pretty much all of this. We don't need that anymore. This is still doing its thing, so I'll leave that half alone. don't think I'm going to need to set that up anymore, so I'll still leave that bit of automation while it's all done here. And this is empty, so we can deconstruct that. And I'll just get rid of that because it's annoying me to see it there. They can't reach that top right one, so they need another ladder for it. High irritation. Yeah, we've got, you know, we've got a lot of buffs or debuffs like stacked on these guys here. And for some reason there's stink gas in this area. I guess I never put a deodorizer like in this spot specifically. I think like right here should be able to reach, so we'll just slap one down right there. Hopefully. Anyways, let's see how is this going. I think we have cleared the loop. So I am going to want to slap a pump in here to empty this out. But first, let's get the connection figured out here. So our pump is ready to go. What we need to do is just run this back through the generic gas filter system because it's not all chlorine anymore. I don't know what in the world I was doing when I made these like ducts down here. You start noticing a pattern every time I start one of these streams and look at something I built before. But this is where I was setting the chlorine up. So what we're going to do with this pipe is we are just going to hook it up here instead. We're going to just remove this mess. And we're just going to store all the chlorine back in the tank. Because this one has... what does this one have in it? That's hydrogen. That apparently has 2 materials in it for some reason. I think I just had like an overflow here. I'll worry about that some other time. And by some other time, I mean probably never. And we should just be able to hook this up now. And this is going to pump everything out, so I really just need to eyeball this until the chlorine is sort of kind of mostly gone. And then in the meantime, let's make a second one in here. And I can just get rid of the liquid reservoir and build it in the middle. And what we'll do, I think, is just vacuum this room out entirely before I deconstruct it. And I will lock access from this door so they don't come in here while the pump is running. And I think the tile of interest on pumps is the bottom left corner, so if I just put this thing here, it'll be as fast as it can for vacuuming out this room. It should not take very long for that to happen. Oh, I didn't delete the output vent. Alright, so we also need to get rid of that gas vent. We'll tidy all of this up once we're finished. And there is no more liquid in the system, so we can get rid of all the pipes. But since I'm about to build the pump, I will get rid of the final bit of piping at the very end. So I'm going to leave the pipes that are in that room right now, so the duplicates stop going in there. And we're going to just get rid of all the spaghetti because I cannot see what I'm doing to save my life right now. So we're just going to simplify the problem. Get rid of that one and that one. And I think now we can finally link the water. That one. I don't know what that notification was. Meteor showers. I don't know why that even qualifies as a notification that I need to care about. Now, real quick here, what do I anticipate needing later? Bleach stone. That's new. What the heck does that do? Can I... how do I look at the entry for this, like, from this UI? I'm guessing I can't. Now, what else have we got? Soda fountain... you know, whatever, I'm going to research it anyways. We'll figure it out when we get there. You've always preferred fettuccine. I'll be honest, I don't know if fettuccine is. Like, some pasta or, like, whatever, but, like... I know what spaghetti is. I've eaten that. I ain't eaten, like, much of any other, like, Italian pasta dishes, so... except lasagna, I guess. So, I don't really know. I don't know what fettuccine actually is. You show me a picture of it, and I'll be like, oh, yeah, that stuff, and then I'll forget immediately later. They can't reach that, that's why they haven't built that. Again, I am uncultured. Feel free to make fun of me for it. I probably deserve it at this point. Just remember, it's okay to be uncultured. A little bit. You get bullied a little bit for it, but just a little. We can get rid of this now. Wiring, I still need this here. I need to clean this up as well at some point here. Long, flat, about 32 millimeters wide. I'm just going to look up a picture of fettuccine, or fusilli. You know what, let's look at both of these while we let this run in the background. I didn't think this is what we were going to be doing today, but now I'm curious. So here's a little break for us. Fettuccine. I'll switch over the view in a moment here. I just need to make sure when I go to Google Images that I don't get something really weird. So fettuccine and then fusilli. Okay, there we go. We got some nice safe for work images of pasta on Google. I'm fumbling so hard. Where is my overlay? There it is. Alright, so since I didn't know what this was, this is fettuccine. Yeah, I've seen this before. I've never had this. I don't know what this tastes like. And then the other one. Okay, these are like the spirally corkscrew looking ones. I have also never had this at any point in my life. Well, there you go, Chad. Anyone else who had the same problem I did, now you know what these two specific types of pasta are. Back to our regularly scheduled broadcast. This is an educational stream. Cheese tortellini. Whatever, we're not looking at... We're not gonna make a pasta, like, tier list. That could be for like a meme stream or something. If I'm ever like just really out of content to create, we can make a pasta shaped tier list. It won't even be like what the meal tastes like or anything else. It'll just be how cool looking the pasta is, like the dried version of it. That's like the only thing I would do for that. Yeah, I'm making a note about that. I don't know if we'll ever do that. Dry pasta shape tier list. There we go. If we're really having a rainy day, we could do that for a stream. Yeah, the wagon wheels. You can make all sorts of like creative like macaroni art if you add other pastas to it. I don't have any of my old macaroni art. I'm pretty sure I made macaroni art in like kindergarten. I don't know what happened to it. I think they had us do that at some point. That was, I'm not even kidding, 30 years ago, chat. Like, well, not quite 30, like 28 or something years ago. I'm old. I don't think that macaroni art exists anymore. I don't know what happened to it. I don't care about any of these guys. These are all kind of like... Honestly, now, hold on. Let's look for a second. Flatulent, we're not getting that one. These guys are well-rounded, but not really in anything that I need. Like, nails here is the only one that's moderately tempting to get. I don't really care that much, though. Yeah, let's just get the Sweetle. They're the duplicate you named alive? They're all alive. Like, whichever one you named is alive. Nobody has died yet, so... Even I don't remember which one you named, but here they are in, I think, the order in which I got them. Or, like, they're ordered by age and then what planet they're on, or something like that. But these are the little morons that we have in our base so far. So yours, yeah, Luigi, okay, yeah, yours is in here. Did I ever add that to the notes I had about who owns these? Or do I have to go back through and fix that? Well, let me check real quick. I have an unreasonably large number of notes about many things. Yeah, I did add these, okay, yeah. Xenosci, like, picked Saffron, and then you got Luigi. That was what happened last stream. We got these two. And they're currently, I think, both wearing pajamas right now. Yeah, they're both in pajamas for the Dream Machine, which, speaking of the Dream Machine, how's that looking? Lacks oxygen. That's not what I was expecting to be going wrong with this thing. Why does it... We should not be having this problem right now. I thought we had this taken care of. I guess we're just... What is going on here? Why do we not have enough oxygen? I mean, I know I have this pump grabbing a bunch of oxygen, but it's just getting vented out here. I never connected power to this. I'm an idiot. This hasn't been running this whole time. We gotta rebuild this at some point. I want to do something new today, so I don't know if we're gonna rebuild this, but at some point, this abomination that I built myself, I want to replace it with this tried and true design that I did not come up with at all. But I don't want to do that today. I really want to do something new. So we're just going to see if we can make that work for a little longer. Unfortunately, it means stuff like this is not going to really be working correctly. The brains are going to just keep floating up and down. I'm pretty sure this means we're not getting the buff, which is just like a general buff for all the duplicants. I think while I I can't tell if it's actually generating the buff or if I don't have enough dream journals. Let's see if they have it right now. No, they don't even have the buff, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, whatever. We may need more sleeping duplicates, or maybe it's just having problems researching the dream journals because it doesn't have enough oxygen. That's not important. Let's not worry about that right now. Let's finish this project first. So this room is going to empty out fairly soon. It's going to be very fast. It's small. The pump is in the middle. Let's see here. So the goal was to get all the chlorine out of here. I think what's happening is the pipe might be getting backed up. No, it's not actually. These packets are overriding it. That's okay. That's fine. That'll stop happening in a moment. I probably shouldn't have laid it out like this, but whatever. And then once that's done, this pump is going to activate again. And what we're trying to do here is just kind of sort of get the chlorine out of this room. There's not really a good way to do this other than just brute forcing it. I guess while we wait, let's go make a second pump to speed the process up a little bit. Do that. And they should be able to reach that, so just do that. Why are these having problems? Irrigation. It's always something. What are we out of? Is this... These need piss water. I think that's why they're having problems here. And the piss water is being produced by this, but I'm cleaning it all. Okay, while we're going through all this nonsense, I need to figure out what to do with this. Maybe I should just split it off and have half of it not get cleaned, because we do need it. I was, for some reason, dumping the piss water here. This is a mess. Alright, so we were sending it up like that. How do I want to route this? I don't have very much room to work with down here, is kind of the problem I'm having. I can have 2 more, like, spaces for pipes right now. I'll have to redo this spaghetti if I need to get the piss water down. This pipe here, I think, was filling up a coolant tank at some point. I could probably hijack the coolant line if I need to fill up a tank at some point, so maybe I reverse the direction of this particular one. But where's this going? This is going to that other base here. Yeah, I mean, you know what? Let's just run a new one down the middle. What in the world was I doing here when I designed this? Oh, this is so bad. Yeah, let's just go ahead and run a new one. So I'm going to use this slot for now. Again, igneous rock, please. We're going to just, I think, go 50-50, because what'll happen is if one of these... I can add circuitry to sort of prioritize what direction it goes in, but for now I think just 50-50 will do the trick. There is no such thing as a backup in this system, because these will fill up basically forever. But hopefully a 50-50 is enough. Otherwise we can, I think, use like a liquid valve to add a little more granularity to how much like goes in each direction. In fact, let's set it up for that. We're gonna have a valve right here. And we'll have half of it go... half of it can go up for now. We'll just do 50-50. So we're going to have the valve right here is what we'll do. And we'll have it go up like that. And then we're going to have the... I think this one doesn't use power, so somebody just has to come configure it. And we'll have a fraction of it go off to the right, and that'll be the polluted water that we don't remove. And it is heated up a little bit, so we don't have to worry about it, like, triggering a freeze or something later if it gets turned into water downstairs, which it shouldn't, but we'll do that. I don't know what this pipe was. Wait, what is this pipe? Chat, what the hell was I doing when I made this pipe? Maybe I can reuse this. It goes down here, and it goes into the... It just goes into the toilets for some reason. I don't know why I made this pipe. You know what? Never mind. This is the one we're going to repurpose. But you know what? Get rid of it. No, delete it. Get rid of the stuff we're not using. This is confusing. Now we can repurpose this. And we'll send our polluted water all the way down here into the storage tank. So I need to add a little bit more. Oh my god, this is so bad. We know that it's polluted water, so I want to bypass these filters if I can. I don't have to, but I want to for some reason. So I think we will run it like this. just across the middle. This is just absolutely terrible. Alright, so as for this, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to move the coolant line here instead. And the way you connect these is by doing that. Alright, let's go ahead and disconnect that, and then we're going to run the pipe over the top like so. And then I need to connect it here, which is going to require one more bridge. I would really love to have a longer bridge than this. Is this one going up or down? That's the output for the water. Okay, so we do that. We cut that off. And then we do... I want to wait for that. There we go. Okay, so that little packet's gone. Okay, that should be it. That should do the trick. Bam, bam, bam. Lovely. This will definitely work on the first try, and I won't have to do anything to fix it later. This room is vacuumed, so I think we have cleaned out all the unwanted gas in there. There's some chlorine wafting around in here, but that's what these pumps are trying to take care of. The air will eventually get recirculated because it just comes out over here later. Let's go ahead and delete this entire mess that I made over here. So let's start with the wires. We don't need those. We can get rid of the tiles as well, but let me get rid of the pipes in the background first. We don't need that. I believe I got rid of all the water pipes already. No, there's still liquid pipes back here. Get rid of that, and that, and that. We'll fill up that money hole someday, you trust me. And thank you for the hydrate. That's the one I needed right now. Maximum aptitude. Hold on, let's look at that. I think that's the buff from the doohickey downstairs. Except they might have lost it immediately. Where does that go? Here it is. Sort of. Well, that's only the stress. It's so hard to figure out where anything is in this game. I think they might have just immediately lost it. It's probably flickering on and off. Let's just not worry about that. If I catch it, I'll look into what it was again. I'm not watering my own pipes. That's an extremely bizarre but technically correct way to say that I have not been hydrating, and you are absolutely correct. And that is why that redeem is there, because I will genuinely forget to do that sometimes. I just get so caught up in the moment. I don't want them to destroy this one, actually. Oh, you're stuck, aren't you? I'll just wait for them to... You know, you just chill here for a sec. Oh, never mind, they just go under. Okay, we're fine. For some reason, I thought they would be stuck there. So we're going to build that. Why do I have automation wire here? I thought I got rid of these. Destroy that. More ladders. I think they can reach all of these now. And the only thing that we have to worry about here is the wiring and the gas pipe. We've almost cleaned up this abomination of a mess I made over here. I should probably add another tank to this, but for some reason I put a bunch of storage bins over here with rot in them. I should probably do something about that. There's a lot of things I should probably do at some point here. And as I've been doing for the past like 9 streams, I'm just going to say I'm going to do it later and then probably not do it at all. For all intents and purposes, I think it's easier to just leave the ladders here just for when I make changes to the ceiling, so I'm just going to ignore that. These ones, you know what? No, let's just leave them. Whatever, it's fine. You know what? Put one more. Just make it look nice. I think we're almost done with this mess. I don't know when this research finished. Now I think I can look at what the bleach stone hopper does. So real quick, I was wondering about that earlier. That's a new building. What does this actually do? Use salt and gold to produce bleach stone. This is new, right? Like, I don't remember this being a thing. So we just, like, cobble together some stuff, and somehow this produces bleach stone. I don't know how. And then bleach stone is used to do what exactly? Hand sanitizer, which... I don't think this is important once they can't get the food poisoning germs on their hands. What else does it do? I've never, like, made water weed in my life. I don't know if it's worth doing. What else have we got? This is their production. This actually doesn't seem very useful. Yeah, I have no idea if it's even worth making, but whatever, we have it now. It was added like 2 or 3 years ago. I haven't played this game for like 2 or 3 years, so it's quite possible, but I just did not have it back then. Whatever, I don't care. I want to see what it did, and it's not relevant right now. You built hand sanitizer instead of sinks? Nah. Look at how cool this bathroom is. We can't swap this out for hand sanitizer now. And I think they could even wash their hands with the, like, germ water. And if I recall correctly, they somehow don't get any germs from that, which doesn't make any sense, but I think this closed loop of water does have germs in it, and it just doesn't matter. Let's see here. Yeah, there's plenty of germs in this water, but for some reason they could wash their hands with it, and I believe they're fine. Yeah, like no contact with food poisoning germs, just all the other ones. I don't think we have anybody who's allergic to pollen, because I'm pretty sure we would have seen that happening by now, so that's irrelevant. One tile thinner and you use hot tubs. Here's the thing, like, I'm gonna make new bases, so I could always experiment with new things. Maybe we have a base that has a lot of, like, just natural bleach stone available and a lot of chlorine, or a chlorine gas geyser. I don't know, maybe we make a new, like, design for the bathroom if we do that. I hate these things. These things are so creepy. But we'll see. If I find the opportunity to do so, I'll play with some of the new toys. Alright, what else do we have to do over here? Are we done pumping this? Yeah, pretty much. There's some chlorine wafting around in here, but I think we could just go ahead and deconstruct these. Like, for the most part, we're done. I'm going to let this one run for a little while to see if I can get that pocket of chlorine. Let's get rid of the one that's over here. And we can just release the gases, because they don't have chlorine in them anyways. There's a geo-tuning loop with chlorine. Yeah, I want to try it at some point. Hello, doo-doo. I want to try new things. That was part of the goal of this playthrough, was to try things that I've never messed with before, and that's what we're doing right now, because as I've mentioned, I basically never interact with the germ mechanics in this game. So even if I don't need to, I just want to see how it works out. I want to make my little duplicants happy. I don't think we need any of these ladders anymore, so I'm going to tear them down. Almost all of the stink gas is gone from this room. Eventually, what I want to do, maybe sooner than later, is like close this off, but the heat problem hasn't become an issue just yet. We're using this for coolant for this refinery, and coolant for the cooling line that we're running through the base, which, by the way, is going really well. And neither of these plants have died, so that's also cool. But eventually, we are going to have to come back to the heat problem. We only have this one aqua tuner here, which thankfully hasn't broken, though I don't know why there's igneous rock in here. I thought I got rid of this. Whatever, we'll eventually make a way to get back in there. I don't know why I allowed that to happen. Just don't look at it. Don't look directly at the drops in there. But we're going to have to revisit the cooling problem at some point. What is going on over here, though? They're getting soggy feet by running through nuclear waste. I thought I told them to do this, but maybe this wasn't built when I did it. So this is going to be a sort of high priority. Liquid nuclear waste, and I am just doing the very reasonable, like, solution to the problem of just putting it somewhere else. So let's have them mop this up. I'm not sure how this got here. I have to think maybe like a shine bug or something flew in front of this thing and died. This is unsafe. Whatever. Let's see if they're willing to move these. Okay, perfect. It is officially someone else's problem. What's this game about? This is a colony, like, management simulator. It is similar in nature to, like, RimWorld and Dwarf Fortress are the games I could think of off the top of my head. And it is made by the same developers that made Don't Starve and Don't Starve Together, and a few other games that are apparently fairly good, but I've never played any of their other games. I might play Mind Over Magic at some point. I think they published that. I don't know if they developed it, but Clay Entertainment has a lot of, like, fairly good games. Like, they're a good company. They're sort of indie, maybe a little bit higher up than indie. This is tempting, but I don't think I have enough carbon dioxide to keep that many larvae alive, so we're just gonna get the lime. Speaking of larvae, I never moved these eggs, so let me also designate that order. Yeah, Neosa recommended Mind Over Magic as well, and I trust her judgment because we seem to have, like, a reasonable overlap of interest in these games, and she said it was similar to Oxygen Not Included. So I will probably play that at some point, but when I say at some point, it could be years. Because I've mentioned before, once I'm done with this playthrough of Oxygen, I want to do a Minecraft Create mod playthrough. That's probably going to be our next, like, sort of sandbox game that we play on stream. So it's going to be a very long time before I get to Mind Over Magic if I stream that game, but it is something on the to-do list that I would like to try at some point. How are we doing on this? I'm trying to stay focused while I talk to chat here. So we cleaned that up. Let's see. I mean, I think at this point I kind of just need to pay attention to whether or not the food poisoning issue goes away. So I set it up on the output. It's like Tetris with rooms. I hadn't heard it described like that. I mean, I watched her play it for a little while, and it looked like a little less micromanagey than this. Like, it didn't have like quite as complicated of a building system. I think it was more about managing like your individual characters and what they're doing, more so than just like creating a base in which to keep them alive. But it seemed interesting. Seems like so much to manage at the same time. In this game, I mean, that's where the difficulty comes from. Like, this game is hard if you don't know what you're doing. Like, you end up in a death spiral and all of your guys die because you ran out of water like 20 cycles into the game, or they ran out of dirt to eat. Like, this is a hard game, but I've played it before, just a really long time ago. So, like, I'm going into this playthrough. As I've said, like, the title of the stream is First-ish Playthrough. And it's because I've played this game before, and I've played... Oh, nice. Cobalt. I played a little bit of the DLC, like, years ago, but then I burnt out on it. So I know the fundamentals of this game, but I don't know how specifically the Spaced Out DLC works beyond the point in the progression I've gotten to, which is this, like, shitty carbon dioxide rocket that I've made. So I want to try some of the new content, but what I'm doing right now is I'm stabilizing my base before I go back into, like, this nonsense over here. I want to do something related to this during today's stream, but I have to solve this problem because we're running out of water and we're running out of food as a consequence of that, especially in the other base, and we had germs, and I wanted to finish off the germ project that I was dealing with. So in this case, let's figure out where we're at with this. So we currently have the sterilization system, like, going through. If we look at the germ overlay, germ water go in, clean water come out. So this Wheezewort is able to irradiate the shit out of this liquid reservoir, and that is apparently enough to sterilize it in one game tick. Or at least one liquid tick. I don't know how exactly the tick rate works for this game, but one liquid tick, which I think is 1 second long, is enough time for this Wheezewort to completely sterilize the water that is in this tank. So we don't even need this much water in the tank, but, like, strictly speaking, it's not hurting anything to have 5,000 kilograms in the tank. It will all find its way into the base if it needs to. And all of this water is nice and crystal clean, irradiated water. There's probably some deuterium in the water, but I'm pretty sure that isn't even dangerous to drink it. It's all the, like, nuclear byproducts. And there are definitely no nuclear byproducts anywhere in the base that might be contaminating the groundwater, so this is completely safe. We don't have to worry about anything happening. And then as for this one over here, I could do the same thing pretty easily, but I think the conclusion I came to was that we don't have to worry about them ever drinking the germ water from here, because it will go through this tank right here before it becomes drinking water under any circumstances. This game is not about enemies. There are, like, I think, like, 3 or 4, like, hostile critters, but it's more in the sense that they'll just kind of, like, snap at anybody who walks past them. Like, let's see if I can find them. Like, this piece of shit here will attack duplicants if there's an egg in the room, is my understanding of how that mechanic works. And I think the bees will attack them, and there might be one more that will attack them. I'm not sure. There's a couple of new enemies that I don't know about, so don't spoil me, by the way. If I'm missing an enemy, don't like tell me that it'll attack the duplicants. Let me discover that. Off the top of my head, these guys will attack them sometimes, and I think the bees will attack them as well. We have not seen the bees yet. I don't know what planet they're on, but they're bees, so I'm almost certain they will sting your duplicants under some circumstance. I will discover that when we get there. Primal aspids. Alright, well, I asked not to be spoiled, but luckily I don't know what those are, so we don't have to worry about me being spoiled on that, because I will forget that before I encounter whatever the heck those are. And if they're in one of the other DLCs, then I don't have them anyways. But we'll find out. We'll figure that out when we get there. Somebody will just, like, be grievously injured by a wild animal that I didn't realize was dangerous, and it'll be kind of funny. You were joking. Alright. I get it now, but I haven't played Hollow Knight, so I didn't know I was a Hollow Knight enemy, so now I look like a nincompoop. It was on the Oni wiki. What, is this like a fandom thing? Like, what, did somebody vandalize the fandom wiki and that's why it was on there? This game has is a wiki.gg game, right? Let me check my bookmarks real quick. Yeah, it's a GG game, so I'm assuming somebody vandalized the fandom wiki, which is always kind of funny when that happens. It would have had me fooled. I would not have realized it was a Hollow Knight enemy unless the article was like very obviously a meme. Their insurance better be good or Luigi will come after me. Oh god. Now you're right, we have a Luigi in the base. Look, no, that's just Luigi Mario from Super Mario Bros. It's definitely not the other Luigi. Do we have a hat? Hold on, I want to give him a hat. I want to write this out of the lore before it's too late. Do we have like a plumber hat that I can give him? He's got the farmer hat. He's a farmer. I don't think I can give him the plumber hat. Alright, well, you know what, whatever. If we keep him happy, he's probably not going to commit any crimes that I have to worry about. The best way to deal with the primal aspids was to use the nuclear warhead. Okay, I think I would have figured it out at that point. Not that they were from Hollow Knight, but that it was article vandalization. I've been fairly diligent about using the correct wiki for the games that have, like, multiple of them, but you never know. Why have they not moved these? Oh, because I never set the filters on this. What am I doing? Just look for larva egg. There we go. Alright, so they'll move the larva eggs now, but it should be sweep only with high priority. Where is that option? It's at the top. Okay, so they should move the larva eggs now. And then the Slicksters, they're a little bit cold down here, but they won't die is the important part. I don't really have access to any extreme heat. This area is enough for them to live, and if I crack this open, I do get extreme heat, but I don't think we're ready to deal with this yet. This is a little bit more extreme than what I would like to cope with. Like, heat does take a very long time to disperse through the base, but I don't want to introduce a new problem to deal with. I'll deal with the Slicksters some other time. Hopefully they won't all die. What the hell is going on here? Oh, it's a volcano, right? Yeah, we cracked this open to peek at it. We're also not going to be doing that right now. Have I heard about this alternative version of It's a Me Mario? Oh, God. We're getting political with this, but you know what? Lay it on me. What is the alternative version of It's a Me Mario? I will allow one more political joke, and then I will politely ask that we don't make this too much about current events, because again, it's depressing. Like, this might be an escape for somebody who is having, like, a lot of hardships with the real-world issues that we're having right now. Okay, it's not related to Luigi. Like, for anyone who's missing this, just to be clear about this, maybe someone's watching this VOD in the future. Let me get the guy's name real quick. I do want to, like, inform people. So what was it Mangione? Yeah, Luigi Mangione. So current year, this guy assassinated the CEO of United Healthcare presumably because he's a CEO of a healthcare company, and that's the context for like the Luigi jokes that are happening right now. Whether or not you think this was a morally correct thing for this guy to do is up to interpretation. I don't want to talk about this. It's sad that this is the state that our world is in, but that is the context for what we're talking about here in current year. It's a mess. The whole situation's a mess. Lay it on me, though. What's the joke for It's a Me Mario? He's actually saying Itsumi Mario. Is this another, like, so long gay Bowser thing? Like, did we ever actually get, like, confirmation? Because, I mean, I don't know. Did Charles Martinet do his voice for the Japanese version too? Alleged murder. Yeah, I mean, look, that's the legal system. It's an alleged murder. I think there's a lot of conspiracies surrounding whether or not he actually did it, or if he's like a fall guy for the real one. I don't know. Again, I'm not going to dig too much into this conversation because I just quite frankly don't want to. Can't find anything in your Japanese sources. Yeah, I don't know. Like, again, I don't think anybody has figured out for sure what he was saying in Super Mario 64 when you threw Bowser. So there's just like a million interpretations of it. It's up to you. You know what? Chat member, viewer, you can decide what Mario was saying when he threw Bowser in Super Mario 64. I honestly don't know at this point. Like, it's just so garbled. The audio quality wasn't exceptionally good. It's a thick accent. But I've always thought that it was just "It's a me, Mario," because that's kind of like the Luigi, or not the Luigi, the Italian, like, stereotype or whatever for, like, the accent. I have no idea if that's what it actually is or not. Either way, though, it's still amusing. I like the Mario voice, just in general. It's very iconic. I need to get this water out of here, so let's just go ahead and dump this into the floor below. I think ice melted in here is how this got here to begin with. And we should be able to mop it up if I just spill it out. And by the way, anyone who wasn't like paying attention, if you're wondering about why the water isn't like a floating bubble on these airflow tiles, that's actually recent. I did notice this. I don't know if my previous stream had that change or not, but very recently they patched it so that liquids will actually like flow up seamlessly against the side of like airflow tiles. So that's a very recent change that they made. I don't know why it took them like 5 years to do that for this game, but it looks so much better now. Like, these just visually behave like normal tiles instead of the water like kind of sort of refusing to connect to them and just floating in the air like a globule. So they apparently were hiring some new developers to work on this game, and I think those developers are actually doing things, because we're getting like minor improvements like that that just make the game generally look better. Hopefully we see some like quality of life performance stuff. There might have already been some that I've missed. But at the very least, they are doing something. Don't Starve Together is not the only game they're supporting. Like, they care about this one, at least a little bit. Alright, let's see here. So back to what I was doing. We have officially cleaned up this entire mess, and we have sterilized water coming in. All thanks to this lovely Wheezewort. I don't think the radiation exposure they're getting from running past this thing is nearly high enough to cause a problem. Because if we look at what happens here... Yeah, so they have a rejuvenation, which I'm guessing is just like a static quantity of like rads or whatever that they decay over time. So they'll run past this thing, but like almost immediately it just goes right back down to 0. So I don't think this is a problem. They're not like staying in this area for any kind of long period of time. I don't believe we need to worry about that. Just the exposure from this is what I would say harmless. Like, if this would be an issue if maybe the researcher was sitting next to it, but like even up here it's not too bad. Like, the research is right here, and this is kind of fairly low exposure to begin with. I think 150 is where it becomes a problem to begin with, because that will exceed their like normal decay. And then I think up here in space is the area where it can also be an issue. Not on this planet, actually. I wonder, does this vary? I thought that was higher. Yeah, this varies per planet. So like you see this one's 187, the other was 125. That could be an issue. But we don't have to worry about it. And we're not going to worry about it. So I think we're finished with our germ project for the time being. We took care of one germ source. I'm going to have to figure out where the slime lung is coming from, but I don't want to do that right now. I want to move on to new things. We could also very quickly throw down a sterilization tank here, which is much easier to do because I don't have nearly as many pipes in this area. I think I could actually put it up here. Do I want to do that right now, though, is the question. And the answer is kind of not really. So I think we're going to move on to the next segment. So I think I'm going to do a BRB. So I'll be gone for a few minutes. I'll run ads during the break. And then we're going to figure out what we need to do next. So let me check real quickly what the stats are, because I want to start not pausing the game during these BRBs just to add like a little bit of an air of suspense. They're not currently building anything. There's no imminent like calorie catastrophe in the base. I don't think we have any breathability issues, so I should be safe to just leave for a few minutes. And if anybody dies during a BRB, they are dead forever. We will not be safe scumming that. I don't think anybody is going to find any way that they can get themselves killed here. Except for going down here, though, actually. I'm kind of scared of this area. Just in case, just before I go, I'm going to give them a ladder so they can get up to this air pocket in case there's like an emergency down there, and then we're going to go BRB. I'm just checking for hazards ahead of time. And there is nothing that should be able to kill them down here. Yeah, add removal for the gift subs. The thing is, like, from the perspective of not having to watch ads, you don't gain a whole lot on this stream because I do not run like scheduled mid-roll ads during my stream. I only run them during BRBs. Unfortunately, there are pre-roll ads, and the reason why I run the ads during the BRB is not to make ad revenue, it's to disable the pre-roll ads for an hour after I do a BRB. So basically just fewer people having to watch ads. I'm doing the exact opposite of what you should do if you want to make money on Twitch. So you can either learn from what I'm doing or like vehemently avoid this behavior, whichever one like suits your fancy and your wallet. But I'm not making enough money doing this to come anywhere close to being able to live off of it. So I figure I might as well just double down and make this as much of a good viewer experience as possible while still having emotes and like the other affiliate benefits. Because of course I could just like give up. Oh man, you eating shit there. I could just give up my affiliate altogether and no one would have to watch ads anymore, but I do want to have the emotes. I do want to have the channel points. So I think it's a reasonable trade-off, and I do get a little bit of a payoff from doing this. It's not a lot, but I do get something back from doing this. So like ultimately, I think this is the best compromise I can come up with. I don't think anybody is going to die. They do have the oxygen masks. It's just kind of if somebody accidentally wound up there, I don't want them to die. So let's just go ahead and we'll just take kind of like an overlying view like this. I'm gonna be right back in like 5 minutes or so. I'll run ads during the break. Don't touch that dial. We'll be right back after these words from our sponsors. Let me answer your question. What's my opinion on chicken in a biscuit crackers? I don't think I know what that is specifically, but I like chicken and I like crackers, and I don't know what the biscuit part of that means or if you spelt the word biscuit wrong, but I answered 2/3 of your question. We'll be right back for the conclusion to that answer when you explain to me what you're talking about. All right, we're back. Before we go back to this, all right, so it's a name brand. What? We're going back to the food Google search. Hold on. What is this? Chicken in a biscuit crackers. Huh. I don't know if I've ever heard of these or seen these. This seems like something I should have eaten at some point in my life, but I don't even like recognize this product. Well, all right, yeah. So I guess to answer the question, then I have absolutely no idea if I would enjoy these or not. I'm guessing I probably would, but I've never had these before. All right, back to what we were doing. OBS? There we go. Okay, they're delicious. Yeah, okay, never, I read that already. I should buy some. You know what? Alright, sure. Why not? It's going in the notes if I remember to transfer that to the shopping list. I'm assuming nothing died. Nobody in chat said anything, so either you all quietly agreed to not tell me that somebody died while I was gone, or it didn't happen. I'm inclined to believe it didn't happen, because I don't think all of you could arrange for that kind of thing. Like, somebody would have reacted to it. I've been surprised by chat before, though, so we'll find out. I'll figure it out eventually. Chicken in a biscuit crackers. That's a good stream note right there. Alright. Anyone died, it happened off screen. Well, what'll happen is you'll get a notification on like the top left. Like it would be very obvious. The game froze for a few seconds. Was it the game or the stream? Like did the audio stutter at the same time? Because the game sometimes just does that. Okay, just the game. Yeah, there's not much to be done about that. It stutters occasionally. As long as my stream isn't stuttering, there's really not much of anything I could do about that. This game is single-threaded, from what I understand, which tends to cause a lot of problems. I got a BRB. Yeah, a nice smooth BRB. I mean, at least the thing I programmed, graphics related, actually works correctly. That thing shouldn't lag at all, though. It's fairly efficient. It's very simple. Yeah, single-threaded colony sim. I don't know for sure if it's all single-threaded. I could be wrong. But it's a Unity game, so it already has some points going against it for that, because, like, I think even Unreal, like, prefers to have a single-threaded system. You kind of have to, like, write your own code if you want to multi-thread anything, because, like, that game engine doesn't really have any of that functionality out of the box for you to utilize. And the impression I've gotten from how clunky and weird this game is, that it's not, like, they don't really have an A-team of programmers working on this game, so it's, like, very inconsistent, like the level of quality on the coding for this. So I suspect most of this game is just single-threaded, and that's part of why it starts lagging a lot when you have way too many things going on. There is probably some multi-threading. I would be really like surprised if they don't have some, but there's most likely a main thread bottlenecking everything at some point here. Yeah, they're more so artists. I mean, that's why you hire programmers, is the thing. Like, you can get an engineer who cannot design anything to save their lives, but can implement, like, a design specification, like, to perfection. And that's what they need to do. I still cannot figure out how water is getting here, by the way. This keeps happening. I'm going to put a vent tile here, because I'm getting really annoyed by this, and it drips all the way down every single time and makes a mess. This will at least keep it to this area. At some point, I need to figure out how this is happening. Risk of Rain. I don't know anything about the programming quality of Risk of Rain. Like, as far as, like, whether it's, like, super laggy or gross. I never... If you mean the first one, it was made in, like, Game Maker or something, so obviously it's a laggy piece of shit. Like, I remember the Happy Mask or whatever would just crash your game. Risk of Rain 2, I don't know anything about. The first one is because it was a Game Maker game, so I mean, it was the first game like I think these two guys made or something, if I recall correctly. I give them a pass for that one. Like, that's gonna happen. But like a game like this, you probably need somebody who knows what they're doing to program your game engine, or it is just gonna be a laggy mess at some point. We'll worry about lag when it comes. The game has been holding out at like about 50 frames per second usually. It kind of goes up and down. It's very hard to see it. Is OBS even capturing that frame rate counter actually on the top left? I don't know if it is. Just take my word for it. The frame rate counter oscillates between 50 and 60. That's part of the Steam overlay, so I don't even think OBS is capturing that. But it's 50 to 60 is what we're running, so we're already getting a little bit of like hitching. It's not too bad. Not enough for me to do anything about it. It's just an inevitable part of the game and the way things go. And I don't know how much of it is actually like the tick rate of the game, because I can speed it up. It will run faster. So a lot of it might be graphical related. We have not hit like the logic bottleneck, where like the actual like game logic of all the tiles is preventing me from running it any faster. We'll know when we get there. It'll become like reasonably obvious, but I think it's just the frame rate right now that's low because of how much stuff I have on screen. Yeah, first time game before university. Yeah, like, I mean, Risk of Rain, I liked the first game. I've already mentioned I don't really care for the second one, but the first game was fun for what it was, but my god, it was a very poorly programmed piece of shit from that standpoint. Like, there were items you just could not pick up if you were going to do laps, because your game would just freeze at some point. It'd just be, like, unplayable. Really, we have no algae. What have I been using it for? I thought I got rid of... No, I guess we had that one oxygen thing. I'm gonna get the algae just so I have a little sitting around. We shouldn't be using algae at all in this base anymore. So I want to see if they do anything with this. Like, is anyone gonna pick this up? They don't seem to be, like, going to it, so we might be fine. They might not do anything with this algae, which means I probably got rid of the last consumer. No, I did not. There's another oxygen diffuser. I don't know how to tell how many oxygen diffusers I have around the base. And make sure nothing eats it. That's what I'm trying to do here. And I just want to have that as like emergency algae, or maybe I can like throw it in the rocket somewhere at some point. I don't know if I have more. I don't know how to check if I have more, because this game doesn't really give you the tools to do a lot of that stuff. Maybe the power consumers will mention it. What the hell is that? Is it in the colony report? Maybe? Is it in the long form colony report? We have a list of buildings, I guess, but I think this is just a cumulative, like, count of how many I've ever made. Or maybe it's the current count. Yeah, well, we have 7 electrolyzers. This is really inefficient is what this is. I don't know how to do this correctly. It's counting buildings that aren't even in my base. Whatever. You know what? We'll find out the hard way if something eats it when it's not there anymore. But for now, nothing is using it. There's probably a better way to do this. They don't make it easy. Let's see here. I don't think I have any more nuclear waste sitting around, right? I think we're ready to move on. So let's see here. What have we got? We have 2 activities, rocket platform and refinery. I want to mess with the rocket platform, so let's come up with a plan. What am I going to do now? We have 3 options. I can send a duplicant to this planet. I can go to this thing. Or I can go to this sandy ore field. Requires a rocket equipped with a drill cone. So let's narrow down our choices here. What the hell is a drill cone, and can I make this? High velocity destruction. High velocity transport. Good. Alright, good. I'm glad that the database is still useless. So let's go here instead. Rocket stuff's usually near the top. Over here. Alright, that's looking a little steep. We don't have a source of... I don't think we have data analysis yet. Like, we have a few databanks, like, lying around, but we haven't done any research. I think that is beyond what I can reasonably do right now for rocketry. Like, we're not at that tier yet, so we're gonna rule that one out. We're not gonna do that one. Even if I could maybe, like, limp my way through this, that doesn't seem like what I'm kind of intended to do. So let's look at this thing. This is probably not gonna be useful, but I still want to see, like, how this works. So... okay. I guess we gotta... This is just lore. I'm not gonna read this if it's just lore. That's fairly short. Whatever, I'm just gonna skim through this. I'm not gonna read this out loud right now. Again, I've decided during this playthrough I'm not going to read through all the lore entries because there are just way too many. And that's what I said, Zaptrap. You heard me right the first time, because I'm a dumb, weird person. I just intentionally say that wrong. Alright then. Leave it for a few more seconds for anyone who's still reading it. You know, I'll just leave it up while I think about what I want to do here if anyone wants to read that. Let's see. Do we have the cargo for this? I think that's what I need. I need to bring it home, if I recall correctly. Can I not, like, add parts to the rocket? I thought that's how you do that. Oh, you click the rocket itself. Okay, here we are. Do I have the cargo? I have a cargo bay. This is one of the things I don't like about this, is it's not very clear what it is I need to actually be doing. I have an orbital cargo module. That is for dropping cargo. Have I found any glitches yet? I mean, yes, many of them. This game is full of them. I wouldn't say I've discovered anything new, but like I have an infinitely compressed water storage. This water is like 17 times more dense than it should be. And the game just lets me do that. So there are a lot of glitches in this game, but not like Spelunky 2 science glitches. It's just like well-known game engine jank. I don't know if I'd call that a glitch. It's kind of like it's an exploit using like weird game mechanics that don't need to be the way they are. It's not quite a glitch. Most of the glitches are just like things getting stuck randomly and like duplicants like not moving or not picking up tasks. Unfortunately, they tend to be annoying. Alright, hopefully you're done reading that if anyone cared about that. I'm trying to understand how to get these. Like, what do I do with this? There's an artifact available, so we need to figure out how to get the artifact. I'm pretty sure that means there's an item I can bring home that most likely doesn't do anything. You were still reading that? I don't know, go make a clip and pause it or something. I don't know if you're memeing, but I'm not gonna reopen it. Like, obviously, you could pause and go back if you really wanted to read that, but I've tried not to make that a focus of this playthrough because it would just be sitting there reading lore entries out of order that I don't care that much about. There is a story to this game. Go play it for yourself, I guess, if you want to see the story. That's the selling point I've got for this game here. How the hell do I get this out of space? So what do we have available? I presumably need like a cargo hold or something for it, but let's see if they describe this in any useful manner. Okay, I can store some of the solid materials found during space missions. So intuitively, you would think this is what you have to build to collect the artifact, but I get the feeling that's not the case. I get the feeling that's not how you actually do this. Let me go look at the research for the rockets. Is there anything else here that stands out as a very obvious solution to this? We have... It's not payload opener. Yeah, view the entry in your own playthrough. Exactly. We got rad bolt related crap. I don't know what this would be called, so I kind of have to check all of these. Probably not any of these. That's the bottom. At some point here, I might just ask what I need to do, because I don't want to send a rocket up there and then find out I didn't bring the correct tool. It's not any of this stuff. It's not the drill cone. I hope it's not the drill cone. It's not that. Oh, that's sick. Wait a minute. Is this like, you just send like capsules or something between planets? I didn't know that was a thing. That's probably more efficient than having to send duplicants up. Got a large cargo bay, which is a little different. I wonder if it's this. Hold on. Allows duplicants to store most of the solid materials found during space missions. Is that just a bigger version of this cargo bay? I think it is. I think it's the same exact thing. Yeah, it doesn't say anything different. And what else have we got here? I'm expecting there to be a building that is essentially just an artifact grabber. That I have to just know that I need the artifact grabber in order to collect artifacts. But I'm not seeing one, so I don't know. Alright, I'm going to ask chat. Is there a building that I need to be able to collect that artifact, or can I just go there and get it? Like, the game is not telling me the answer, and I don't want to waste a ton of time trying to do this. How do I pick up that artifact? I need the artifact storage. What is the artifact storage? Do I have that? Like, I have a solid storage, and I could have sworn there's an artifact storage. Maybe I can't build it? Hold on, am I dumb? It's not any of these. Okay, it's this thing. Alright, it's at the bottom. I glossed over this thing like 3 times, I think. Okay. Artifact storage. We could probably just reuse this rocket, I think, to do that. Let's look at the space map. We're not going to be able to do a double mission, I think. I could just drop the rover module. I don't think it matters if I just leave it attached. But we, I believe, just need to send somebody up here with an artifact storage and have them come back. That's, I think, what we're going to do here. That is probably not going to be a very engaging mission, so I may do something else, like, in the meantime while that's going on. Is there anything else useful I could put on this rocket while I do that? Hopefully there's only one artifact, because I was just going to make one storage. Let's see, how is this going to work? I think it's just going to insert the storage. It doesn't matter what I build it out of, right? Okay, there we go. So I researched this at some point already. I feel like, I think part of what tipped me off that this is what I needed is because I remember seeing that and not being sure, like, what that did. Now it makes sense. We could probably just get rid of the rover module, honestly. Yeah, whatever, let's just simplify it. Get rid of the rover module and build the artifact transport. And then when that's done, we should be able to send somebody up here. So let's see how long it takes them to do this. Nice balloon. You know, just carry like a helium balloon around in the vacuum of space. It's definitely not going to pop. Yep. No, we're still building it. Don't gotta update the origin point of that interaction. Just keep doing your thing, buddy. I do have to remember this crap happening, though. Now that we lowered that... Okay, this is going to be a recurring problem I'm going to have here, where I keep accidentally pumping the oxygen out. Mylar balloons. Well, I don't know what these balloons are made of, because they just, like, conjure this material up out of thin air. Let's go ahead and fix this problem. So, we could have the input pipe be anywhere on this side. The output could be anywhere on that side. And we're going to do this. Realistically, I don't know if we even need the output pipe. The only reason I have it here is just so I don't have to deal with that message saying the pipe isn't connected. Alright, anyways, gas bridge. There we go. That should solve that problem. Eventually we'll swap this out for a better rocket, but right now I want to do one more trip with the simple rocket. And then we'll probably try to upgrade to a steam rocket, because we do have access to steam for the steam clams that we're having. Where is it? This thing right here. We can make steam. We have aqua tuners. We have the ability to create a very large amount of heat. So I will probably want to upgrade to steam rockets at some point, because this thing kind of sucks. But at the same time, this is enough to do the missions that I want to. The problem is less so the length of the mission, and more so the fact that the rocket is very small and cannot carry very many things at once. It's quite limited. Can they reach these? I suspect that they can. I think they can get to it from up here. I should probably just build a ladder anyways. So I'll just build a ladder up the other side. Hopefully they'll figure this out. Yeah, the balloons might be made of neutronium. Apparently this stuff can do, like, anything. It's just special. It's in the special category. It's just indestructible. This is the maximum melting temperature of the game. It has impenetrable hardness. Yeah, that's probably what they make the balloons out of. Either that or genetic ooze. I don't know where they get the ooze from, but that material is also basically indestructible. I think they're done. I think they built the whole thing, so let's go ahead and get our pilot in there. I don't know what this graphical... I don't know what this is. Like this graphical doohickey that's still on the launch pad, but hopefully it doesn't matter. So, let's see. I gotta remember how to do this. Let's get the food figured out. So we have the backup oxygen, so nobody dies. We do have the plastic wall toilet. I built that a while ago. Apparently it needs water, though. I didn't know it needed water. I thought it was like an airplane toilet. Hold on. How much water does it need? I might honestly just be able to fill it up like once, and that's sufficient just to have like a little squirrely pipe in here. Yeah, it just uses that's like a quarter of a pipe. I don't know how much the buffer is for it. Usually these machines have buffers. This should be fairly easy to do. Let's quickly hook up the water to the toilet so this guy doesn't have to pee in the suit. Igneous rock. I need to make a water... Okay, this is the liquid output. So this is more than enough, actually. Yeah, this is way too much. Airplane toilets also use water. I mean, they don't have to. I mean, I think there's designs. There are waterless toilets, all right? They're not very good. They're nasty, but I know waterless toilets exist. That is a thing that is real. And this is not one of them. That's what we've established here. So let's get a water intake pipe figured out. How do I get out of this? There we go. I had to close that UI to be able to see the button to leave. All right, plumbing. Liquid pipe. Let's see here. Alright, so this one is the one we want to hook up. Porta potty ass toilet. I mean, yeah, I guess that's technically a waterless toilet. I mean, we already had those. It's just... It's the big one. Like, this is the wall toilet where it just goes out into the vacuum of space. Where's the nearest water? Okay, this is an output. We don't need all that much water. So I think I'm just gonna be lazy and reuse this pipe. Let's see, this is our real water output pipe. And then this is in the way. I'm just going to, I think, be a lazy good for nothing and use one of these pipes. Just because it's already here, it's just easy. Yeah, alright, we're just gonna make the problem worse. So if we do that, and then line it up with where the pipe would be. This means that half of our water is going to go up like this. And right here, we want to switch to insulated pipes. I don't think the cold of the space is the problem, but the exhaust from the rocket is very hot, and I don't want the water to just like boil off while it's in the pipe, so I'm going to use insulated pipes for this like leg of the journey here. Something like this. We'll see. The water is just going to kind of sit in this pipe, so it may eventually become a problem. I don't know. Dealing with heat and space is kind of a pain in the ass in this game because like the pipe won't horizontally transfer heat to the next adjacent pipe. This is most likely not going to be a problem anytime soon until I get combustion engines for the rockets. So as is the case with everything else, I will deal with it later. It is a problem for future me. Why is there a slug egg out here in the void of space? How did that even happen? How did this get here? Use the fancy new building if you want to. I assume you're talking about the toilet. We worked hard to get that toilet, alright? Like, this was the whole reason why the plastic situation came up in the first place. I worked very hard to get that toilet. We spent an entire stream doing this. And our reward was plastic without oil. I'm making that damn toilet. It is a nice toilet. I like that toilet. It's worth it. I'm gonna relocate this indoors. I don't know how this got here. Just whatever, just put it down. Where's the... Do I have an enclosed room with power in it? This'll work. Yeah, let's just relocate it in here and just set this door to be auto, so that thing can just stay in here. This one, I think you have to wrangle it, and then you have to also relocate it. Let's just put that in there as well. Bottle emptier. Hey, what about the bottle emptier? What happened? Why are we talking about bottle emptiers now? Whatever. I don't know. Why are they taking so long to build this? I guess it's because they have to use the Atmos suits for it, so this is going to be a little bit slow for them to finish this off. I do need to have water in here. And then at the very end, I can have the guy go in. Let's get the food figured out as well. So pickled meal is what I was using for this. Do I have any in here? I don't. I don't know if it's spoiled or if I told them to empty it out. Why is nobody bringing it in here? Did I disable this building? Maybe they just can't use it because the rocket is set to this. I think it's something like this. The controls for this always confuse the hell out of me. I don't want to do this because they'll start coming in here to use the toilet. I just want them to bring food in here, and I'm trying to figure out why they're not currently doing that. Because I would have thought they would already bring it in. Oh wait, the new one. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm missing the context. Streamer does not understand the context of what you're talking about right now. Why in the world are they not bringing this in here? Bottle drainer. What about the bottle drainer? Do I need that for something? I have it, I'm pretty sure. I think it comes with the bottle emptier. Or what's the difference between those two things? Oh, the bottle emptier empties into the world or something like that. Yeah, this thing, we've built these before. We have a couple of these like above the storage tanks for the liquids, which it occurs to me that's actually an entry point for germs. But whatever, we have the germ filter after the tank, so we don't have to worry about germs getting in there by doing that. Anyways, I'm trying to figure out why they won't like fill this. Just no pending deliveries. Maybe I don't have any pickled meal might be the problem. I might have forgotten to turn this off. The only other possibility is that they don't want to interact with it because of the settings for the rocket, which is that it's set to grounded. I would like it if they could top off this machine. It just says they can't be operated, but they could still be filled, so they should be able to fill this thing. Do I not have any pickled meal? I don't have any pickled meal, that's what it is. Okay, let's just make a bit of that. That's probably what the issue was. Where's that made? The grill? How in the world do you use a grill to make this? Ew. I don't know how you do that. Let's just set this to 0. Make like, let's see, probably... I think I only need a few. This stuff lasts for a pretty damn long time though. And he's only going to be out there for a couple days. You know, 10 of these would absolutely be more than enough, and we have meal lice, so we should be able to do that. Are they not going to even finish this one because I canceled it in the middle of the operation? Alright, just fine. Finish that one. It's just dangling there like something really nasty that I don't want to describe in any additional detail. We do have extra meal lice sitting around, right? None in here. I suppose I could also put nutrient bars in there. What other foods have a really long, like, storage, like, shelf time? Am I powering the fridge? No. I mean, I'm just using it for storage, like, tall storage. I'm not powering it, not in the rocket. I don't even have a source of power in the rocket. Like, I could fit a solar panel, but I don't think I need to. I just need to remember to take the food out when I'm done. I'm doing these trips so infrequently that there's, like, no way the food is going to need a refrigeration, because it's just going to spoil anyways. I'm just kind of waiting for them to do something here. There's grub fruit preserve. I don't have grub fruit. That'll be a future project. I think I need these guys to... Yeah, I mean, I guess I have it technically, but I'm not, like, harvesting it in any, like, reasonable manner. There's a lot of things I could be doing in this game. I want to focus on just one. We know that we can make pickled meal if I could just get the meal lice. I could allow them to harvest these. No, these are already set to harvest. Nobody is, like, disallowed to go in here, so they should be able to harvest these. It's not very high priority. Maybe I should just tell somebody to do it, because they don't seem to want to gather any more meal lice. It's probably low priority. Let's really quickly high priority this, just so that they do it. All of them. I'm probably going to forget about this, but these guys are clearly doing fine right now. They don't need more food. So let's see if that'll get somebody to come in here and do that. Yeah, Still really low priority for some reason. Why is this so low? I thought I had somebody who's like a farmer. And then some of them are unreachable for some reason. Like, why can't you even reach this? Wait, what happened to the suits? Wait a minute. Why does this keep happening? I don't this just keeps happening. There's some like save and load bug or something that causes them to do this, where they will just drop an Atmos suit. Or maybe these broke. Wait, oh, these broke. Okay, never mind. Now this was skill issue. Skill issue alert. They actually broke those Atmos suits. That's what happened. There's worn Atmos suits. I didn't notice the difference. I thought these were just the extra ones that I made. How do I do this? Repair Atmos suit. Forever. I would have liked to be able to designate that task, like, long before this happened. You need just reed fiber by the look of things, and we have tons of reed fiber. Okay, we're good to go on that. Somebody is... Well, they're supplying. Is somebody going to do this task? Yeah, this is annoying. I forgot about this game mechanic. I don't even know if this used to be a thing, but now the Atmos suits have durability. I don't know how long that's been a thing. I feel like I've never run into that problem, so that's probably new. Like, I think they tried to nerf Atmos suits for some reason. Why is there just a canister of polluted oxygen just sitting here? Whatever, just empty it. I don't even care. That must have been in one of the Atmos suits. Just shouldn't have been. And we've got someone's gonna get popped eardrums because I'm just gonna empty this on the floor. I don't know why this is here either. I guess the Atmos suits must drop these when they wear out and break. Yucky lungs. Do they make polluted oxygen or something when they cough? Is that how that works? Yeah, they drop bottles when they break. Oh, that's annoying. I guess I could make a drop-off for the bottles if I needed to prevent that from being an issue. Slug egg, relocate here. Oh, they actually moved the other one too. I'm not used to them doing that. They usually just fail to move them for some reason. Yeah, whatever. I'm not gonna complain. Okay, I think now we're fine. And because for some reason putting Atmos suits in docks is such a problem, let me make sure that we have 9 on all of our Atmos suit docks. I don't know why that's priority 9. Just to make sure that, like, if this order ever comes up, they will do it. And it looks like I got all of them. Alright, so that was the only one that didn't have that. Now they should be able to go over there. So I went down too far. They should be able to go over here now. And get the mealwood. And we only need them to do this for a little while. I'm going to lower the priority on this. We only need them to do this for just a little while. Enough to make the preserve or whatever. Well, they made one. Yeah, but it's going to take a while. Let's see if they brought it in the rocket. They have no pending deliveries. Is anyone allowed to eat these? Hold on. I should probably have checked on this. Pickled meal. Why is this a horizontal scroll? Okay, alright, fine, Clay. It's a horizontal scroll. This guy might have been eating these because he's allowed to. I need him to only do that in the rocket. I really wish there was an easier way to manage this, like, specific problem of, like, I just want them to put food. Scroll on the left side of that UI. I just want them to be able to put food in here and only eat it, like, under the right circumstances. This is horrendous UI design is what this is, but alright, that's how they solve that problem. Are you guys gonna... Well, okay, question. Do I have any? I don't. I think he ate it then, so let's see if they make another one. Yeah, they harvested a few of these by the look of things. Do I not have enough? Why are they not making this? Oh, I guess it takes a couple of them to do this. Alright, you know what, fine, back to P9, just whatever, just gather these. The ones that you can. Hopefully this is enough. Otherwise, maybe I should just put something else in there. I mean, they're able to do the priority 5s without any problems, but maybe they're fighting over the Atmos suits, and that's why it's taking them forever to do the other ones. This is producing 600, so every 3 harvests, we should be able to make this crap down here. Are they doing it is the question. That's always the struggle with this game. Nobody is allowed to eat meal lice, like, by itself. I never want them to do that unless they're starving to death. So they're just taking a really long time to do this for some reason. Let's priority 6 these just to encourage this to happen a little faster. I feel like food should probably be a high priority task just in general. And we're not even using this right now. I could make like berry sludge or something, but honestly, maybe I should be making berry sludge. Oh, we don't have the sleet wheat. That's why I wasn't making this. Just a casual puff prince, dude. Like they just show up in the base somewhere. It's not worth killing them. They don't drop anything useful. Do they even drop meat, or do they just like poof out of existence? I don't even know if it tells you. Yeah, they do drop meat. One whole meat, like 1 meal worth of meat apparently is what they drop. It's not even worth the trouble. I'll just leave it over there. It's just a set piece that wanders around the base and generates content for me. Maybe it'll probably wander into a trap somewhere. Speaking of wandering into a trap, why is this guy down here? I thought I had these guys in a box. Where was I storing them? I was trying to keep them in here, I thought. There's a couple of like tamed ones in here. I'm gonna move this guy. Angle, relocate. I don't know why I have to do both of those. You go in here. You just hang out in this area. There's a nature reserve or something. Maybe you'll find a seed somewhere to plant. I just have to be careful about the seeds that I print here because that guy will grab them and just put them in here. Which shouldn't be an issue because we're not going to be getting a Spore Kid seeds if I have control over that. Alright, back to what I was doing here. So, do we have the preserve? Well, they made a couple, or pickled meal rather, not preserve. They made a couple of them. Where are they? Are they in the rocket? Oh, okay, they're doing it. Alright, so we know this works. I just didn't have any, so that's the reason why they didn't put it in here. So let's see here. What is the... Here we are. Okay, we have the amount of calories. So this is like... There we go. Yeah, that's perfect. Alright, we have enough calories for the duplicant to survive the flight. Because this guy only needs to be out for like a couple days, I think. It's... They start here, they go here, they get the thing, they come back. It should be a very short trip. I was still very confused about what the nature of the system is, but I don't think they have to go to this tile. I think they have to just be adjacent to it, and even if they do have to go to it, it should be enough. So I think we're ready to take off then. We have the toilet with water in it. The water is very cold for some reason. Why is that so cold? Why is the pipe so cold? How did they get a pipe that's like -7 degrees Celsius? Oh, these pipes are gonna break. They must have had really cold igneous rock that they used to build this. They must have picked some up from like space, and they built the pipe out of that. This water is probably going to burst the pipe. Is there anything I can do about that? Let's see here. How do I check the... I forget what the temperature is the water like freezes at. It's slightly lower. Of course, this database system is absolute garbage, so I'd have to type water here to see it. What is... The water is going to freeze... It should have frozen already. Why is the pipe not broken? Am I just like missing something here? Why is this not broken, the pipe? I thought that should have happened by now. The water is already too cold. You know what? Whatever. I think this guy's gonna be in an Atmos suit. He could stand in the water. He could pee in the Atmos suit. It'll be fine. The rocket is mostly functional. Let's go ahead and send this guy to space. It needs to be -3.6. There's a little leeway. Well, we'll find out if the water lasts or not. I'm not gonna worry about this right now. Change crew. Alright, so we do have our pilot configured. We just don't have it turned on, so... That one. Okay, that should call him in. And we got, how much food have we got in here? We got tons of food. We're perfectly fine on that. Could stuff a Dreco in there. They're pretty warm. I don't want to put animals in here. I already got enough going on. He doesn't need a pet during the flight. Like, if this bursts, it's not really the end of the world. I'm not terribly concerned about it. It's just that one there. The rest of these pipes are perfectly fine. This specific one right here is the only one that's really cold for some reason. So if the water is allowed to flow a little bit, I think this problem goes away. Bamos are even warmer. Yeah, well, we don't have those. Alright, so he's in the rocket now. Final checks. Oxygen. Very breathable. Extra oxygen here in case something terrible happens. He's got food. He has the ability to eat the food. No, not that one. That one. Alright, so he can eat the pickled meal. And I think that's it. I think that's all we have to do. So let's step back and set our designation. So we want to go here. Okay, so we are going to have to, I think, go to the tile that has this. So for this one here, you would do that. Let's just, let's just do that. Let's see what happens. Hopefully this guy doesn't die because we're not rolling it back if I, like, screwed something up here. I don't know why it says there's 0 calories available here. There are definitely calories available, and this guy can access them. So maybe it's not an issue. I don't know. So let's see here. We changed our destination. I think I have to launch the rocket from outside. Launch checklist incomplete. Huh? Am I dumb? Launch checklist. Everything here is good to go. Launch checklist incomplete. I'm just clicking the button anyways. I don't understand this game. Nothing works correctly. But the rocket launched. We got some Z fighting going on with the tank. Alright, see ya, dude. I hope I didn't make any miscalculations here because you're probably gonna die as a result of that. Just get one of these. Okay. Now we have a new blueprint. Because grounded. It's not grounded though, so I don't know how that's part of the items on the check. Oh my god, we got a skin for something. We got a building skin, and it's not even a blueprint. Let's use it for something. Let's get distracted immediately. This one. Oh, look at that. It's got the right color scheme. Beautiful. Calorie count. Okay. Doesn't display count restricted food. That's what I was guessing was going on there. Alright, let's go check in on this. So we already got a food warning for some reason. That should be fine, right? Smile? Because he only has to move for a few of these. Yeah, so he starts here, so he has to move 1, maybe 2, then 3 and 4. Okay, I'll hydrate. I think I missed Zarek's hydrate, so I'll give you 2 of them on the house. Well, not on the house, really, but like whatever, 2 of them at once. There we go. Alright, I don't think there's anything else to do here except not forget to check up on this. I do not know if anything is going to automatically happen when I get here or if I have to tell the rocket to do something. We'll see. I might or might not, like, catch it when it happens. Oh my god, I wasn't expecting there to be an entry for this. You're doing a great job, buddy. Okay. I don't know what this means. Uncover. I'm hoping this just happens automatically when I fly to that tile. What? Artifact transport model. Why is one of the sections farmable plants? Huh? And then it's just a list of every material in the game. Clay! Clay, what the fuck are you doing? How does this happen? This is, chat, like, remember, this is why I shit talk games. And I'm sitting here on my high horse like, oh my god, this game is poorly programmed. Developers don't know what they're doing. Chat, this is the reason why I do that when I play video games like this. Can you justify under any circumstances why the artifact transport module has a list of every material in the game underneath it, just mixed in between module stats and category? There's just a dump of all the farmable plants in the game, except it's not the farmable plants, it's just everything in the game, because Niobium is a farmable plant, apparently. How does this happen? I just don't understand. And then down here at the bottom, we got the module stats. This game is just, it is absolutely something. Okay, dude, if you're hungry, just eat the food. Oh, that was a good voice break. I'm in my 30s, by the way. Oh, there he goes. Oh, come on, they're not even gonna show it, like, spraying out the back? Oh, there we go, there it is. Okay, we're good. Pure Jankandy, there we go, and he's eating. I mean, all things considered, this isn't awful. Like, I mean, he's got food. There's actually a toilet in here this time. Well, I mean, there was one before, but there's a nice toilet where the stink doesn't have to waft around the room. And then you go back to just rolling around in your hamster ball. Because I guess having this weird gyro, for some reason, is an essential part of piloting the rocket. I don't know. Alright, let's see, how close is he? Alright, so it's going to be a little while, so let's come up with a B-plot for the stream. What are we going to do in the meantime? We have our rocket task. I could make a second rocket pad, but honestly, I kind of just want to destroy the first rocket once we're done with this and, like, build it up better with steam. So if we're going to make a steam rocket, what are we going to do with it? Maybe it's time to think about going to this planet for real and, like, establishing a base here. The thing to consider is we do not have a teleporter to this asteroid. We cannot send them any emergency supplies. They have to be able to live off of whatever I send here. They have some hexalins sitting around. We will eventually get what I assume is like the hermit guy from this building. There's like a quest associated with this that I'm kind of looking forward to doing here. We have to greet the occupant. So that's going to be a long way off because there's probably going to be a fetch quest or some nonsense for crap we have to bring that guy. But if I send somebody here right now, the question is, would they live? I'm probably just going to send one duplicate. I think that's why we got a couple of nincompoops. Like, I got a few last stream with the sole purpose of just having them level up a little bit and sending them over here, I think. So let's think about that. Who are we going to send is the first question. Probably want to look at skills to figure out how to do that. So who are the new guys? So we have Luigi, who has... Luigi's got the pajamas on, so that's why the athletics are so low. Husbandry would be good to have, though. Like, having somebody capable of husbandry would be a decent idea. And Saffron is the other new one that we got, who isn't really good at anything in particular. She has insanely high morale and is also wearing pajamas all the time. We can give these guys a couple of, like, skills, so let's get you into ranching. In one of your playthroughs, the hermit was flooded with at least 100 tons of water. Alright, well, look, we got lucky with ours, I guess. I'm not going to designate any more skills until I figure out what I need, but I think I want to send Luigi over because he's not doing anything particularly special. And then she might go over as well at some point. We could probably send a couple at a time. I'll need to see what I'm able to build with the rocket to decide how exactly I want to do this. Everybody else here is kind of useful in the primary base. So I think that's what I want to do. I think I tentatively want to send my two sleepers, like, over there. Like, obviously take the pajamas off first, but just send these two over. Because they're inexperienced, they're disposable, to put it bluntly. So if anything does go horribly wrong, they'll probably be fine. Or rather, the base will be fine. They will not be fine, but the rest of the base will be. We'll definitely mourn their loss, for sure, if anything bad happens. Absolute tragedy, for sure, if anything goes wrong. Give you a nicer hat so you can die while you're wearing... I'm not die, I mean, just... whatever, they'll be okay. They're probably not going to die. I think I will most likely be able to keep them alive. I might just send one initially, probably a Luigi to start with. And they have a few stats. I can level them up fairly quickly. I forget, do they have to go to, like, the printing pod to level up their stats? They don't, right? Like, they could just do it on the spot. That's just for, like, getting the new hats that they have to go to the printing pod, I think. In which case, wait, can these guys actually get new hats? Or am I delusional and that's never been a thing and I just completely made that up? How about you? Do you have a hat assigned? Have you been, like, trying to get a hat this whole time and have never been able to do it? I never gave you a hat. I did assign you a hat. I think they need a little mini printing pod to be able to actually get a hat, and that's a good point. I should make one of those. What are you good at? You're good at electrical engineering. Let's give you that hat. Oh. No, you just... They just whip it out. Okay, so they don't need a printing pod for anything, but I should probably place a printing pod in their new planet over here. So what does that cost to make? Let's plan ahead a little bit. Do we have everything that we need? I have a storage bin full of everything. There's over here is what's in it. So we got aluminum ore, copper. I think what I did was I had the robot scrounge all of the materials that were out in space and dump them in here. So we have refined copper and we have a lot of aluminum ore. And this one also has just the same, like, selection of stuff. We have tons of refined metal. We have tons of ore. We have rocks all over the ground. We don't have algae. We have this thing, however, with water. And we have, like, a livable amount of oxygen if the first thing I do is set up the electrolyzer. For skill ups, they don't need a printing pod, but they will path to one if they can. Okay, is that what's going on? I could have sworn I've seen them do that. So what you're saying is it's actually better if they can't path to the printing pod, because they'll just upgrade immediately. That's something this game would do. Remember the old job station? I don't. If that was, like, pre-release, I probably never played with that feature. If I had to guess. So let's see, what are we doing here? We have a couple of batteries. These are already connected. They can run around in this. I'm gonna have to very much babysit, like, this whole arrangement here to make sure nothing terrible happens. This is still ongoing. 0.2 cycles, okay. I want to kind of, like, pre-plan out what I'm gonna build here. So we're gonna want to have a water pump, probably down there. I could always send another robot to build all this stuff, but I think we've been, like, kicking this can down the road for so long. Is the game going to let me build this anyways? Okay, good. Maybe I do have the mod to build without materials. Because otherwise, I don't think I'd even be able to pre-plan this. Well, we don't have copper, though, actually, so hold on. Cancel it! Alright, plumbing. Liquid pump. What do we have? We have aluminum, even though the game is too stupid to realize that we have it. So we know that we'll be able to build with that. That's literally what this is, all over the ground. Just nobody is here, so the game is too stupid to check for the building location to see if there's actually the materials that I need to build it. Alright, then liquid pipes. What is the material here? It is igneous rock. So, liquid pipe. I have to actually mouse over all these. This is such a pain in the ass. I wonder if I should send a robot over here to do this. But I mean, I could really just pause and do this in advance. I'm just trying to kill time is what I'm really trying to do here. Run the pipe up, through the floor, into the thing. Not enough materials. I know, game. I'm fully aware of this. Thank you for reminding me. We're just going to let the hydrogen accumulate up here, deal with it later. Let's see. It needs power. We do have power connected to it. It should probably just overpressurize. I feel like that's going to be the bottleneck. And that takes care of the oxygen situation. The oxygen is included. I will run a wire here as well. Not enough materials. Yep, I know. I know, babe. We got some food sitting around, some unrefrigerated meal lice. So food is the other big deal. What do I have here? I have mealwood. I have dirt, and I think mealwood just requires dirt. Yeah, fertilizing it for dirt if you domesticate it. And we're only going to send one duplicate over, so I shouldn't need very many of these. I don't remember how many I need per duplicate. It's like 6 or something. I don't know. Chat can tell me when we get to that. I do have the option of sending them over with a better food source as well, but I can always do that later. 5 per dupe. Okay, so that's fairly straightforward. We have a decent supply of dirt to keep them alive. We have hexalents to hold them over. And then in the adjacent biomes, they will have access to water weeds. What are the conditions for water weeds? Do I need to bring anything for that? Bleach stone. Yeah, it's a little annoying, so I would have to make bleach stone to make this stuff, or just live off the wild ones. Which is tempting, because the thing is, we have pips. So we could make a wild plant farm and not have to, like, put any nutrients in it. Which I'm actually kind of tempted to do. It's just I don't have a good way to place tiles, so I need to be careful about what I destroy here. But I'm considering that option. We also have arbor trees, which we haven't had access to yet. At some point I want to bring these home. Let me go check out space real quick. I think I kind of just want to send somebody over here and just see how it works out. Like, if they're in a Atmos suit, they should have enough air to make the sprint. Here, if they don't land in the correct spot. I never made a landing pad with a robot, actually. We might want to send a robot over to make a landing pad. So how's this going? He's almost out of air in his Atmos suit, but I think what should happen here is he'll take it off and breathe this air. There's some exploit where they have like infinite air or something if you do this. I wasn't planning to abuse that, so I might just have him take off the Atmos suit entirely. I don't know why they haven't patched that yet. And he's here, so... collected. Oh, it recharges. Robot can't build landing pad. How the hell do I safely get a duplicate down? Or do I get to choose where the lander goes? And they just have to do a sprint through the vacuum of space if I do that. You know what? We'll find out. I think we'll figure it out. If the robot can't make a landing pad, I'll have to check and see what my options are. I just don't want them to die when I send them back down. So I'm going to try to figure out what I need to do. Apparently this recharges though, so we should have an artifact in the rocket. Somewhere. I don't know if it tells me that. This is just the rocket control station. Is there any way to see what's in this rocket? Or do I just have to kind of assume that everything I did here is working correctly? I don't think I can see the rocket anymore. Star map? Okay, I think it worked. We got an office mug. Alright, well, we're going back home. We have successfully extracted an office mug. Surely this was worth what we tried to do here. This was a worthwhile endeavor. Alright, so I think he's gonna go back now. And I'm just gonna have him take off his Atmos suit, so there you go. And he can just breathe the normal air for the remainder of the flight. I think that's it. I think we go back to investigating what we want to do here. Alright, so what do we have for rocketry? How do I make sure that they actually can get to the door and go inside without dying when they come over here? What do we have to play with? I mean, here's the thing. I could fly over here and then check, like, the landing mechanics to see if it's like the rover, because with the rover I was able to choose where the robot landed, and I'm guessing I could do something similar with the duplicates, so I could just drop them right here and then they just have to hold their breath and run through the vacuum of space to get in here, which is definitely possible to do in the real world and isn't unrealistic at all. And that's kind of it. And I could also maybe send them like a care package of supplies to go with it. I need the rocket to be back on the landing pad if I'm going to do any of that, or I need to make a second landing pad. We're close enough to the rocket coming back. What are you doing? We're close enough to the rocket coming back anyways that I don't think it's worth taking the time to make another landing pad. Radiation, you'll be alright. above the safe limits. Don't be such a baby about it. Just shield your eyes. I think we're just waiting at this point for somebody to like be available for this. So I need the rocket to come back. They keep their suits? I would assume so. I was going to put them in an Atmos suit and have them stay in the Atmos suit. So I guess if it still has air in it, I can have them just bring the Atmos suit over, and that'll be convenient, I guess, because it'll just be available. I don't know if we're going to be able to also pile anything else in there. Let me really quickly... I don't want to make a new rocket. I need this pad to be open for the other one. You know, we'll figure this out when the rocket comes back, like what the sizes are for all those parts. Meanwhile, what do I want to do here? So this is doing its thing. Have we cycled out all the germ water yet? This is unfortunately going to be kind of like an exponential decay thing. Like, no additional germ water is going to leave this tank. But, like, I'm still probably introducing germs, which are going to cause it to just, like, sort of stagnate. I should probably put one of these filters before the tank as well. Yeah, I think that's what I need to do. I need to temporarily place one of these, like, sterilization filters before the tank. Let's just do that because we have nothing else to do right now anyways. We're just waiting for stuff to happen. So I'm going to put another one right over here, I think, and just also irradiate the shit out of that water. Until eventually, I think, we'll be able to cycle this entire tank and it will run out of germs. And then from there, I just have to be careful that there aren't new germs, like, showing up in the water. I might want to put a little alert on the output, actually. So let's go ahead and... let's see, probably the input is where I want to put the alert. Yeah, let's go ahead and do that. So I'm going to put an input. I'm going to put a little alert, like, right there on that tile. And that's just going to, like, sound an alarm or something. I think we do have a building that could do that, so that I know if germs are going into the tank or not. So this is the liquid pipe germ sensor. Let's make it out of copper, whatever. I don't care about that tank. And I don't remember what the other one is called. Where is it? I know there was a mod. I'm not crazy, right? They added this? Yeah, it's the automated notifier. This used to be a mod that you had to get because you couldn't have any nice things in this game. I'll just put it like right there. And if there are any germs coming into this tank, we're going to have it notify us. And hopefully, as long as I don't have germ water that gets spilled on the ground and placed in here, we'll be good to go. This is, unfortunately, like a point of entry where that can happen. Whatever, I'll fix that if it becomes a problem later. It's not the end of the world, because we know that we can solve this problem if we get more germs in the tank. Alright, so I need to intercept the water. Yeah, of course, it's in a really gross spot to intercept it. Let's see. Probably just right here, honestly. I mean, it's not really coming in as germ water from here. Eventually, though, I do actually want them both to come through that way. I didn't really plan this ahead very well, did I? Alright, so let's see. If I caught the water here, and I run it down the left side like this, something like that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have the water go down along the left side here. And into the tank. And then how am I going to get the water out of here? Did I leave myself enough room to do this? I might not have. I didn't leave myself enough room for this. I'm going to have to redo the piping a little. I need to have another one here. We can just delete these for now. This just has like one packet of oil in it and nothing else, so it's just kind of in the way. Do that. And I think I need to flip around this liquid bridge. That's going to be how the water comes back up. So I accidentally deleted this one. We need the water to go down. I might just run it down like this, actually. That's gonna just be easier. Yeah, we're just gonna do this. And that. And that'll be the water going down. And it'll go into the tank. So I can cancel these ones. I really need to just get rid of this other damn tank. And then we'll have it come out over here. I really wish you could rotate these tanks as well. Let's see, then it will connect all the way up through here. Why is this hooked up? It's because that had something else in it a moment ago. I think this will do the trick right here. I hope it will. I suppose technically this is also a problem. I made a little bit of a mess with this, but I think this will work. Yeah, these are both outputs. This is the LOX mech doors. These are just indestructible to water pressure. There is actually like kind of a water pressure mechanic in this game. Yeah, it's infinite liquid storage. There's more water in this tile than there's supposed to be. About 13 times more water by the look of things. And these are just indestructible to water pressure for some reason. I don't know why. So I could just build an enclosure out of these things, and then I just put infinite water in there. Because I don't feel like making a giant water tank to store water. And I don't feel like actually like rationing materials out properly, so I just made a giant buffer instead. You know, that a water pressure problem. Yeah, it's a nuisance to have like a constant like up and down of water, so I just want to have a huge buffer so that I don't have to worry about this for a really long time if I have a surplus of water at some point in my playthrough. Is this cheating? I don't know, maybe. Is it a single player game? Absolutely. So I'm playing it the way I want to, and I've decided that this particular like cheese strat is something I'm going to do. Alright, so this should be working, right? Let's analyze the water. We've got... why is the game not telling me... Maybe there were no germs. Was that actually clean water? Hold on a second here. I'm not crazy, right? I thought we had an input of food poisoning water. It was, yeah, it was coming in from the toilets is where it was coming in from. Or am I just... No, it wasn't coming in. Hold on, I'm not even sure why I built that now. Maybe that's just insurance. I mean, eventually I wanted it to be in front of this tank. I don't think I accomplished the thing that I was setting out to do, which was to prevent this food poisoning water from getting into the tank through this water sieve. Because I'm not actually doing that at all. Okay, this might have been pointless. Well, I might have stalled long enough for the rocket to finish what it was doing, so let's see. I think it came back home. Alright, good. He came back home all on his own and left the rocket by the look of things, so that's perfect. Successful flight. Let's go see what we can do with that mug that we got now. It actually also defaulted. I'm surprised it did that. It actually automatically just changed this. So, like, he basically landed and was allowed to leave the rocket. Unfortunately, he left without his Atmos suit, which I thought I prevented them from doing that. So, I don't know. Where is he? How did he get out? Oh, no. Okay, that's never mind. I thought this meant something different. Okay, that's if they're suited. Then they have to be able to drop it off. Dude? What the hell are you doing? Well, while you're in here, can you put this on real quick? Like, he just kind of, like, left on his own. He didn't even ask for permission. Alright, now you should be done, right? You're not going to come in here anymore. You don't have any reason to. And it's grounded. I think this is fine. I think nobody's going to come in here anymore. We're going to do another flight fairly soon, so I should just be able to leave the pickled meal where it is. I don't know why he was coming in and out of the rocket. That's the thing I'm a little bit confused about. think we're good though. Yeah, he left. I don't know what that was about, but whatever. Problem solved, and we have the artifact. Office mug. Alright. Yep. That was it. That was it. That's the reason why we did that. Entombed artifact. Wait a minute. Oh, you could remove the entombment. Okay, this is new. This didn't used to be a thing that you could do before this DLC. Or maybe they added this later. All the artifacts just, I think, always had this crust surrounding them. An intermediary place to store espresso before you move it to your mouth. That's a very good description of what that is. Let's see, I'm trying to understand how this works. So it's trapped in an obscuring shell. A skilled artist can remove it at the artifact analysis station. Okay, let's go make one of those. How do I do that? Well, I guess, do I have that is the question. I do have that. I have absolutely no idea when I got this. Is there anywhere I could place it? Right here, I guess? I don't know. Whatever, good enough. I like how it's just like a car wash. I want to pay attention. I want to see the animation for when they use this thing, because it's probably going to be really stupid looking. I don't know if they'll automatically, like, perform that task or not. Speaking of tasks, I forgot to remove this. What's the air looking like in here? Okay, we got almost all the chlorine out, so I don't think I need this pump here anymore. Yeah, it's just cycling oxygen back through the system for no reason. We have basically cleaned up this mess at this point. How are we doing? Alright, so they're not automatically doing anything with the mug. I'm guessing I will be able to just designate a task for somebody to do this later. Somebody is building it. This thing looks so stupid. It's like, that's it. It's a 4x4 structure. They just have a large post with a broom and a squeegee attached to it. So how you doing, chat? I don't want to look away because I'm worried that they're going to like automatically clean the thing and we won't get to see the animation for this. Alright, let's see. Okay, yeah, that was a good call. They do automatically just put the artifact in, so let's see it. Is somebody grabbing it? I mean, they have the errand. Somebody's working on it, apparently. What is going on with your running animation right now? Why are you so slow? Why do I have to ask this question so many times? I keep finding them, like, unable to move correctly. I don't know. Whatever, just watch it happen. Where's the follow button? Okay. I mean, at least this guy's happy. I don't have a whole lot of like riveting commentary here anymore. I just want to see what they do. Okay. Gene, you want to clean that? This is the only guy in our base that's capable of doing this, is the artist. They actually added a use for artists in this game. There we go. Because the only other thing that this guy could do was make these beautiful paintings. I mean, they are quite nice paintings. I never really cleaned this up, did I? Whatever. Oh, it's a hammer. It's not a squeegee. Well, this is apparently how you clean artifacts. This takes a very long time, so I don't think anything terribly interesting is going to happen. I was hoping this would be, like, really stupid looking, like the pajama, like, picking animation. But it's still nice to appreciate the little things in this game. All the hard work all the artists that made this game put into it because the programmers didn't know what they were doing. Tell me when they add a use for artists IRL. I mean, technically this. I mean, I don't think this game was AI generated, so I believe an artist is responsible for drawing this machine right here. So good job, artists. You did it. Alright, here we go. This guy's definitely not going to go on break like a second before this is finished. I think he's actually not going to. Yo, let's go. We got a mug. And nothing else. I don't think we got like the rare like Vaxilator drop or whatever. Alright, why did I do this? Is that it? Does this just not do anything else? It's just plus 10 decor with a 1 tile radius. Alright, well, we have a mug now. I'm just gonna put it over here, I guess. I should probably put it near the espresso machine, but there's no room for it, so it's going right here in front of the airplane. Most useful game feature. Yeah, okay, we're not gonna be prioritizing getting those. I was hoping those had like a bigger decor bonus or something. But we're just gonna slap that bad boy down here and call it good and move on to the next thing. I don't think you guys need to see it being brought over here, so I'm gonna go to the rocket in a moment. Let me just set the item on this. Office mug. Somebody's singing. It's you. Such a beautiful voice. Just brings a tear to my eyes. I don't know why I said eye. I have 2 of them. Let's see. Alright, well, let's see what we need to do here. So if we add something, we need to drop duplicates. Can we even do that with this shitty rocket? I think we need the Spacefarer module. How big is that? Is that large? Functions as a command module. Okay, so we don't even need the command module. That means I need to deconstruct this thing. Maybe I will make a second rocket just so that I have a backup that just works. Like if I need to do like an emergency trip or something, having a second rocket here ready to go is probably a good idea. How big is this? Does it tell me the size? The height is 4. It doesn't tell me how wide the Spacefarer module is. Let's just make another rocket pad. Oh, well, I didn't want to do this, but I'm gonna go ahead and do it. Right. I mean, they can climb the ladder. They can get up here. And right there. We'll just make another rocket pad, like right there. We'll have 2 rockets available at all times, just in case. So we're going to keep our crappy carbon dioxide rocket. I might move it to this pad at some point here. And then we're going to have a new one set up over here, which they should have no trouble reaching. So it'll be a little longer before we could actually do anything with that, because I don't want to deconstruct the nose cone on this one. And let's think about making a steam rocket while we're doing this. So how do we make steam in this game? Let's get rid of that, because that's what we're working on. How do we make steam in this video game? Thermo Aqua Tuner is probably the best way to generate heat without using some weird janky glitch with like what is it, the tepidizer or whatever. We're not going to be abusing anything with these things because I don't want to. So in theory, this is probably the best way that I could generate heat. How to make steam? Look, you asked that like it's a dumb question, but we have multiple choices here because we also have this. And the problem with this is it's unreliable, it's currently dormant, the steam that it makes isn't even very hot to begin with. So I'm thinking I need to set up another tepidizer and use that to make steam. There are probably other things that we can get it from, but like the most industrially productive way that I can create steam is probably to just spend the energy with one of these things and just produce it like that. I could try to reuse this one. I kind of don't want to because I think I'm going to eventually need to be making like liquid hydrogen and whatnot up here, so I think I should just kind of just shove it into this area, just make a cooling system of some variety. and add all the necessary fixings so that I can put water into it and I can extract steam out of it. And then if I have too much like steam because I use it for cooling or whatever, then I would also have a steam turbine above it. So that is what I am going to generate, or that's what I'm going to design up here. So let's see, how do we want to do this? I'm going to give myself a little bit of room, so maybe like 3 tiles or something. 4? Yeah, 4 tiles. We were going to make it out of steel this time. We're not going to make the mistake last time. Wait for the lag spike. Okay, thank you, game. And let's see here. So what exactly did I do down here? Did I have any mistakes down here that I wanted to remedy? I had to leave room for a pump to get the gas out of the room. I could probably, at this point, find another liquid to put in here. I think I have... No, I still don't have oil, actually. Have these guys been making any oil? We do have crude oil, so I should be able to put a layer of crude there. Let me give them a ladder to get down here, though. I should be able to put oil as the second layer on top, so I don't have to put a pump in here to vacuum it out anymore, so I might be able to shrink the chamber a little bit. Probably down by 1 tile on each side by the look of things. So it's going to be 7 tiles wide, a 5-tile interior. Actually 6, because I need to be able to place the reservoir up here, at least with this design. Well, this one's 7 wide. No, right, yeah, I see what I need to do. Okay, I can only shrink it down by 1, but that's okay. So it'll be a 6-tile interior with the aqua tuner in the middle. So it doesn't really matter what I make this out of. I'm going to do that. And that. Then make sure they can actually get in here during the construction phase. So we're going to dig that out as well. They can just come in, I think, from probably the bottom. Yeah, I don't want carbon dioxide to accumulate in there. We're going to want to be able to run around under this anyways. So we're going to do something like this. Okay, this will be how they get in there. It's going to be very cold in there initially. And it should eventually warm up. I don't know, I mean, this area hasn't really warmed up either. It's just generally very chilly here. So maybe I should put one of those heating things in there as well. I don't know what it's called. Is it like a thermal heat loop or something? Just a heater? It's just a space heater. Alright. We're going to put a space heater, like, right there. Why am I making these out of sandstone? I guess they have a decor bonus. I should really be making anything that has a positive decor value out of, like, this material. Ladders are negative, but, well, I guess this reduces the negative impact, so let's just make it out of granite. Alright, so we've got that set up. And we need to give them this as well. I know I'm digging out more tiles than I need to. Let me low priority these. These guys don't seem to have much of anything else to do in this base, so this should be what they end up working on. It's just building this little room over here. I would like them to build the space heater sooner than later, though. So let's see, wires. We probably want a separate one of these at some point, but some point is not now. So we're going to, for the time being, I want to do this. Well, let's see. The aqua tuner takes a lot of power. We know that that generator is going to make power as well, so I might have to make some bridges. I'm just thinking about, I'm trying to plan ahead for the power infrastructure that I eventually need to construct down here. Was there anything else I'm forgetting? We're going to need a pump. We need a gas pump to be able to get the steam out. But it's just the aqua tuner and then the gas pump. And that does not overflow like the power capacity of this wire. I'm going to go ahead and make a second one anyways, I think. I'm going to do this the smart way. And just make the second one now, because we know we're eventually going to need it. Really wish I could designate a joint plate on top of that without breaking it first. Look at them go. Such diligent little workers. Little do they know, one of them might very possibly die during our next interplanetary voyage. It's fine. Well, just a little liquid carbon dioxide, you'll be alright. Just stand in that. Liquid carbon dioxide can't be that cold, right, Lewis? Just do that as well. Guys, you should really prioritize the space heater before all this other stuff. It's kind of important to the quality of your work environment. In case you haven't noticed, you're standing in liquid carbon dioxide. You should really build the space heater first. I also need to pay attention to the ice that I've got down here. I think for now, just... You know what I was about to say, just in case the ice melts, but you know, in retrospect, I don't think this ice is going to be melting anytime soon, so never mind, I'm not going to do anything about that right now. Oh, this is coming along nicely. Let me go refer to the build here. Alright, so I stuck 2 thermosensors in here. I forget why. I need one of them to operate the aqua tuner itself. How the hell did I do that? This one is just detecting... Okay, green signal if it's below 250. I already don't remember why I needed this. I think I was trying to set an upper threshold on the temperature, but it didn't work, and I had to put steel in here anyways. Yeah, I mean, 325 is still not unlimited. Oh, Drac. Goodbye, Drac. Yeah, I think I remember why I did this. And then the other one was I only want to operate the aqua tuner. Yeah, that's what it was. So I want to operate it if I need to cool the water and if the steam is not too hot. Those were the 2 conditions. And then separately, I have a separate temperature reading, which I'm currently using to only run the steam turbine when it's efficient. We're going to probably have also a logic gate for this because I'm going to want to not run the steam turbine if I have a rocket that I need to fill with steam. I don't know yet how I'm going to detect that, but I just want to have all of this stuff like prepared in advance. And I didn't have to put them both on the ceiling like this. Let's see, what else can I do here? This is for temperature. The last thing I need to make sure I don't do is empty out the tank. Because I need to make sure there's always a liquid in here, or I risk overheating if I try to cool it and there's no steam in the tank. So we're going to need a vent. Let me slap down the aqua tuner and then try to work around that. So that bad boy is going to go right here. I keep accidentally pressing tab. Well, I mean, I keep thinking it's going to bring up the build menu. Every game is different. So we need a few things here. We're going to make the vent out of steam as well. So gas pump. Or steam. What the hell? We're not making it out of steam. We're making it out of steel. I don't know if it really matters what side I build it on. I don't intend to, like, store the steam. I know you kind of can because the insulation in this game is really silly. But what I was planning on doing was essentially just drawing steam when I needed it. And then when I fill up the rocket, I let the pipe just vent out into space. So I'm not holding steam in the pipe, which will eventually condense into water. I think we could probably build the logic circuits down here. I'm just going to put this on the left side so that I have more convenient access to all of the circuitry related nonsense. So the bottom I'm going to fill up with oil. The oil should not boil away because we're not going to let it get any hotter than like 300 degrees in here. The oil is accessible now. It's down here. That should be enough to fill like 1 layer, and it evaporates at 400, so unless something goes horribly wrong, we shouldn't have to worry about the oil just evaporating in the container here. And that will make a much better, heat conductor for the aqua tuner. I hope. And if it doesn't, then I guess I gotta figure something else out. I think I should... Where's the output going to go? You loop the steam back through the turbine setup to constantly reheat it. I haven't even had to do that yet. I will figure that out later. What's going on here? Oh, the water is... this is a really cold pipe is what's happening. Whatever, I don't care. I'll worry about that later. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to do any weird, like, steam cooling. Like, the overheat temperature for the steam turbine is insane. So you could just cool the steam turbine with, like, hot steam, because this game just lets you do that. I'm not intending to do that right now, and it's extremely cold in here, so like many of these other problems, I'm just going to put it off until later. What I'm thinking about here is the output from the steam turbine. I think I need to flip it, because the output is on the left side. I think I can rotate it for some reason. I'm surprised they let me do this. Good. I'm glad that I couldn't see the damn building, because this game doesn't work correctly. So, I'm gonna pick it again. I couldn't tell what height I was placing it. That one. Okay, that should work. Alright, we need a vent. Or not a vent, a liquid. I think they call this a liquid vent anyways. It's not really a vent, but whatever. You guys call whatever you want, I don't care. Igneous rock. And then for this last little bit, we will use insulated pipe. Shouldn't matter, just in case. I don't want it to, like, flash the steam in the pipe. So we'll use insulated pipe for that bit. Let's see, what else do we need to do here? So this gas pump could be able to function with a thin layer of oil under it. I think I should put the oil in now, because that'll tell me ahead of time if I'm going to start having issues. So let's go ahead and do that. Where is the liquid drop-off? Am I dumb? Where is the liquid drop-off? It's a valve for some reason. Okay. Igneous rock. It's fine. I want to say this will work. This will drop it in the correct spot. I'll put it on the back side just so that if it ends up over here for some reason, it might flow in anyways. And then we're going to just have them put a little bit of, like, mopped up oil in there. Alright, so meanwhile, what else can we do? Go back to refer to the design. So I used insulated pipes in here, and what we did was we had a pass-through from the top. And then we had this, like, little L shape. Okay, I remember what I need to build there. So let's do that with insulated pipes. I just don't want to rethink the full process of how I built this the first time. And this is what we built. And I'm not used to the new layout of these, like, builds is the problem here. We can just close that one, we don't need that. Alright, then we need to build one of these. Alright, and that was like kind of our prioritized system, to use the aqua tuner if it was enabled. Otherwise, it's just a bypass. And it just goes back into the buffer tank, or in this case, it's a cooling loop. I guess that's a good point, actually. So let's think about what are we going to be cooling in order to generate the steam? I need something to cool. How do I want to do this? I mean, I could put another coolant line through that area. Like, we have the one here. I could have a second one. The thing is, we don't need to cool anything here. I mean, we already got plenty of cooling going on, whether I wanted to or not. This is a weird problem to have. I'm trying to generate heat. I could, I guess, just use a tepidizer. It's just so stupid. I could just waste energy to create heat, and then I could immediately, like, move that energy into the steam, using even more energy, get some of it back from the turbine, and then most of it just goes up to the rocket. This is very stupid. I'm realizing that this just feels fundamentally dumb, what I'm trying to do here, but I think that might be the way to play it. For now, until I have something that I need to dump all this heat into. Or rather, something I need to get heat from to dump it into this system. But I don't know if this is a normal problem to have, but it feels like I have an excessive amount of cold areas in my base, with like a couple of hot biomes down here that are not hot enough to cause problems. Like, I'm doing all my work up here, and this whole thing is just really cold. Oh well, we make do with what we got. So let me figure out the rest of this loop first, like just the interior portion of this, and then we'll work out what I want to do there. So the piping is almost finished. No, it is finished. Yeah, I made the liquid vent. So the piping is finished. What did I do for the thermosensors? I stuck a couple of thermosensors in here. It doesn't really matter what tile they occupy. Got the copper. I'm wondering if I made this too cramped for my own good. I might not have enough room for all the sensors I want to make. I need a hydro sensor somewhere in here. I wonder if I should just make this one tile bigger. You know what, let's future-proof this. Let's make this one tile bigger because I'm just thinking I'm going to find out the hard way that I did this wrong. So we're going to do this. It's going to be one tile larger when I'm finished with it, but I don't want to remove this like liquid drop-off right now, so let's put some crude oil in here. And let's go grab the oil that's down there, and I'm going to make a little more room so that I could add more sensors. That's the whole goal there. Sorry, chat, my brain just turned off. Where's the oil? There it is. Alright, so you guys go ahead and mop this up. I think just the one in the middle will do the trick. Priority 9 that, just to make sure they do it now. And I think this is enough crude oil just by itself that they should probably be able to do this. If I mop this up as well, it's like definitely going to be enough. And is anyone coming down here to do this? Oh, the mop Aaron, that's what I wanted. Yeah, okay, somebody's coming down to do that. So they're gonna get a bit of oil. They should bring it up here. And I just need a layer that's basically just enough to fill the bottom, really. I don't think I have to worry about the oil getting like offset weirdly. And the purpose of the oil is to make sure that this aqua tuner can conduct heat into a liquid, because that'll be way more efficient than trying to use the steam directly. Do I need to do that? I'm not sure. It matters more if you don't use steel for it, but I'm just gonna go ahead and do it anyways, because I'll be like certain that this is gonna work correctly if I do it like that. Hopefully this liquid carbon dioxide doesn't cause problems here. I don't know if this is cold enough to freeze the oil. There's really only one way to find out, I suppose. So while we're waiting for that, how do I want to set up the cooling system for this? Or not the cooling, the heating system. I could do it over here. Yeah, we're not really doing anything else down here. I could just have like an open air tapidizer with some water in it. So let's go ahead and finish this off in the meantime. I don't know if they can reach that like top tile there. Let's try, you know, no, I know they can't reach it, so let's do both of those. They should be able to get over there now. Let's insulate this off so that we can let it heat up a bit. Space heater is trying its best, but the space heater itself is at freezing temperature, so it doesn't seem to be doing a very good job, but they should be getting the, like, bonus from it anyways. I think, I've never noticed that. They have this little, like, radiation icon for things that are making heat. I thought there was a UI that you could see. Oh, never mind, you just click on it. Yeah, this is where they're getting like the toasty bonus, which I think lasts a few seconds, so like they should be okay. Let's see. Oh my god, you have so many buffs. Heat resistant. Yeah, it lasts like a minute. It looks like they might act like they're cold anyways, but they do this and they get the resistance for a minute. That should be enough for whatever they're doing in here to not be miserable. So don't tell me that I don't care about the quality of life for my duplicates. I sometimes give them nice things. Look, this guy's got a balloon. Give him the time of your life, aren't you, buddy? Alright, how do I want to do this? You know, open air is kind of a mistake. I could embed it in the ground. That's probably the way to do it. Let's embed the tapidizer into the floor. I'm just thinking again here. How do I want to do this? We had a problem. We made one of these earlier, and I think one of the problems we had was the pipe wasn't long enough, but I'm only planning on running one radiant pipe through it right now, so I think this will work if I do it like this. If I just fill in this little 2x5 here with a single pipe, that should be enough for this to work. So we're gonna just build the same thing up here. So do that. I grab the thermosensor so I can regulate exactly when it turns on. I have the top slots to put whatever I want. Alright there, buddy. Didn't even, like, break a sweat. Didn't even stop singing while falling a whole, like, 2 tiles. What a trooper. Why have they not done this yet? Or have they done this? Where's the oil? Is the oil frozen? Oh, no. Okay, hold on. What temperature does that happen at? Okay, it's pretty close. I think if we warm this up a little bit, we should be able to thaw the oil. That's annoying though, because I wanted to like seal this off fairly soon, but I'm gonna just let this be for now. Yeah, funk indeed. I'm just gonna let that be for now. How much is in there? Like 10 kilograms. I'm gonna just disable this for now, and we'll see what we end up with once I thaw it. I could probably do some more like thermo temp shift plate like nonsense to get that to thaw out. We'll worry about that in a bit. I want to seal the area off first so it's not like freezing cold in here. Let's see. So meanwhile, sensors. What do we have room for in here? We need a... We don't need a hydro sensor actually. What we need is an atmo sensor. The purpose of the atmo sensor is to make sure that I don't pull too much steam out with the gas pump. And then the purpose of the thermo sensors is operating the aqua tuner and operating the steam turbine. We might not need this extra tile of space that I'm going to put over here anyways, because I think we just need the 2 thermo sensors and the atmo sensor on the top half. So if we do this, that should cover everything that I need in here. And then we're going to pull the signal out through the bottom, I think, this time. We can always do a little bit of like roundabout signal like nonsense, a little spaghetti to get this to work. How did I get lead? The lead is, I thought the lead was in the other base. I don't know how I got lead here. Whatever. Alright, so we have that. We always want to be able to turn everything on and off. And I would like to do that from outside, just to make sure that like, let's do it from the top, just to make sure that if I need to add a circuit logic to this, I don't have to crack this open to mess with the wires. All of the wires are going to connect outside. And then I think we just need power. So we'll have the power do that. I'll have this one go down as well, because this is a slightly different like wiring setup. That's actually, yeah, that's too much. We can't connect all of these to the same one. So let me think about this again. We are probably going to need another one of these. Yeah, let's just build another one of these. I think that'll be easier. So let's put that there. This is all going to be kind of an open room anyways. Alright, what do I want to hook up here? This one has to be its own. You know what? We're just going to do this. It's not the end of the world if I have to open this particular one up. But I like to have the cable accessible, so we'll make it a little bit longer than it needs to be, and then this one will go up like this. Yeah, something like that. This gives me the ability to manipulate all of these cables from outside of this enclosure. USSR theme. I'm not gonna play that on stream unless you link it to me real quick here, if you want to like maintain the bit. I need to get this ice out of here. Where's the ice gonna go if I sweep it? Is it gonna wind up down here? No, it's not. Where the hell is the ice gonna go? Is it gonna go up here? That's brine ice. You know what? I mean, there's one way to find out. Or maybe it's in here. It's polluted ice. Where's the ice gonna go? Well, okay, well, second question. Will this work if I just put normal water in here? It goes in here. And if it gets brine, it goes that way. Otherwise, it goes through the warming tank. Oh, this is... Oh no, okay, this is not even a polluted water output. Okay, hold on. Because I can't afford to have, like, regular water go through this pipe. This is gonna break something. What's going on here? Did I screw this up? Why is it backed up? Okay, it outputs here. It goes in here, out, in, out, in, out. Except it doesn't exist once you get to this spot. Oh, it is not connected to anything. Wait, I never finished this. I never built that bridge. Oh, okay, hold on. Well, that's maybe for the best then, that never happened. Oh god. Yeah, the problem here is that this pump might grab normal water. And we only have it set to filter brine, so I might end up with normal water. I'm glad I made that mistake. That could have been really bad. I think I'm just going to, once again, just hack something together that I know will work. So let's cut this off because it should only be normal water, or it should only be polluted water right now. And this was supposed to be here. And then we're going to fill up this tank that has been empty like this whole damn time. And then meanwhile, I need to go up here and I'm just going to bite the bullet because I'm tired of worrying about this stuff. I'm just going to spend the energy on this thing. Like so. And then if we get any normal water out of this thing, we're going to shunt it into these upper pipes instead. Which I do need to wait for this one packet to go away. Yeah, okay, the packet's gone now. So cut that. And build up. And then we're going to set this filter to get the normal water out if it happens to, like, get this far. I could have probably built this over here as well. It would have accomplished pretty much the same goal. It's okay if clean water goes into these, like, sieves. It just passes through harmlessly. The problem is if polluted water goes down this way, it's going to cause issues later. And we need normal water. Okay. We are not overloading that wire. I don't know why that wire is there. I don't remember what I had there earlier. Probably a gas pump or something. Oh well, whatever. How is this going? So we've got a lot of crap in here. I need to fill this in. We set all of those up. I need to make the insulated gas pipes. We'll make those out of igneous rock. We'll run them up over this way. And I need to make sure that the pump is always turned off or it's just going to start operating. So let me... Well, actually, no, it's going to be turned off because it has a wire connected to it. Reason why my water pathways are a mess. The same reason subway systems in old cities are also a mess. Yeah, I know what you're talking about here. Just buried infrastructure. Except I can change the infrastructure and I still can't figure out how to solve the problem here. So, like, I don't even have an excuse. It's not like it's hard to move a pipe in this game. I just don't want to. I'm just being lazy. Okay, well, let's go ahead and sweep everything that's in this box to start with. And let's see what they're not able to move. I don't want them to move the oil. So we're going to go ahead and cancel that order. There's also solid crude oil here, apparently. So I think the pump actually dropped the oil, like, on top of itself. So cancel sweeping that. I don't think they can pick that up and store it anywhere anyways. And where is this ice going? We're going to find out. We're going to follow the ice to its destination, because I don't remember where I'm storing this right now. Right, okay, I'm dumping it into this tank. Alright, that's not a bad thing, right? I have a filter on that. Yeah, these always go into here. And then the clean water is the only output. Okay, this is fine. Actually, it occurs to me, hold on, am I making a mess by doing it like this? So the water goes this way. No, these are all outputs. It's fine. I could have connected this up or down and it would have had the same outcome. Like this pipe right here could have gone up or down. It works either way. It's directional. So this is fine. This will work. I need to figure out what I'm going to fill this with. Preferably not liquid carbon dioxide. I could try to tapidize the liquid carbon dioxide, but I don't think that's going to work for very long. So let's hook that up. And we need to set up a pipe. I would also like to put probably more brine in there, because brine is just like a very easy material to transfer around, and we have an abundance of it down here. I could always just use a liquid vent for this, honestly. Let's set up the radiant pipe, and then we'll figure out how we're going to set up the vent after that. So I'm trying to think, how do I free up a tile so that I can put the liquid vent in here and still have the radiant pipe as well? It works really poorly when it's an odd number like this, kind of no matter how you cut it. Because I need it to go up here. We do have a constraint, which is that I need the pipe to do something like this. And you explain transformers. So the pipes, or the conductive wires have a load mechanism on them. Like you can see here, or any of the wires really have a load mechanism where they can only handle a maximum wattage, which is, for all intents and purposes, the potential load is just the sum of the wattage of every machine that you might have running simultaneously on that part of the network. So like this aqua tuner is these numbers here. For this wire type, this has to not exceed 2000. All these wattage numbers on this wire. And the thing is, this heavy watt wire here can handle 20 kilowatts. This can handle 2 kilowatts. And you use a transformer to take the ridiculously large 20 kilowatts of this expensive ass wire and reduce it to this conductive wire. And you might be asking, why not just run the heavy watt wire everywhere? And the answer for that is heavy watt wires cannot be built through walls. So they're a pain in the ass. The only way you can kind of sort of get them through walls is with these joint plates. They're also extremely ugly. So if you want wires that can go through walls, you have a heavy watt wire with a ton of load on it. This one's actually, now that I realize it, it's actually, potentially, it could overload. Realistically, I don't have enough power on the system for that to happen. But you use these things here to get the heavy watt, like, current of like 21 kilowatts or whatever down to 2 kilowatts so that these wires don't burn out randomly. Usually inside of like a steam vent or something where you can't fix them. That's the purpose of these transformers. Any questions? These also make a million negative decor. I mean, if you want to, you can just run these everywhere, except, like, for instance, I cannot run a heavy watt wire through these insulated tiles without giving up the insulated tile, like, bonus. For not saying robot. What do you mean? You can't -2 me for not making a joke? That's not how that works. No, you can't do that. That's not allowed. You don't -2 the streamer for just failing to make a joke. It's only if I make a joke and it's bad, then you're allowed to -2 me. Like, come on here. That's not even fair. You can? I mean, yeah, you did it, but I'm gonna call you out on it. Oh, you ammo poo just ate shit there. Well, on the bright side, looks like the crude oil is melting, so I didn't have to actually go out of my way to fix that problem. Let's see. The ice... Yeah, that's right. The ice is going in here, so that's fine. This one is taking care of the polluted ice. And brine ice is also going here, so I don't know why I have this here anymore. We could deconstruct this. You know, you clueless me. You know what the rules are. You're just looking for an excuse to -2 me because I'm heckling you during your streams. Just remember, every joke you make during a stream is a risk of a chat member giving you a -2, and there's nothing you can do about it. That's just like the nature of being a streamer on Twitch. Yeah, you did do the boar wrangling quest, that is true. So that -2 comes out of your faction points. You have 13 faction points remaining. Use them wisely, because I haven't figured out exactly how they get distributed yet. Alright, let's empty this out as well. And let's see here. We know that this is going to eventually get a gas pocket stuck into it. I think I'm going to save myself some agony and just automate this process and just put a liquid vent here. Let's just make this one tile wider as well. I'm tired of dealing with this. I don't like how this is playing out. We're going to make it a little bit wider. What are you guessing? What happened? I think I'm just going to do this as well. Like, this one is not a pain in the ass to crack open. But I'm tired of having them manually move things with these stupid bottle emptiers. I assume that's what you're guessing. So we're going to dig that out. We're going to stick a liquid vent in here, and we're just going to put salt water in here until it's full. So I will do that right here, maybe. I don't know, whatever. I'm like over engineering this. So let's see, I could do this. Yeah, like that right there, that'll work. Okay, and then what else? What are we gonna run? Do I want to insulate this material? Before they build this, I want to see what other material I'm gonna make this out of. That doesn't need to be there. What? Actually, there's an easier way to do that. Do I want to insulate these pipes? Maybe. It's not hard. I can change this later. I'm just not gonna worry about it. Just put the pipes down. Come on, Coxswain. Focus. I don't think anything here is going to be at a temperature that is potentially, like, hazardous. So, put a normal pipe there. And then this is going to be where our salt water comes in from. So how do I get the salt water? It does come in as a mix, so I will need to make sure I filter it. How do I want to cram this in? There's a bunch of ways I could do this. I could also try to just stop putting clean water in here. Let's see, I might be losing track of what I'm trying to accomplish here. I could just put clean water in. I mean, it's right there. Yeah, let's just put clean water in. It doesn't matter whether or not it's salt water. We're not going to have the temperatures in here get ridiculous enough for that to be important. They're going to get a little wet, actually. Hold on, let me not fill it until they're done building in there so they don't get wet. Alright, so they're not picking up this ice for some reason. Are they not? I guess this thing is just taking too long. I guess there's just a lot of ice in there. I think they're moving it as fast as they can. Right. Here you go, buddy. But you, for some reason, can't jump that far. These guys don't take fall damage ever, but they will not fall 3 tiles voluntarily. It's too scary. They would rather die than fall 3 tiles to go back to the base with all their friends. They certainly have some interesting priorities. Alright, so we're just kind of waiting on this to get cleaned out. The crude oil is very slowly taking care of itself. This is extremely close to melting. Yeah, it's like at the freezing temperature. So I think there's a good chance this problem is going to resolve itself before I'm done here. And there appears to be enough of the stuff on the bottom. It doesn't hurt to have more, though. This is kind of weak. There is one there, though. I think I'm going to go ahead and tentatively get rid of this bottle emptier. There might be enough in here. Oh my god, 2 tiles? Yeah, they won't jump either. They're very helpless about these kind of things. A miracle they can stay alive at all. I'm probably going to want to move this. What happened here? Did I break a pipe? I think the pipe's taking cold damage. This power transformer is in the way, unfortunately. What do I want to do about that? Maybe I shrink it back down. Maybe I just move the transformer. I think I'm going to move the transformer. So let's see here. If I remove that... Why is that not... I don't know why the first 2 didn't do anything. Let's get rid of this transformer. And I'm going to put it up on top of the insulated tile, so it's going to go right here eventually. And then honestly, at this point, I might as well have that be the transformer for this upper section instead. That'd make more sense. Nice and toasty. You guys are being very slow. You know, you don't have to rub your hands next to this thing. You just go right to work. Yeah, I must have had a deconstruction checkbox active. I just don't know why it was active, because I thought I pulled the tool out when I didn't have anything selected. Because if I do this and then deconstruct, it'll pick power wires. I'm not sure why it had a filter set when I don't know. If you looked at the VOD, there's probably a good reason for it. You want a balloon? You don't have a balloon. I don't think you... Did you name any of my duplicates? I don't think you were here when that was available, and I haven't been getting new ones. Or do you have a duplicate? I don't remember. It's been a while. Not on this file. Well, not on any files. This is the only time I've ever streamed this game. I mean, look, you could just, like, self-insert as one of these duplicates. Here, you could be Magic Most. Like, she has a balloon. Shooting Star has a balloon. Just pick your favorite and pretend this is you with this balloon right now. Look at how much fun you're having, sliding down this pole with a balloon. Have you ever done that in real life? Because I haven't. I've never slid down a fire pole with a balloon in my hands. That's incredibly exciting. Yeah, extreme immersion for sure. Alright, so if I do this, that should work. And then we're going to have that one connect upward. And then the bottom one is hooked up to this. Yeah, I think everything here tracks. Did I get any balloon skins? Just balloon skins? I mean, probably not. How do I check? Do they get a balloon skin? No, I don't know. I don't know how to even get that. Yeah, I'm glad this game has skins. It adds a little bit more, like, just decor options, a little more style that you can put into it. You're upset you can't buy any more. Want more balloon skins? I mean, I didn't even know they had them to begin with, so you're already a step ahead of me. Yeah, this is gonna be annoying. Once this all warms up, I feel like all these, like, heat, or all these cold-related problems are gonna go away. And I think once we turn the steam turbine on, it should heat up in here fairly quickly. It's in overjoyed responses. What, for the person who gives out the balloons? I don't remember who my balloon dealers are. How do I check? I don't know why I'm looking for this. I highly doubt I have any balloon skins. Vitals? How do I know who... I don't know who my balloon dealers are. Tell me how to find that. I'm not going to spend like an hour checking every single duplicate bio. The cold debris. Yeah, I mean, I'm slowly moving it out of here. I guess let's prioritize that. That might still be causing problems. They have nowhere to bring the oil, so I could just leave those, like, with a sweep designator on them anyways. This is annoying. Why have they not fixed this? Like, this must just be constantly breaking. Yeah, I think they're constantly replacing that one, and then it just breaks a few seconds later. Stupid water. No, the insulated pipes are working. I don't want to replace the rest of this with insulated pipes because I eventually don't need to. I mean, the perfectly rational thing to do would be to replace them right now, but I'm not going to. Uranus? What, this? Wait, where'd you see that? Or is that the name of the rocket? Oh yeah! Oh yeah, it's the name of the rocket. Intergalactic Uranus. 41? I think that's 41. I don't know. I can barely read those. I don't pay attention to Super Bowls enough. Just the fact that the Super Bowl is my, like, go-to reference for what a Roman numeral is just shows me how little I use that counting system. I'm wondering if I should just get rid of this tile as well. A little more space never hurt anyone. Yeah, you know, whatever. Let's just get rid of this one too. We'll seal the whole thing off. I need to just leave this little hole on the left side because when we fill this in with water, I need to make sure that the gases can escape. Which actually, I need to swap these two out here to make sure that I can put water in here. What else could I do? We don't need to mess with this. What setting do I want this at? So green signal if we're below, like, I don't know, 20. I'm just gonna eyeball it. And now that they're not really working in here, once they get this out of here, I'm gonna fill this with water. You know what, no, I'm gonna fill it now because it's gonna take forever otherwise. Like, whoever has to go in here to pick this up can get their feet wet. Alright, so the last bit here that I need to figure out is what am I going to do with the coolant? What is going to be in this, like, this pipe here? I think that is going to be this material, so we need to set up a storage, like, buffer tank. And I'm probably just going to put, like, polluted water or salt water in that pipe. That one, it's important, I think, that I have a little bit more of a buffer, and I don't have enough oil to use that as the coolant yet. So it will come in from the top, it'll come out through the bottom, it'll go through this cooling loop, and then it'll go into the buffer tank. I really wish that these were not in the wrong menu. I don't know why the liquid reservoir is in the base menu. So it's going to go through this tank. Let me go look at the circuitry that I, like, built around this. So it's this one here. Yeah, so what we did was we were measuring the temperature coming out of the tank, and we were using that as one of the two controls for the aqua tuner. So it would come out of the tank, it would go through the aqua tuner, through the cooling system, which in this case, we're just literally just dumping, we're just essentially dumping the cold or absorbing the heat from that tepidizer and then running it back through here, because the whole goal of this build is to generate steam. And eventually I could repurpose it for something better, but we are just going to waste energy on making steam instead of taking a steam byproduct. And then it goes through the cooling system, which will heat up the coolant, and then it goes back into the tank. Alright, I have committed this to my non-photographic memory. If anyone here thought I had a photographic memory, you've not been paying much attention to these streams. So we'll go through, I'm thinking how I want to cram all this in. I did not build this very intelligently, to say the least. Because this is in the way. I need to put that to the right. Because otherwise I can't get this pipe up here easily. Really don't want to run the pipe back through there. I could move this over to the left instead. I'm going to do that. I'm going to swap these two. I'm going to put the steam turbine on the left side, I think, because it'll just make this easier. Because I'll have more access to the wiring from that side. And so if that's the case, we're going to have to do a little bit of a change here. Instead, I'm going to run it like this. I'm going to switch the bridge around. Wait for them to deconstruct all that. And then meanwhile, the liquid reservoir is going to go probably like right here. I can just kind of cram it like right on the edge. So I'll get rid of those. I'm definitely coming up with this as I go. I'm sure that was already painfully obvious. We don't need that ladder there anymore. And then when they're done breaking this down, I'm going to put the steam turbine there. And we're going to have the steam turbines like liquid vents on this side instead. I don't think that'll cause any problems for the pump. I think that might actually be useful to have it that close. Yeah, we'll just stick it on that side. If any problems come up, I'm sure I can figure out how to fix them later. Alright, we'll do that. Power. Turbine. Flip it. There we go. And then we have this gap here for just whatever I need. I have no idea at this point. And it looks like all the oil did melt, so I did not have to go out of my way to solve that problem. I just need to make sure that they remove all these materials from this area. Wah, wah, wah. All these noises they keep making. Let's see here. You know what? Honestly, I might as well put one of the thermosensors over here instead. I'll just take this one out. This will be the one that controls that. And then we're going to set this one up like that instead. Actually, you know what? No, I liked it the way I had it. Just more opportunities to grab the wire from outside of the build without having to crack it open. Okay, so we have our water drop off now. We have our layer of oil. I'm wondering if this is enough. I think this is enough. Like, I mean, it's My only worry here is that this aqua tuner boils it away, but the aqua tuner is going to overheat before it's able to actually boil the oil off. So this is another one where I think I'll just take the risk, and if something goes horribly wrong, we can learn all about it and fix it later. Alright, so the thing I wanted to build here, we need a sensor. Not the bad kind of sensor. We need the kind of sensor that will detect if the temperature of the water is too hot. So let's see, this is the output. It doesn't really matter how close I put it, but I want to just stick it right here before the water goes down into the aqua tuner. So we're going to do this. And then I need to stick it right... Is it in this menu? Yeah, thermosensor right here. Okay. And then what we were doing was if the water temperature is too high and the temperature in here is not too high, then we want to operate it. I need the Atmos sensor to be in this slot, so we do need to use this automation wire over here. I think that's everything. So it's just these two wires going into a logic gate that controls whether the aqua tuner is running. I think I can just put that on the top now. And AND gate can go right, I think here will work. Yeah, that should work actually, that works really well. Alright, so this one will go out and around. And actually has to do a really weird roundabout trip. And then down into the aqua tuner. Okay, this is very hard to see what I did here. This will make more sense once they build it. And then I'll briefly explain it for anyone who's not following what I'm doing right now. We do want a cable here because we may end up getting some power from this. I don't know how much this steam turbine is going to be running because I'm not going to run the system at all when I don't need to fill a rocket. This is just kind of here just in case I turn this into a proper cooling system for something later. But for now, we just need to fill a steam rocket. Speaking of steam rockets, while we were doing that, they actually finished this. So let's make a new rocket. Steam engine. I don't think it matters what I build this out of, so just whatever, copper. Oh my god, it's huge. Let's put some ladders around the sides. I didn't skip a tier, right? We went from like a 3-tile, like CO2, like soda bottle engine to this thing. Sugar engine, I guess, is the intermediate one, but I don't have that. So, you know what? We're just going to make the enormous, like, colossal steam engine, because that seems like the most sensible thing for me to do right now. I can make steam, so whatever, I skip the sugar engine. Can I build ladders behind the rocket? No, I cannot. I don't remember if the rocket can collide with ladders. Hopefully I don't need to build a gantry. I really shouldn't have built these two rocket pads this close together, but at this point I think I'm just gonna go with it. You know what, actually, hold on, I wanted to move the other rocket, didn't I? You know, nah, whatever, I don't care. I don't care, we're leaving it, let's just make something that works. Am I ready to seal this off? So we have our gas pipe. We have our wires. I can control the gas pump. I maybe should run the gas pump wires down because I don't really have easy access to them, so we are going to swap that out. I'm going to run the wires down so that if I need to make any circuit logic, I can just do it down there really easily. Why is this taking so long? I just don't seem to have a lot of water, I guess. I'm kind of just waiting on whatever comes through these, which is sporadic. This thing only pumps... No, it pumps a full tile. I guess it's just because I'm just dependent on how fast this produces brine, so I'm producing about half a pipe worth of water right now. I could move the pump down, but I don't want to ruin my, like, coolant bay that I'm using for this refinery. I should probably move this refinery up here and use this cooling system. Like, that would be a more sensible, like, way to dump heat into this system, is make it with a refinery instead of just wasting it. Oh well, one thing at a time. I'm gonna fill this thing to the brim with water, I think. It'll take a little while, but it'll happen eventually. So it's going to be a bit before this is ready to go. Technically, I think this will be able to run pretty soon. We're not going to be waiting for too long. Yeah, I think I'm good with that for now. So let's finish this loop. Alright, so the water goes through the aqua tuner, and then it comes here, and I just immediately heat it back up after I cool it. And then I run it through this tank. The whole purpose of this tank is just to balance it. And then it's just going to go through the loop again. And I will have to figure out where I want to add like cutoff switches. And right there, that should be the full circuit. I will figure out what coolant I want to use for this in a bit. Probably salt water, if I had to guess, is going to be what I choose for that. I do need to figure out what I want to do with the normal water though, because I don't want to have normal ice in here. I'd like to be able to get rid of all these filters. So I'm wondering if I should make a melting tank for ice. Like I have too much cold in this base. Maybe I reactivate this melting tank down here. I mean, it's kind of still technically ready to go. I could just dump the ice in here. Preferably I set up a slightly more automated system though, because this was causing problems and I wanted to push it out of the way. Whatever, we'll come back to that. What am I doing here? Okay, I was double checking that. So this is all set to go. We have 2 temperature sensors for whatever I need to sense. We have enough oil in here to hopefully not cause problems. So I could actually just run the pump to vacuum it out before I even put the water in, and that would work. I could also have them move some of the ice into here, but I think that's more trouble than it's worth. It would be much easier if I just vacuumed out the room with the pump in here. So I'm just going to go ahead and do that. I'm just going to activate the pump, I think, and we're just going to vacuum the room out right now. I'm hoping that this gas pump is not flooded when I do this. And since that's the case, we can close this off. There's nothing else for them to do in there, as far as I can tell. And this is a little bit annoying. I could put a vent tile here and then swap it out later. I could also just temporarily put tiles down here, so I think that's what I'm going to do. Just some real quick granite tiles, just so that they can build this transformer so that this can run. And then when this is finished, I'll very quickly like get the pocket of air out. I might not actually get an air pocket here now that I think about it, because of this is how I'm getting the liquid in here. So I think maybe the gases will get pushed left, and I won't actually have an air pocket. It's possible though, because this game is dumb, that the air pocket will get stuck here on the liquid vent. Hopefully not. We'll see. Printables. Don't really need any of this. Angle and relocate. Yeah, see, this is what I was talking about like a few hours ago. There's an egg in here. So this guy will attack duplicants. Like whoever goes in here to drop off that little one might get attacked. It's not like an instant kill or anything. Yeah, right here it actually says it, unless there are eggs are nearby. They're non-hostile unless there's an egg, and then they get protective or some, I don't know. Whatever, at some point I should do something with these guys, because this is a source of lime, which we otherwise don't really have a good source of, because I'm not getting very many critter eggs. But I've just been putting this off until later. There's so much to do in this game. Alright, they're building that. This pump should turn on, and we're going to find out if it's flooded or not. Meanwhile, we only want to operate this if the temperature is above 150. So the steam turbine will not operate off of really weak steam, because I forget exactly how this works, but I think there's like an efficiency. And you want to generally let the steam get hotter before you use it. I don't think I'm making that up, but I don't remember the mechanics behind it. I just remember that being a thing. This thing is not going to run unless I hook it up, so I'm just going to temporarily do this. And we're just going to operate it if there's any gas in this room. Eventually, I'll probably come up with a more sophisticated system for it, because we're going to also want to check whether we need steam in the steam engine. Speaking of that, how am I going to run that pipe? Oh, good. I made a mess here like I always do. I probably have to bridge over these, which is a huge pain. I'm going to move this vent over one tile. I don't know why I built it over on the left. I guess I was trying to get it like closer to the vacuum or whatever, but it doesn't really matter. There's always going to be a few micrograms of something or another here if this is ever turning on. It doesn't matter that much. We are going to have to do a gas bridge hop, which I don't really like doing this, but whatever. So we do that. And that. I misclicked. There we go. And eventually I'll hook this up. This whole thing needs to be insulated, so I will replace this one here as well. Cold damage. I know. Don't remind me. This problem will eventually go away when this whole area is sufficiently heated. It's a little cold here. The space heater is doing its best. I might do something with this thing as well, maybe temporarily like run heated liquid through like some other part of this area to heat it up. I would like this problem to go away at some point, but at the very least it's not cold enough to freeze the brine. On the left side it is. If this brine freezes, I'm going to be very upset to say the least. But it will be my fault, so I have no one else to blame for that if it happens. Alright, our pump is running, so good. It's not flooded. And as long as there's steam in here on this top half, that'll be all it pumps once we're finished with this. And now we need this to be an insulated gas pipe. All the way up. Them digging this out shouldn't cause any problems. And then we need to go into the steam engine. Oh, this is a pain. Is there a better way I can do this? I think we're going full spaghetti here. We know that the command module is never going to be any lower than this because it wouldn't make sense to launch just that. I mean, unless I'm transporting a duplicate alone, but whatever. We're just going to assume that I'm probably never going to need to have a inlet right there. I wonder what the game does actually. If I build this and then I deconstruct this transport module, what happens if I overlap those two slots? Because normally you cannot have like an input and an output occupying the same tile. Like, you can't have these two here. Test it, but save first. Knowing this game, it just like bricks your save or something. It just crashes. Yeah, I'm wondering if I had to do that. Like, we are going to save scum if we like brick our game save or something like that. I need to make a backup of it. I kind of want to find out what happens. I'm guessing that it just like gives you an error and just says like overlapping like building or something, but I don't know. I'm kind of scared of having this here, if I'm being honest, but let me build the rest of it first. Alright, so we'll do this. And then another gas bridge. The gas bridges don't need to be insulated. They don't actually carry any payload, because video game logic or something, I don't know. And then up like that. Yeah, whatever. That's a little more accessible for them. Doesn't really matter. And the question is, if I destroy this artifact transport module, what happens? So I'm gonna let them build all this first, and then I'm gonna test that. And we're just kind of waiting on this. This is gonna be fairly slow. And this doesn't have enough liquid in it to run, apparently. How are we doing in here? And this is kind of taking longer than I thought it would. The left half is a vacuum. The right half hasn't quite made its way over here yet. It'll be done in a minute or two, so it's not a big deal. We got our logic set up. So what parameters did I use for this? Because we know this has been working correctly. I had 125 for the steam turbine for some reason. Maybe this is back when it was overheating. Because I thought the minimum temperature is 125. They don't tell you anything in this damn game, do they? Okay, well, I'm gonna increase it to 150 because this thing is, yeah, this thing is not getting anywhere close to overheating by the look of it. So I'm going to change it to 150. I think I had it low because I was using gold in here before. Okay, then this one is set to 250. And this is the one where I'm trying to make sure the aqua tuner doesn't melt. So the aqua tuner is only allowed to run if we're below 250. The steam turbine runs if you're above 150. Alright, above 150, and then this one is connected to the aqua tuner. Below 250. And then the other condition was this here. So this is saying, should I cool the packet of liquid that I've got running through this? And we're only going to want to do that if we don't have to run the risk of it like freezing or something. So if it's above, let's just start with 20. If it's above 20 degrees, this will subtract 14 degrees from it. And we know that it's going to be fairly smooth because it's going to go through a reservoir with a buffer in it. Now, what liquid do I want to use for this? I kind of wanted to use salt water or polluted water. I can use either of those two things. We have the coolant line down here. I would rather not mess with this because it's actually really well balanced. I think I'm going to set up a second, like, pump temporarily, like, down one tile, and we're going to use that to grab salt water. And hopefully we don't get any clean water in the pipe. I can just kind of eyeball that if it happens and, like, scrape that out. It's either that or I use cold water, or I use normal water. The problem with that is just the fact that there's a much lower tolerance on it. The alternative here is that I stop kicking the can down the road and I stop putting normal water in here. And I'm starting to think maybe that's what I should do, is just get the normal ice out of here. So let's do that. Let's stop putting ice in here. So we only want brine ice in this container. I will pick out the remaining chunks a little bit later. I need to make sure this can't get in there anymore. Where do I put the ice? And I think the answer is we just go back to storing it down here and just deal with this problem later. So we've gone full circle. We're putting the ice back down here again, and hopefully they don't keep like just dropping it like they've been doing. I'll put a couple containers, something like this. Hopefully they don't pathfind into the water. Build this now, please. And then in the meantime, I need to get all the ice out of this area. Unfortunately, I have 45 tons of ice just sitting in here. So at the very least, we can make sure that new water doesn't find its way in here if we're careful about it. This is not going to melt anytime soon, but anytime soon is not never, so I'm going to go ahead and set a tile here. Just put just a normal like airflow tile. I don't think, you know what, I don't need to destroy those, I can do that jump. So if for some reason any of this ice melts, it will not find its way into this area. We have a little bit of liquid water sitting around here. We have some snow that I'm just gonna manually dig up now. Okay, I think that's all I have to do there. Let's set the filters. These are gonna be sweep only because I think I have too much ice to fit in these. Liquefiable. Ice and snow. What we'll be putting in here. Put it in there as well. Our quantum storage is looking fine. I don't need to empty it out. And give this a sort of high priority. I don't know. I still don't entirely know how that affects their work orders. Alright, and then what I need to do here is just get everything out of... like every tile that could be ice, I need to remove from this area. I'm gonna probably have some collateral. That's ice as well. Just collect all of this. I don't know which of these are ice. And then I'm gonna mop this. And there we go. Not on floor, that's okay. I think they'll get the, like, floating water particles. I don't know why there's one here. This one's kind of bad. I can't really get to this one easily because it doesn't seem like it ever makes its way over to this. I think if I set this mop order, they might still grab this one here, even if the liquid disappears from that tile, so... let me prioritize that to see if they do that in a moment here. Okay, if somebody comes here and mops this, is it going to grab that little tile of liquid? I can't have any water being in here because I have the potential problem of like a single packet of the wrong liquid breaking a pipe up here later. Yeah, I think I high prioritied all the pickups as well, so they want to do that more. Well, you know what that means. Yo, alert. Mop this one tile, guys. I don't want to wait. Just do it, please. The longer I do this, the more I risk this being the thumbnail for the stream, and I don't want people to think I'm a yellow alert streamer. There they go. Okay, I think they got it. We're good to go. So there doesn't seem to be any more water here. It's just these tiles, and I think they'll get these tiles pretty soon. Alright, meanwhile, how's this going? They got plenty of room there. Okay, there's no point in staring at this. They'll get it done eventually. Meanwhile, what can we do over here? This is a vacuum now. So we only want them to... Let's see, how do I want to do this? So I need to introduce water into the system and remove steam from it if I need steam from the rocket. So I'm starting to think, how do I want to detect that circumstance? Like, I need a way to say I need steam. What are our options here? We do have automation wires, or if the rocket is ready for flight. I can make this a toggle with a latch. Like, I could turn it on, and then when a packet gets past the engine, it triggers the latch to turn off again. You found this stream despite my directions. Well, I hope you're prepared for an unforgettable luncheon. I think I know how to do this. I think I could use my engineering prowess to figure out how to do this correctly. So what we need to do here is figure out how to use these. I don't have it unlocked. Okay, well, let's do some research then. Please don't be up here. Hand gate. This one, alright, memory toggle. That's what they call this thing. We need the memory toggle, so let's get that started. I'm trying to think if I can start building this. I guess while I'm here, I can explain what this does. So this spaghetti, like, I've kind of vaguely said this, but essentially this is an AND gate. Anyone who's not savvy on this stuff, it's not that hard to do in this game. Don't be afraid of it. This is an AND gate, this weird looking rectangle right here, and all I'm doing is I'm saying this condition has to be true, and this condition has to be true, and then this will output true, which will turn on the aqua tuner. If either of those two things are false, it doesn't turn on. The conditions of interest are make sure that the oil isn't too hot, which means that we might damage the aqua tuner, and make sure that we actually have something which we can cool, which is what this thermosensor is detecting. Combine those together, the aqua tuner turns on, otherwise it will not run. Hopefully that will work correctly and nothing will break in here. Yep, witchcraft. Believe it or not, the very computer machine that you are holding in your hand and or watching on your screen from the comfort of your own home is using this kind of logic to operate billions of times per second. So if you don't like witchcraft, you might need to go talk to someone who's Amish, because like if you're looking at a computer right now, there is witchcraft all over the place. You are surrounded by witchcraft at this very second. This pipe is just going to be doing this forever, isn't it? You run on Christ OS. Well, I don't know how to break this to you, but Christ OS is still using the witchcraft. There is still Boolean like circuit logic going on right now, whether you want it or not. So what we're gonna do here is we don't want the steam to hang out in the pipes. Even with insulated pipes, these pipes will eventually exchange heat with the fluid that's inside of them, especially if the rocket exhaust is heating them up or cooling them down or whatever nonsense is going on. I think it usually creates heat, but I think the heat could be cold enough. This makes a lot of sense. The point is there may be enough intermittent gases out here in space to eventually let the temperature of the gas in this pipe change. We do not want to try to keep steam in these pipes. So what we need to do is we need to ventilate the steam out of the pipe once it's not being used anymore. So the way you do that is you let it flow through, which I'm not sure how the ladder game is going to work out here. So I'm just going to kind of do this. Something like this. I don't know. We're just going to do that. Sure enough. That'll work. Hello, cue ball. Ask them to bless your PC parts. I think you got to like dip your like CPU in holy water or something like that. I don't know. Don't blame me if you try that and it doesn't work out, but you probably have to do something like that to make it like safe to use Christ OS on your computer, or Temple OS or whatever. I don't even know. I hear about Temple OS every now and then. I don't even know if that's related to religion or if it just has the word temple in it. I'm very uninformed on the matter. Holy water cooled PC. That sounds kind of sick, honestly. Like, that's kind of cool. There's got to be someone who has done that. Like, there has to be. Like, there's no way there isn't one person who has done that at somewhere in the world. Like, just this seems like a thing that someone would do, and that's kind of awesome. So what we need to do here is, what do we need to do? We need to get rid of this gas vent, actually. I need to move it up one tile. And I need to detect if a packet of steam ever reaches that point. And then we're going to vent it off into space. The best frame rate possible. I don't know if it would improve the performance or not. And what I'm trying to do here is not build in this column here, because I don't know if the steam engine, in its enormous 7-tile size, is going to like scrape any of the buildings I placed behind it. I don't know how that works. I remember that being a problem for like the vanilla rockets. Did I even do the test? No, I haven't done the test yet. I got very distracted by something else. I know there's a light sensor in this game. All right, anyways, we just need to detect if there's anything in here, so we can just use probably just gas element sensor. Yeah, red signal when the selected gas is not present. I think an empty pipe will count. Or actually, no, it's not the element sensor. It's the, there's a pipe sensor for this. Gas. Gas pipe element sensor, yes, of course. Let's see here. I think this outputs nothing when the pipe is empty. If it doesn't, we'll find out. This should output a red signal unless there's steam in the pipe. The CPU, the GPU, the holy motherboard. Oh man. Beautiful. Alright, so speaking of doing something unholy right now, we're going to tempt fate. So here's what I'm pondering, chat. Normally, if you try to play this video game and you have like, let's see, let's do it with a gas bridge. So if you have a liquid output or gas output or whatever like this, you can't place another one on top of it. Like, the game just won't let you do it. It's invalid. But if we destroy this artifact transport module, this nose cone is going to slide down one tile, and its input and output tiles are going to be directly on top of these two gas bridges. So the question is, what happens if you do that? My theory for what's going to happen here is that the game is going to just invalidate the building. Like, it's just going to flag the building as unusable if this scenario arises. It could crash, and it could also work correctly. We're finally doing science. I mean, technically we did a little bit of science earlier. We figured out that radiation does apply to water reservoirs. So it's better than using chlorine. Here comes our suspect. Cosine 2 Soap King here might just destroy the fabric of his universe, and he doesn't realize it. Like, this could be the end for all of them. This could be the end of this timeline. Or you could go up there and build that. Never mind. Soviet winter is going to end this timeline. Alright, it looks like it's what I thought it was. Invalid port overlap. Okay. That is what I was expecting to happen here. I didn't think it was going to crash because I felt like this is a situation that had enough of a chance of occurring just through shenanigans that it wouldn't crash the game. The game actually flagged the gas bridges specifically as having an invalid port overlap, which presumably just disables them. You did not Thanos snap us out of existence. I want to, however, I want to not have it in this state for too long because it's still making me uneasy. So let me just put something here. Well, let's see. This is like an emergency backup rocket is what this is. What do I want to put here? Cargo? Yeah, probably cargo. I might just want to do cargo drops. So let's just stick a cargo module back on this. That's definitely a way to do it. What, like a way to test this? I mean, yeah. There might be other ways to do this, but this is one of the few things in the game, I think, where you can sort of move connection ports like that in a way that would cause that to occur. Like, maybe these guys can kind of like spawn an electric plug overlapping a different plug. I don't know if the game like flags that differently. The Steam thing, you mean. My dude, you might be like 10 minutes behind on the stream. If you just got to the part where I'm trying to detect, like, with the gas element sensor, oh boy. Yeah, you might be very far behind on the stream. I'm not sure at this point. You had to refresh. Okay, yeah, you were a smidge behind on things. Which has also been trolling me with the stream preview, as it often does. What do we win? Pants. Gloves. Alright, whoever said gloves earlier, you finally got what you wanted. It just took a little while. Speaking of stream, dude, did I get transcoding? Yeah, I did. Okay, good. It's been ages since I haven't gotten that. When I say transcoding, I mean the thing that lets you downscale for mobile so that it, like, is more efficient. I don't do that locally. Twitch does that for me. Apparently only partners are guaranteed to get it, but I'm pretty sure as an affiliate, I've gotten transcoding literally every time I've ever streamed as an affiliate. I don't know what exactly is going on with that, but I'm not going to complain because it means mobile viewers can downscale to like 480p if you're on like a crappy mobile connection, which I mean every mobile connection is crappy. It's interesting how these are still flagged as invalid. Huh. Are these things just like permanently bricked now? I bet that if I saved and loaded, these would fix themselves. We are making a backup save just in case, like, this breaks my save somehow. So let's see, we should have 2 now. You just launch them to fix it. Well, let me just, let's see, now we just need to load a save now. Don't worry about those other ones. Those are very old. This is from 2022. This is the last time I played this before the stream. 2022. So wait a minute. Do I have multiple saves? Wait, I didn't know you could do this. I didn't know you could have sub saves. That's new. When did that get added? Huh. I don't know when they added that. Okay, let's load that one. Like, you could have, like, multiple, like, backup saves, sort of all, like, condensed under the same save file. Remember, it's new for me. 2022. If it wasn't in the game, it's new. Mm-hmm. Alright, I think we're good to go now. That's what I thought, like, reloading everything just sort of freshen it all up. Alright, let's see here. How do I don't want to, like, I don't want to have it sitting on the second save. If I figure out a way to delete the second save, I'll do that, but that's something I can worry about later. I don't want to, like, just have a second one, like, floating around. I have backups of all these stream saves anyways. Anyways, we learned something today. Nothing terribly interesting, but still kind of neat, I guess. I don't know. Riveting content, I know. Alright, let's go find some Steam. Have I not discovered Steam? So I just can't set the filter to that? No, I actually typed the letter D. There it is. Alright, Steam. No. Steel gas. Yes, good. Steel gas. That's exactly what I wanted to detect, actually. So this thing is going to output a green signal if there's any steam in this. How's the research going? It's taking a while and I don't know the layout. Where do I want to do the circuit logic for this? Probably down here. This is one of those things where there's a chance that the copper wire melts if I do enough launches. I don't know what temperature the steam comes out at. I think we only have to worry about this when we have combustion engines of some variety. And it's not the end of the world. So I'm going to, for now, just use a copper wire for this and run it down here. And we'll do a little bit of circuit logic. Let's see here. I don't know the exact shape of the gate that I'm trying to build yet, so I can't really progress with this until that research is finished. Is there anything else I can progress while we're waiting? We're also waiting for this to fill with water. We want the second layer to have some too. And I was going to set up a coolant. And we were moving all of the water out of this area. And they haven't done any of this for some reason. Can they get to it? They can get to it. They're just taking forever to do it for some reason. Because there's only 2 Atmos suits, so that's certainly not helping. Let's see, what else can I do here? I need to make sure there's no more ice in here. There's normal ice here. Honestly, let's just have them sweep everything out of this area. Just to make absolutely sure, and I'll double check it again before I commit to what I want to do next. And what I want to do next is I want to lower this pump down like 1 tile and then remove all of the water filtering from it, so I can assume that it is only brine and nothing else. The other thing I might want to do is actually have a brine reservoir just kind of sitting around here somewhere, because this has come up often enough where I've just wanted a little bit of brine and didn't have a way to get any. Probably would have been faster to just use the polluted water. Yeah, well, there's always a million ways to do these things. Okay, here's what we're gonna do, I think. Where... Get a liquid reservoir. I'm just gonna put it... Maybe not there. Maybe over here. Does this count as industrial machinery? Doesn't look like it, so I think I could throw it in as nature reserve. I'm going to put a, like, reservoir over here, except... What is going on with this, actually? Why do I have a floor like that? I don't remember what in the world I was doing when I set all this up. Nice stickers. Good, cool egg sticker. Beautiful. You know, when I'm really happy, I just think about eggs. And in this trying time, who could blame you? We're just gonna stick it like right there. I don't want to like do this like the wrong way because it's kind of a pain in the ass to move these, but it's not that big of a deal. Alright, so igneous rock. We're going to have a pump like a couple tiles lower maybe, I'm not sure yet. But what I'm going to do is run it like that and then have it come back up, and this is just going to serve as a buffer. And the point of the buffer is going to be, actually I'll put the circuit up here. The point of the buffer is going to be that I want to only pull water if the buffer is like sort of kind of full. Then I want to sieve it out. So it's kind of like one of these things, except it's going to be up here and it's going to be very small because I only need a little bit of it. Eventually, maybe if this becomes a recurring problem, I'm going to do something like further down. And then the input, let's see, where can I cram this in? Maybe right here, actually. I'm trying to think how to do this with all these walls in the way. That's why I'm kind of like hesitating. Well, we can get rid of these tiles. We don't really need these. This will free up a little bit more space to work with. Alright, so the liquid goes up here. I want to preferentially send it into the buffer tank. So I could just do a priority valve for that. I don't have to do anything powered. I could just do a priority system with the liquid bridges. So if we do this, and get rid of these ones, which I can just use these here. So if we do that right there, That will make sure that the liquid always prefers to go into this tank, and then only when this tank is full will the liquid go into this, like, system here. Now that is going to result in fairly, like, cold brine, but we don't care about that for, like, cooling purposes, because we know that it's not going to somehow magically get even colder. And then the output for this tank, I'm just trying to think how I want to set up the liquid bridges. I really wish there was an easy way to do this. Probably something like this. Yeah, it should work. And then this pipe is going to go up here. And I'm probably going to just reuse this pipe. Well, no, I kind of want to do both of these things at once. Yeah, let's do both of these at once. We just build another pipe. Pipes are hella cheap. I was just trying to be lazy and not have to make another damn liquid bridge, but what are you going to do? Something like that. Yeah, we can just have it hop across and do that. And then I'll just have to keep an eye on it and cut it off when I'm done. Okay. And I think this actually should work already. I don't think any normal water is going to get into this, because I believe I removed all of the ice. No, I didn't remove all the ice, but this is not an imminent, like, there's no imminent, like, melting that's going to happen with this ice, so that should be fine. I don't have to worry about this for now. Oh, we blocked all this off. There shouldn't be any mechanism, really, for water to drip in through here, especially with mesh tiles there. Because I don't think it, like, it can't move sideways unless I, like, literally spill an entire tank of water in here. It'll form water droplets. It can only fall straight down like these ones. You have to drop a lot of liquid for actual liquid tiles to fall down, and those could spread to the side. Water droplets cannot spread to the side, so I should have nothing to fear with the setup that I made. And it's not the end of the world if I do get water in there, because I can isolate the water packet and remove it. It's just a nuisance. So let's try to get this right the first time. Why did I leave this here? Okay, well, we made a mistake. That's okay, because it's very easy to just pump this out. So I'm gonna crack this open again real quick here to get these out of the container. Like, that's completely fine, because I could just vacuum the room out. As long as we haven't turned it on yet. Once there's, like, scalding hot steam in here, that's when it becomes more of an issue. Wow, it's no longer freezing on this exact tile. And nowhere else. I guess over here it's actually doing okay now. Man, I am set to go for the Frozen Planet DLC, because I am having no problem, like, just dealing with, like, cold here. Like, we're living in the cold here. We're just making heat for the sake of making heat. What's the crude oil in there for? The crude oil is just like a secondary layer to, like, conduct heat away. Let me sweep this. The crude oil is a better heat conductor than steam, because it'll stay as a liquid in here. It also makes it easier to empty out this room. So that's really it. I sounded like I was going somewhere with that, but, like, that's the purpose of the crude oil here, is it will fill this bottom layer, and then this top will all be steam. But yeah, we've got this. Like, I mean, this is my heat setup. This is a weird problem to have. Usually you're trying to get rid of heat, but, like, I could just make heat. And that's it, I think. We're just kind of waiting at this point for liquids to show up. There we go, and we got our other liquid coming in, so we have our coolant. And as for this, they cannot move this. There's nothing else here. So let's fill that back in and let our pump do its thing. Let's see. I'm thinking, is there any chance that this accidentally turns on? Yeah, there is. We don't want it to turn on yet, so Let's cut that right there. And one piece of debris. This is oil, so this is going to melt eventually. Yeah, I think the only thing preventing this from running... Yeah, no, I wouldn't have left this in here. This is oil. The only thing preventing this from running now is that the aqua tuner is not receiving any liquid. And we have not introduced any water into the tank. I still haven't figured out how I'm going to do that. It looks green. Nice. I don't have to tell you. That ain't green. It's like bluish gray. So we have a water supply. Once all the gases are removed from here, I will put water in. Thank you for the hydrate, Tofu. Ah, there we go. It's kind of like fertilizer. I don't know how fertilizer would have even gotten up here. I think this froze when I, like, broke one of these tiles. Wait, hold on, I'm dumb. I didn't get rid of the vent. That was the whole reason I did this. I got rid of the tile behind it, but I did not remove the vent. I did a stupid. Goodbye, Tofu. Thank you for stopping by. See you next time, whenever that is. I think now we're good to go. I believe this will definitely get pushed out to the right. What am I going to do when the aqua tuner freezes my coolant? It won't freeze my coolant, because that's what this is for. It'll only run if the temperature of the liquid coming into it is above 20 Celsius. Which is a fairly good margin of error. Now, if you mean the coolant that I just put in here, it shouldn't run at all because this is already too cold, so it should do a few loops through this nonsense first. Smile? Oh, God. See, I don't know if that's you, like, being satisfied that I'm doing this right, or if that's, like, ominous. Like, you can never tell with that emote on Twitch. Like, chat will use that when they know something horrible is about to happen. And I don't know which one it is. We'll find out fairly soon, because I think we're pretty close to turning this on. So I need to put water in here. So I want to make sure that this thing is a vacuum again first before I put water in here. It did not push any extra debris in here. The water is going to freeze when I dump it in here, but it will be sitting in the crude oil, which will be absorbing all the heat. My biggest concern right now is that the thermal mass of this crude oil is really low. Because there's not very much of it in here, there is a chance that this goes horribly wrong. Excellent building intuition. Yeah, we'll see about that in a moment, because there is a catastrophe that could happen here that I'm anticipating. The problem here is that if I put water in here, the water's going to instantly freeze. Yeah, worst that could happen is sour gas. I mean, we don't want sour gas in here. That's not what we're trying to make. I want the layer of liquid on the bottom. I'm thinking I should put more oil in here. I'm putting more oil in here. I don't like this. We're gonna briefly put a bottle emptier in here. And I'm gonna put more oil into the tank. Because I feel like we are going to have a catastrophe. This is going to run. It's going to produce way too much heat because oil has a really shitty heat capacity. And it's going to create, we're just going to boil the oil before any of the water, like, actually melts, because we're going to just drop ice into this container. And it's just going to cause terrible things to happen. It's going to make a huge mess. It's not what I wanted at all. We're going to try to preempt that problem by putting more oil in. So we need a bottle drainer. Come on. You have maximum aptitude. Surely you can do this. There we go. Alright, bottle emptier. How much oil have we got sitting around down here? Like, the slicksters, I think, they're not dead. This one is injured for some reason. I couldn't tell you why, honestly. But just go ahead and mop, like, all of this. They've been making a mess down here. I should really do something about this later. So, we're gonna mop up all the oil and just have them bring it all up here. In fact, there's one more container of oil that I could use. It's, oh, they're putting it in here. It's probably easier to just have them transport this crap manually, so I'm gonna deconstruct these. Okay, I think that'll clean that up. If the oil spills on the ground, I'll just pick it up again. Eventually, I want to get rid of that thing. I feel like I'm forgetting something important. It's always an unpleasant thought. Let's see, if I dig out this snow, is something bad going to happen? Let's see, the liquid's going to go here, the brine filters off. It's going to go through the loop. And then it's going to go through another filter that'll deal with water specifically, so we don't have to worry about contamination. And then it'll go all the way down into this tank, which has nothing in it still, because I cannot seem to produce enough of this stuff. Alright, I can get rid of this. Okay, this is dormant for a while. How about this one? This one's gonna go dormant very soon, which honestly, maybe I should seize the opportunity to enclose this thing if it goes dormant. At this point, I might want to fix this coolant loop system and just have it utilize this aqua tuner instead. And it's tough to say if that's a good idea or not. This is still a decent thermal battery for me to, like, just dump heat into. But I should probably close this off while it's, like, dormant, because I just don't have to worry about it making a mess. So I'll have to remember to do that. That might be the next thing we do here. Because we're still kind of waiting on things to happen in this area. Like, I need more water to come through as well, which is just taking absolutely forever. Alright, so yeah, they're gonna put oil in here now. In the meantime, is this thing... Okay, this thing is capable of running now. I'm going to go ahead and run this thing, like, really hot. Like, I'm just gonna let this thing run at full temperature, because this is becoming a problem. So I'm gonna make a lot of heat down here. And we're gonna hope that some of it just kind of like wafts its way up here. If I can get some coolant into this pipe now and permanently disable the aqua tuner, I could actually start cooling this area, or heating this area rather. We're using the coolant to heat things. The terminology checks out, just don't think about it too much. So I'm gonna permanently turn off the aqua tuner so that it doesn't do anything. And then let's enable the loop. And what should happen here is this salt water, which is very cold, is just going to go through here and it's just going to produce a bunch of heat. And these are conductive pipes, but at the very least, they'll sort of start the process of warming all this up. Let's see how this turns out. And I think we can stop filling the pipe as well. We should have enough now. Because we've got about half a tank of buffer. This is most likely overkill, but it gives me some flexibility if I want to, like, extend this pipe later. How much salt water have we got sitting around here? Wait, how did I get that much? I feel like I shouldn't have this much salt water. Where did that all come from? Oh, I drained my buffer. Oh yeah, I was going to lower this pump is what I was going to do. Hold on. Buffer tanks are a good idea. Yeah, I mean, that's the point of it. Like, I maybe could get away with not doing that, but it's the only way I could think of to prevent, like, a weird volatile, like, temperature difference where I detect the temperature of one packet, but then the one in the aqua tuner is actually too cold. It's kind of what we're trying to avoid here. Unreachable food. Oh, they don't got food. Okay, well, I'm glad I noticed that. What happened here? Why don't they have food anymore? Hold on, let me get the principles real quick. That's not the principles. Whatever. Alright, we have to change focus for a second here. We gotta pivot. Why do they not have food? So, meal lice and nutrient bars. What the hell's going on? Why don't they have any bristle blossoms? What happened? I should probably make more lice loaf. I think we're good, right? What do I have them auto storing in here? Lice loaf. Okay, that's what happened. I turned off the lice loaf because I was trying to make the pickle whatever lice. Hopefully they will get on that fast enough. I might want to have them send something over now, so I'm just gonna dump some, like, regular meal lice over there, I think. Click the UI that says the calorie changes. What do you mean? I don't know what the UI is, and I don't need to check. I already know what the problem is. Well, it didn't spoil. No, I stopped making it. Like, nothing spoiled. I just stopped making the stuff. That's what went wrong here. So I'm sending them over some, like, emergency meal lice, like, right now, just so they don't die. Which is taking just absolutely forever for them to bring it over here for some reason. What did you even put in there? Okay, they're bringing the meal lice. Hopefully that's good enough. I'm just gonna leave it at that. And then on the other side, I need to make sure they can eat that. Consumables. I hate this scroll bar so much. Alright, so they shouldn't be able to produce this stuff while they're here anyways. Why is yours red? Oh, we'll give you -1 morale. Okay, well, you crybaby. You're gonna have to eat this if nothing else comes through. So, I'll get used to it. Alright, that will hopefully solve that crisis. If not, I can probably force some other crap through there. This is breathable. Exactly. I should probably poke a hole somewhere in here. I think just right here would probably do the trick. Let's just crack a hole in the floor here. Yeah, probably thieves. I don't know if any of the animals could, like, eat food out of the fridges or not. Nice. Good slow run right there. Okay, back to... I've already lost track of what I was doing. This game does things. Just things happen, you get distracted immediately. So all the oil has melted again. I think all of it is in here. I don't think there's any more. No, there is more. Somebody's bringing some. But we'll let them keep doing their thing. What's the temperature on this brine looking like? So it's coming in at like 25 or so. What's it leaving at? It's leaving at like 46, 50 Celsius. Alright, this is very hot. It's not radiating a lot of that heat off though, which I kind of want it to. I wonder if I should just, like, really quickly just whip up a radiant pipe and just run it through this area. We don't really need this wall here either necessarily. And then think of what I want to do here. I don't remember if they spill the pipes if you just, like, swap them out for a radiant pipe. Let's just find out. I'm just gonna place one, and I'm gonna see if they spill the liquid. Just having a grand old time. I gotta get them, like, those, like, vacuum tubes or whatever. I hate those tubes. It's so hard to find a spot to build them in a base like this. I don't even know if I could make those. I use a lot of plastic. I mean, I have a decent amount of plastic now, but... Is someone gonna build this, please? Anyone? I mean, at least you guys are smart enough to stand in the part that's hot, instead of up there where it's just awful. Okay, they don't spill the liquid, so I can hot swap these with, like, radiant pipes. So hopefully I do not forget about this. I am going to place radiant pipes all along this to just warm the hell out of this place, because I'm getting tired of the problem I'm having with this just being way too cold. This doesn't need to be insulated anymore. So we're just gonna put normal there. I want to put a door there just in case I want to like keep critters or something out. So we're going to place a plate. We're going to connect that. When that's done connecting, I will sever the line below it and put a door in that place. We're not going to do that janky door overlapping thing. I don't know how to do that. I don't want to figure out how to do that. And let's, guess I could put a double door. Nah, you're right. Yeah, that thing's in the way. So just put an airflow tile. All right, something like that. And then this top one can also be an airflow tile. I'm trying to keep this whole area the same approximate, like, livable temperature. I'm not going to make, like, a steam industry room or any nonsense like that right now. And I think... Have we taken care of the food problem? Because it looks like we're having our own food problem. Okay, they're fine now. They have food. What the hell's going on here? Like, do I just have more duplicants than food? Or am I just on, like, a weird crop cycle right now? It's actually too cold for these ones in particular. I don't know why. I don't know how is this spot right here too cold? What the hell happened here? When did this happen? This is a hydroponic farm, but the pipes don't have anything in them. How did this spot right here get really cold? Oh, you think it's the dirt? I think the temperature of the dirt might be negative 57 degrees Celsius. So is the dirt like held inside of the tile and that's what's causing it to get extremely cold? What? It's always something with this game, isn't it? Well, thank you for the answer. I think we solved that mystery. Can I overpower this by dumping water into it? Let's find out. So we've got water down here. I'm gonna be honest, at this point I'm kind of tempted to pump the water out of here and put it up there because it's much easier to get the salt water. I don't want to put salt water in here because it'll leave salt on the ground when it boils, which is very unpleasing to the eye. I kind of want to fill this. It'll take a little bit more work to pump it back out, but it's not too much. Tempting.
Good morning.
Good morning. Look, I know you live on the East Coast. There's no way it's morning there yet. You're not fooling me for a second. Just because this is when you get up doesn't mean that it's morning for the rest of the world. For us civilized people like myself, who gets up at like 11 a.m., which, as far as I'm concerned, is a civilized time to get up. I'm gonna pump the water out of here. I've made my decision. I don't know if this is worth doing, but it'll be much faster, I think, if I just pump the water out and then use the salt water instead, because we have a lot of salt water and like no normal water. Am I using any compost bins? No, but at this point, I think we have an idea that it's going to work. Like, I think we're good to go on this. I think we've solved this problem. In fact, we've solved it a little bit too well. So I'm going to set this back to something normal, like 30. We should be fine. And we're going to just swap this out for normal, for salt water. So let me cut this pipe off. And any normal water that we get, we're instead going to put it in here. So speaking of that, how in the world am I going to do that? I'm going to run the pipe like that. I don't really need to pause. I'm going to run the pipe like that. And I guess reuse this. It won't take long to pump this out, so I think I'll just do one thing at a time with this pipe. I probably should be using compost bins. Like, I've got so many, like, little things to do. I just have a bunch of storage chests full of, like, rotting, like, polluted dirt or whatever. Just sitting somewhere. I don't even remember where they are. They're just somewhere in the base. I haven't dealt with it yet. This game is an endless supply of things to do, and that's a good thing. Let's go ahead and get these out of here. It's taking longer to save every time. I wonder if having that second copy of the save file in there is like making it take longer to write. I would hope not. It's on. I'm saving this to an SSD. It should be taking like a few milliseconds to save, so I would hope that's not what's going on here. So that should just go up. And once we've pumped all of that out, then I can switch over to the salt water instead. We'll do some pipe spaghetti, but it shouldn't be too awful looking. Unpermitted food. They're complaining about there being meal lice on the floor with nothing else to eat, presumably, or nutrient bars. Okay, what's going on here? Why don't we have any goddamn food? These are fine again. I need to track this down. What is happening? Where are you taking this? Where is it going? Like, it's going into the fridge, which only has nutrient bars. They're doing what they're supposed to. What is a white liquid? If you're looking at this, this is brine, or just salt water. Or milk, or something far more inappropriate. Starvation. Okay, here we go. I think we gotta dig into the reserves, I think. I don't know why they're suddenly running out of food is the problem here. It's a serialization part that takes a lot of time. Yeah, it's a Unity game. I don't know what format that serializes it to by default, but knowing them, they're using whatever the default format is instead of something optimal. Now, there's not much to do. Oh yeah, there's actually milk in this game, isn't there? And salt water. I have not seen salt water yet, I'm pretty sure. I think we've only seen brine, so that's... I don't know how you make salt water. Maybe it comes up later. But yeah, it's brine water. Let's see. So we have starvation. I'm just going to let them eat the nutrient bars, I think. But, like, I am getting annoyed because I'm not sure why they are running out of food all of a sudden when we've been perfectly stable for a really long time with no problems whatsoever. But yeah, they only have nutrient bars to eat right now. And they've been sending a bunch of the meal bars or whatever to the other base. I really would like to not be spending entire streams dealing with food problems, but I think we gotta do what we gotta do. So, there they go. They can eat those now. They're gonna not starve anymore. Because that's not the game we're playing. This is not Don't Starve. This is a different game. And yet starvation seems to be the problem we're inevitably running into every damn time. I could make some omelets. We got some eggs sitting around. I'd really like to have a more sustainable solution to this problem, though. Does anyone remember what the numbers are? How many of these do we need per duplicate? We have... How many of these nincompoops are in this base? Quite a few. 5... 10... We got like 14 of them in this base right now. You should play Don't Starve. I mean, if you want to, I guess. I mean, obviously, look at what the game is first. There's a saltwater geyser. Yeah, maybe there's a difference then between the cool salt slush geyser and the cool not brine. I don't even know what they would call it, like slush geyser. I have no idea. Whatever, it doesn't matter. What does matter is I need to figure out why they're running out of food. Maybe I should just add more hydroponic farms for just bristle blossoms at this point. Like, I don't really see anything better to do. We're not running out of water for them by any stretch of the imagination. I'm just going to do that. I've decided what I want to do. I'll leave them an extra tile here in case I swap these out for something else. But I am growing increasingly annoyed by just having sporadic food problems. Let's just fix it now. I'm gonna do this. And a liquid bridge. Okay. I gotta keep an eye on the situation here. I don't want them to eat all of the nutrient bars, so I need to go like full focus on this. The seed chest is, I think, just in here so the pips can't get to it. It's in the way now. I'm not gonna do anything about that for the moment. And then we need lights for them. ladders. They will not be able to reach the ceiling otherwise. Okay, can I piggyback off one of these? Yeah, good enough. Okay, they don't need these ones, actually. They probably don't need this one either. I think they need the rest of these to be able to build all of that. I mean, you guys got something to do now with all that thousands of morale you have. You might as well do some work. These guys are living a good life. Okay, we actually didn't have the problem I was anticipating. Maybe I put enough oil in there or something. Watching nuts, that would have made it more likely to freeze. Either way, we didn't have the problem. We didn't overpower it with the water. Or rather, we didn't overpower it with the cold and like freeze all the water, which is what I was afraid was going to happen. There's actually enough water in here that it worked. So how much have we poured in here? This is a video game where it doesn't matter really how much water is in each of these tiles when it turns into steam. It's never going to explode out of here when it turns into steam because that kind of pressure just isn't simulated. It's only liquid pressure that can break tiles. This might be enough. It's easy enough to put more water in when we need to. But how low is this? I could just honestly pump the rest of this out, and I think that's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to pump out the rest of the water that's in here, and then we'll call it good. I do need somebody to come in there and mop it, though, so I need to break that tile so they can get in there. But it looks like this is working. It looks like everything is coming up Millhouse here. We're almost ready to turn this on and see if anything goes horribly wrong with it. Starvation. Oh, okay. Once again, I don't know which base that happened in. They're not actually starving. We're just kind of low on food. So for like 2 cycles or 2 ticks or whatever, they like can't find food. And then the game is like, oh no, they're starving. Oh, JK. Never mind. No, they're not. And that's just going to be happening constantly. Why are they not sweeping this ice? I probably have to empty these out. Where are these? I'm just manually toggle this. I don't have to do my weird shenanigans. There we go. I don't have to do my quantum storage shenanigans like I do with these. I'm surprised these haven't filled up yet. Like I said, I haven't been sweeping up all that much debris. Alright, looks like they're about done with this. Let's mop up the remainder. And once all this water is out of the way, and once this ice is out of here, I'm going to swap it over to salt water. Please do this now. I'm waiting on you guys. I really need them to do the mopping. Oh boy, starvation again, briefly, but only for a second. Okay, how's this going? They finished doing this. I forget if I can copy the settings for these. I can. Huh? Okay. So I copied the settings and I just paste them. And it just like... This game... I don't understand this game. It just like switches the other ones off when you paste the settings again. It's this funny bug. Have I like encountered every single bug that you've like ever seen in this game at this point in the progression? Because it sure feels like it. Like just every single bug, I find a way to make it happen just by some random chance. This is certainly a video game. We should have plenty of seeds for this. Yeah, we have 300 whatever blossom seeds. It was only visual, whatever. I made it work correctly. And I need them to build these lights. Why are you guys taking so long to build the lights? Like, I know I have a priority 9 up here. I mean, really, I can answer the question for myself. I know why it's taking them a long time. It's because I'm P9ing everything. I have too many things that I want to happen all at once. You can toggle it off and they will still plant it. Well, whatever. I didn't. What the heck? No! Why? What are you doing? Why is this flaking? Why is this thing flaking? It's at like negative 40 degrees. Oh my god. Alright, let's try that again. I have to get this all out of here before that happens again. Like, is the air temperature just too high or something? Why is that a game mechanic? I hate that mechanic. If you don't know what I'm complaining about, I'm pretty sure this polluted ice here, just like... There's some, like, really dumb game mechanic where if, like, a sufficiently hot material is next to a cold one, it'll flake off, like, a little bit of the material into the liquid phase without destroying the entire tile all at once. Which I think is just for, like, realism or something, because normally, like, a full tile of ice wouldn't instantaneously melt at the same time. But I don't want that to happen, and the game decided to do it and spill a bunch of, like, stinky piss water into the project that I'm working on. And I'm annoyed. And I'm worried that they're gonna do it again. So, you know what? We're gonna build that tile. We're gonna remove this one. And hopefully, if there's any more flaking that happens here, it won't, like, make a mess. But I need them to get all of the stuff out of here so that I can seal this off and pump a bunch of salt water into it. And it's important that this is a single, like, filled container because this is going to be a thermal battery. And I need it to, like, have as much mass as possible. I cannot have, like, random tiles of polluted ice, like, mixed into it. I think we can start filling it now. So we're gonna do that. And then we can just... Let's see. We can get rid of this, I think. And that. Which I can just get rid of that one as well. Okay, I gotta wait for them to break the bridge. Once they've gotten rid of the bridge, I can connect this. Because I don't have to wait for them to break the bridge, but no, they're gonna make a mess when they break it otherwise, so I do have to wait. Come on. I got way too many priority 9 tasks. Okay, there they go, they're doing it. And there we go. Okay, so we're filling this with salt water instead because that ended up being more abundant. And if I seal this off, I don't think it's going to do any more flaking because the water is like right next to some carbon dioxide. It's like negative 40 degrees Celsius. So it shouldn't do that anymore. I think what happened was some like oxygen wafted down here, and the oxygen is really hot because I've been intentionally overheating this area. Because this has just been frigid cold. Eventually, I'm going to want to turn off this, like, heating loop that I have set up here. Please don't get stuck in that tile. I don't really care what gets trapped in these two tiles here, so I'm just going to leave that be. And we get some salt in here, that's okay. There's normal water in here, unfortunately, so it looks like we're going to have to do some fighting. I was trying to avoid this, but I don't know how that water got in here. I must have missed it. We're gonna have to fight with this a little bit to get the water out of here. Okay, they're getting the salt. And they sealed that off. Alright, no more flaking. Okay, you don't need to do that anymore. Get the water out of here now. Remove it. I don't know why it came out of the container. I don't know what happened. This is brine, so we can just have them empty this. And I think we're good. I can't really see if there's anything else behind this. It looks like it's just brine. Excellent. I believe they've gotten everything out of here. Empty the container. Starvation, why? So they have bristled berries that they're not allowed to eat. They ate all the nutrient bars. This is getting really annoying. I'm going to also replant all these mealwoods. I don't think anyone's going to die as a result of what's going on here, but I am getting concerned. So let's go all in on fixing this problem here. So why are they not doing that? Where's our chef? What do you mean low priority? This is the only thing you're supposed to do. Not allowed by schedule. What? Are you in bed? Oh my god. Do I have... How many chefs do I have? We need to get somebody else on the job. No pending deliveries. Alright, this one. Requires learned skill. Alright, we're gonna get a new chef. We need a backup. Let's see here. I'm gonna give them permission to eat the bristleberries, but we need a new chef, so... skills, let's see. I kind of thought they could all cook for some reason, but apparently not. Let's see here. Who is... Does anyone here like cooking? I'm tempted to have our artist do this. Let's see, who has the most morale as well? That's the second thing we'll check. So you're a cook. I kind of thought anybody could cook, but it looks like that's not the case. That's my mistake. Let's see, who has the most, like, 3 points? You are... Yeah, this guy's not doing anything useful. You can be our cook. So here you go. Get good. You know how to cook now. And let's get one more. So you're a farmer, and then you're just doing carrying, so you can learn a little bit of cooking. Like, your morale is also fairly good. I'll give you that as well. Okay, we got that. This ain't Pixar. Yeah, you're right. Not anybody can cook. Well, I mean, yeah, technically anybody could cook. You just have to teach them how to do it. They need to be able to eat these. Okay, they shouldn't have anybody die anymore, but, like, we're draining through all of our food reserves, so this is the top priority right now. I need to figure this shit out before I do anything else. The mealwood are going to be hit or miss due to the problem with, like, the frigid cold dirt that I'm feeding it. These, unfortunately, I just kind of need to wait. This should be enough for all the duplicates in the base. I'm not sure, like, where this went wrong. Because this was working for, like, 400 cycles here. We've been fine, and then suddenly this became a problem. I don't know. I'm not exactly sure, like, where this all went wrong. I need to keep an eye on this. They have food. They are upgrading the food. And then the other base, which we've been sending all the mealwood to, is doing quite well. I really need to get this base to be self-sustaining. Like, if I can get this base to be self-sustaining so I don't have to worry about food anymore, that would be great. The problem is, this is super, like, intermittent. I really got to do more, like, stabilizing before we can do more space adventures. We did one space adventure. We're probably not going to do another one because something came up. Something comes up every time. We went and we got a coffee mug. You know, let's look at our earnings from that space adventure. I never actually checked on this. We did go to space today, and our reward was this. This office mug. Was this worth it? I don't know, but we have a really special office mug now. So that's all we did that was space related today before we just went back to trying not to starve. This ended up being don't starve. It's not the first time we've had this happen. But I want to try to fix this problem before we end stream here. I might go for like another hour or so. But I want to fix the problems that we're having here. Or at least sort of like get something going. I hate how this happens, but once I boil this water, the problem here will go away. So I think we might actually be able to turn this on at this point. We have an acceptable supply of water. I don't think I need to put more oil in here. I could just rebuild that if I need to. Yeah, the plane is just on the floor. That wasn't even from space. That was just some other building. I intentionally just put it there because I didn't care at the time. Maybe I'll make like a decor hall or give somebody the plane. You know what? Who gets the airplane? First person who has a duplicate that wants the airplane in their room, just call it. I'll give you the airplane. Who wants it? If you've named one of these duplicates. First come, first served on that. That's what we'll do with the plane. And if nobody wants it, I'm just gonna stick it in a random room. I don't want to block this off. Give it to the already super fancy room. I don't know whose room that is. I mean, it's the Soviet winter crybaby who needs lights at night. I want to give it to one of the other ones. We've already got so much in here. No, we're not giving it to you. I'm giving it to somebody else. Oh my god, everybody wants to. Fine, alright, fine. Everybody wants it to go into that room for some reason. We'll fill every single goddamn tile of that room with decor before we give it to somebody else. Let's just, you know what, why not just put a second pedestal in here? Just, we know where this is going. Next time I get a fancy decor item, I guess I'll just put it in there too. So you get to have an airplane in your room with a boat and watermelons and polka dot ceiling lights. And we're waiting for stuff to happen anyways, might as well decorate. Alright, so this is going to take a fairly long time to fill up. Let's see, what's the temperature looking like in here? Fairly hot over here. It's cold, but not like unlivable over here. I think for now I'm going to swap these back to normal tiles so they stop radiating heat everywhere. Can we turn this on? We did the research. That's right, the research was the last thing. Downrate everyone's rooms. No, we're not doing that. Here's your model plane. Is there anything else I can put in here while I'm at it? I don't think we have any other, like, loose artifacts laying on the ground. I think it puts those at the top. So next time we get an artifact, somebody remind me to put it in here. I'm not going to move any of the artifacts we have already, but if we get a new artifact, it'll go in here. We have currently 6 tiles of space that are not occupied by anything in this room. So as things arise, we'll put them in there. I feel like we could maybe find something more creative to put in there than a painting. So, like, maybe there's another fancy decor item I could shove in there. So what could we do, actually? What do we have? Now, these are all boring. Maybe something interesting will come up later. Painting is Pog. I mean, will I ever get another wall decoration that I can put in here instead? And we have these 2 single tiles here. I don't know, like, what single tile things I could even put in those slots. But apparently we want to fill this room with everything possible. Oh my god, I would not be able to sleep if somebody put these on my wall. That is wretched looking. Whose bed is this? Alright, the Uncredible Mulk just has these in his room for some reason. Did I get any good painting skins? I don't know. You know what? Fine. Whatever. Put a painting in. We'll see. You know what? No. A gold painting. It doesn't even have any extra decor, but just for you, I'm going to make the painting out of gold. I gotta figure out who's handing out these balloons. I don't think I have any balloon skins, though. Alright, so back to this. While we wait for them to sort that nonsense out. Yes, of course. Of course, you have like a softer fur emote or whatever. For everything. There's always one. How many emotes does he have? Hold on, let me look. Subscribe to Fur_'s channel to use soft gold in chat along with 115 more of their emotes. This is what happens when you, like, make a living. Like, that's a success story right there on Twitch. That is a successful streamer. 115 emotes. I got, like, 15 or something. It's because they just give me these slots for doing basically nothing. But I mean, if you're running out of emote slots, just become a successful partner channel. And anything is possible at that point. Anyways, circuit logic. Avert your eyes if you're scared of, like, automation wiring, because that's what we're about to do here. We're going to use the memory toggle. I don't know how that works in this game, so I'm going to have to read the docs to work this one out. So let's hover over it and read it. First of all, let me present the problem. This is a word problem, chat. If you haven't been doing your homework, we're going to do a word. What the Sovereign, what the fuck is that? Softazowski. I hate that. God, I wish I had shitpost emotes like that. Anyways, let's look at the problem that we're trying to solve here. What I want to do is I want to be able to fill up this rocket and then like turn the system off. So is there a, I guess the first question actually, is there a button in this game that'll send a pulse for like 1 tick? Is that a thing that exists in this game? Or do I have to somehow make this work with like a signal switch or the rocket like returning to the landing pad? Is there any kind of like one-time button in this game? Otherwise, I think I'll just use the toggling for the switch. There's 2 options. All right, lay it on me. What do we got? Like what I want to do is I want the rocket to come back and then I hit a button and the tank gets filled and then turns off automatically. And I could probably use the you know, like a what is it called, like a falling and rising edge detector on the signal switch. I would rather not have to do that because that's convoluted. There's a circuit with an AND gate with a NOT gate, and then there's the counter. That is the counter. Do I have that? I have a signal counter. How many times a green signal has been received? I could honestly just toggle the switch twice. Maybe I'm being lazy. I think I'm just going to toggle the switch twice, honestly. Just turn it off and on, like, back and forth. Like, I just need to create a pulse. Yeah, I'm going to do that. Alright, so can I cram all of that nonsense in here? Let's start by placing the switch. This switch is just going to be fill the rocket. Like, the one steam rocket that we have. So, I'm just going to slap it down here. Check the box for advance. What do you mean? What is this? I'm confused. How does this solve my problem? This is a counter. Like I can't directly interact with this thing, right? Change it into a pulse. Well, I have to turn the switch off anyways. This is just like a lever. I have to turn this off whether I want to or not. So I think I just have to toggle the switch twice. I can't think of any better way to do this that isn't just more janky than it's worth it. And then it will turn off when it's actually full. That's going to be the point of the memory toggle here. I'm just going to do this my way. I've decided what I want to do here. So what in the world are these inputs? Let's see here. The problem we're trying to solve, again, is I want to send a pulse with that switch, and then I want the filling system to turn off when there's too much steam in the tank. Pairs well with a meter valve. Yeah, but I don't know how much of my steam I used. So instead of using a meter valve, I just want to... I can't read the amount of steam in the rocket. That's the problem. The rocket comes back, it still has steam in the tank. I don't know how much there is. Yes, I know steam is cheap. Yes, I know this doesn't matter. I'm going to do it right anyways because I like to create problems for myself. If I didn't want to make problems for myself, I wouldn't be playing this video game. So what I want to do here is, let's see here, sending a green signal to the set port will set the memory to green. And then a green signal to the reset port. Which one is the reset port? It doesn't tell you. I don't know which one's the reset port. Is it the top one? That's the little arrow? I think that's the reset port. I'm gonna guess it's the one on the top. So let's go ahead and place it like that. Because it's got like a little like spiral. I'm gonna guess that means reset. So all this thing is going to do is when I give it a green signal, it's going to turn on. And that is going to be the thing that we use to operate this pump and the whole mechanism. And then up here, when we detect steam in the overflow vent, we are going to send the reset signal, which I'm just going to wire some spaghetti up like this. And that is going to send a green signal to this. And that's going to turn this memory cell off. Or this is an SR latch or an RS latch. I don't know what the difference is. I don't care. I'll look it up if I needed the right terminology. The important part is this thing will remember the state that I send it with this switch here. And that's the key, because that means that I can fire and forget it, and it will turn itself off on its own when I need it to. So, the second part of this puzzle is figuring out how to actually do the logic for the steam production. We don't want to remove all of our steam. So what that means is I need a conditional system to put water into the tank and or a conditional system to remove steam from it. And I think what we could do here is we can only put water into the tank if there's like too little steam or something, and we can only take the steam out if there's too much steam. I'm trying to think how I can do this. Or do I need another sensor? We haven't turned it on yet, so I have the opportunity to build another sensor, and I think that might be the direction this is going. I might want to put a second Atmos sensor in here. Because I kind of have two conditions that I want for this. Because I don't... let's see. The liquid vent I don't think is ever going to overpressure correctly due to the presence of the oil in here. I'm not sure. I kind of don't want to rely on that jank, if possible. And I don't really want this one Atmos sensor to be the only thing that's controlling this. So I'm going to make the judgment call to crack the tank open and place another Atmos sensor in there. So we'll have two pressures. We'll have the pressure at which we can take gas out of the tank, and we will also have the pressure at which we can put more water into the tank. Those will be the two mechanisms that we use for this. And it's fine if we break the vacuum seal in here because we have the gas pump. All I gotta do probably is convince this to stabilize, and we might actually be fine because it looks like they didn't even crack the vacuum. We may be okay. I might not even need to do anything about that, hopefully. We'll see. It depends on what direction this oxygen goes in. I could probably reduce the odds of the oxygen going in the wrong direction if I also take this tile out. So I'm gonna do that. And then we just gotta wait for them to build this. Alright, so anyways, back to the logic. So the logic that I think we need to regulate here is this gas pump. When is this gas pump allowed to operate? The gas pump is allowed to operate if we need steam in the tank and we have enough gas in the, like, in this thing here. Because we want to keep like a baseline of steam in here. Especially if I reuse this for like some other like cooling system, I want to have like a minimum amount of steam stored in this tank. So we're going to make an AND gate. We can stick it right here. Oh my god. Why can't I just go like 11 minutes without something bad happening? Let me just finish my thought. I paused the game. So if both of these conditions are true, if there's enough gas in the tank, which I'm going to define that as, I don't know, like 10,000 or something. So if there is enough steam in the tank, actually 20,000, it's going to be very, very dense steam. If there's enough steam in the tank, and we have requested steam for the rocket, then it will start this pump. And this pump, once this liquid has evaporated, will be able to pump the upper layer of tiles. Alright, why do we have starvation? We still have bristleberries. Who is the idiot that's starving? Is this food? We're taking the food. I'm just gonna make an egg cracker right now, because I'm getting tired of this happening. I just want to build cool things. I don't want to deal with food. Where's the egg cracker? This thing, just make it out of copper or whatever. Does this require power? It actually doesn't require power. I'm kind of shocked, honestly. So they're allowed to eat this. I think. Do you have food? Starving. Cannot reach food. You're at 1,000, so you're not gonna die immediately. That's not that one. Follow cam, there we go. Okay, what are you doing? I know I turned off the follow cam immediately. Is there not food for you? Where is it? We have lice loaf. Are you not allowed to eat lice loaf? I'm gonna stop sending lice loaf over to the other planet. You're all allowed to eat lice loaf. I don't know what's going on with that. We're gonna go ahead and turn this off. This is becoming a problem. The other planet is gonna have to just bite the bullet on this one here. Where is the lice loaf? It exists. It's in the base, apparently. Are you going to it? No, you're just doing work. Okay. Oh my god. I swear, if this is how it ends... Okay, there's a gristleberry. Eat it. Eat the gristleberry. Who is eating the gristleberry? Where is that going? If anybody else is picking that up, I'm going to kill them. What are you doing? Excuse me. Somebody is starving to death right now, and you're just gonna go take this with your 3,000 fucking calories and eat it yourself? Is this what we're doing right now? You are just gonna eat this and let somebody else literally die. Put it down. Drop it. You are not allowed to eat that. Where are you going? Where are you taking that? I swear to you, are you about to eat that? If this guy dies because the other duplicants are just stealing all of his food, I'm gonna be furious. Just let them starve. No, we're not letting them starve. No, no, you are not eating that. Stop. Drop it. All right, who gets it now? Somebody is dying. Okay. No one is picking it up. I swear to God. Okay, you're the one that's dying, right? Oh my God, okay. Cool. Both of my fucking mods just tried to kill this duplicant. Both of you should be ashamed of yourself. Soviet and Severin both tried to kill Shooting Star by just eating the food. You guys are unbelievable. That is insanity. Like, this guy has been flying our rockets, going off on wacky space adventures, and you're just like, oh, my food. I'm hungry. You gotta learn to share. These are trying times, alright? So greedy. Maybe we could go for another minute without something bad happening, so let's go check up on this. We still have a vacuum. They built what I needed them to. I want them to build the left one first, because that'll reduce the odds of anything bad happening when they're constructing it. And as long as no gases get pushed down in here, I think we'll be fine. I'm keeping an eye on this. I want to see if a gas gets trapped in here before I progress. I think I need to move the pump down as well. They're building the right one too fast. I'm gonna move you right before it's finished. Because someone who's really slow got assigned to the other one for some reason. You know what? Whatever. I don't care anymore. Just let it finish. Hopefully this oxygen goes up and not down, is what I'm hoping for here. If it goes down, I will have to figure out how to get it out with the pump. The pump is flooded. It'll be a little annoying. But I might be able to eventually get it out with the pump. Okay, good. We got what we wanted. So this is completely vacuumed out. It looks really dopey. I don't know why the game does this, but it'll be okay. Are we ready to turn this on? The food number is going up. Line, go up. These are still growing, so I'm not sure where the surplus of food came from. It might be because I stopped sending food to the other base. We're not going to have this problem completely solved by the end of the stream here. I really just want to finish this at the very least before we end stream today. But I'm going to probably have to do another, like, pass on the food problem. We finished, like, some plumbing-related issues, and then just another problem reared its ugly head. Why is this not filling? Are we out of salt water? Yeah, skim down that layer. So let's lower this by one more tile. Actually, maybe I never actually solved this problem. I don't know where I was getting that salt water from. Alright, well, in any case, I'm going to lower the pump by 2. I'll do that, and that. Okay. They can't get over here, actually, so I'm going to drop another mesh tile there. They can't get to the right, so they're not able to pick up, like, the snow that's over there, for instance, which I actually really need them to get rid of before it melts, because I don't want there to be any water in here. And this is dormant, so I need to remember to do this as well. This is active in 33 cycles. I will forget to do something about this. I'm going to set a reminder for myself for this one. So let's just... I'm going to use one of these as the reminder. This is my, like, my notebook area where I just put stuff that I want to do later. So I'm going to want to tame this on the next stream, and we're going to need food. We're not ending just yet. I'm just setting these reminders out ahead of time. And we need to solve our food problems, so... like that. There we go. I don't think there's any way to write notes in this game, really. Like, not any good ways. I could, like, put an alert siren or something that's always turned on with, like, text on it, but that's more of a hassle. So we're not going to do that if we don't have to. Is this connected? We'll be in a moment. They're almost done building it. Meanwhile, up here, this is fine. Can I turn this on? Is the question. We are waiting for there to be a lot of pressure, so this gas pump is not going to operate, and it can't operate anyways because it's in a vacuum. But all the circuit logic checks out. So this is turned on, and then when steam gets to this tile, it will turn off. Automated notifier notes. I mean, I suppose I could just, like, lay down a couple. I keep accidentally pressing tab. Again, whenever I press tab, I'm trying to open this menu. But I'm used to video games where tab would open this menu. I don't know which one's doing it. It might be Valheim. Yeah, it's Valheim. That's the one. Valheim is tab to open the building menu. So that's what's going on here. Or it's tabbed open like the player menu. So I keep trying to open inventory is what I'm trying to do. Every game is different. No, I'm probably not going to stream Valheim. Maybe someday. Not for my, like, initial playthrough of that game. It's rough to say the least. It's not a game I want to stream right now. Let's see. I think we're ready to start, right? I mean, no, we're not ready to start because we don't have the power transformers set up. If I can just get this to fill... I could fill it now, I guess. I kind of hope this puff gets stuck in there, if I'm being completely honest. I have an idea. How about we do this? Let me just put a vent tile here, and I can later on swap it out. Because I think they can reach down into this pit. There's also the steam nodes. I, like, never use that feature. I don't think the steam overlay even gets captured on OBS. In fact, I know it doesn't, because it's not capturing the frame rate right now. The tools are available, but instead of using them, I have just decided to do this instead. Let me try that. You know, I did it again. Let me try to do this. Let me get a notifier. As amusing as this is, it's also dumb, and I forget what I'm doing mid-stream. So let's go ahead and see if we can set up a notifier for this and see if it's annoying or not. You still prefer Notepad? I want it to be visible to chat, it's the thing. I could easily just write this in a Notepad file, but I want chat to be able to see it too. Like, it's part of the stream experience. So we're gonna put our notifiers, I think, like, in here, maybe. Or, we're just gonna stick them in this room. There's like 5 of them or something. Let's go see how this works. Let's see if I have to power them or if they'll be always on if I don't power them. Because I have Notepad files for other games off stream, but like I don't want to have to like show Notepad every time I need to remember what I'm doing. So I've been doing this, but we can upgrade our technology. Yeah, hook it up to a sensor cycle. I'm hoping they don't make noise. I'm hoping I can just have a passive notification up here with my text of choice and nothing else. I do have to wait for these guys to finish this though. Whatever, they're taking forever to do that. There's options, and I've chosen the one that I want to go with for now. So... What are they doing right now? They're taking forever. 0 again? Oh my god. They had a bunch of food just a second ago. Where did it go? Alright, we need to unalive some of these hatches. Do I have any outside the base that aren't tamed? Maybe I want to keep those, actually. I want to... You know, let's kill the tamed ones. We have like too many of these guys in here anyways. Hatches are a dime a dozen. I can just make more with dirt. And then the eggs that I got over here. I want to crack these. I don't care about Sweetles right now. We have a couple wandering around the base already. We're gonna crack 3 eggs. And then over here, I think I can cook them. I'll let them eat the raw eggs if they're able to do that, but I'd rather cook them. I think I haven't seen eggs yet, so I can't actually do that. I just gotta put this off until the end of the stream, and the next time we are going to go, like, all in on fixing our food problems, because this is getting really annoying. I've been putting this off for a little while. Yeah, we needed a dedicated building. Oh, that was cool. There's that graphical glitch again. I forget what causes that. Something to do with the sleep machine or whatever. But yeah, they have a dedicated building specifically for that task for some reason. Souffle pancakes. What the heck? Well, that's new. Okay, well, I'm just gonna have them make the... We don't have sleet wheat, so I'm just gonna have them make the omelets. I should farm sleet wheat. We're gonna have a whole farming stream here, I think. We're also probably gonna figure out how to deal with, like, the barbecue or whatever. But we're gonna make omelets. That'll give them some food. And they're still killing hatches, and they should be already making barbecue. I can't make anything with this, really, except pepper bread. Which, yeah, I don't even have the sleet wheat for that, so I can't have them make that. Stuffed berry is something they can make with the pepper nuts, but I'm not making any pepper nuts because there's no irrigation. There's no irrigation because I don't have any polluted water. And all the polluted water I do have, I think I'm sending to the other base. And I unfortunately did this the wrong way. I should probably split this 50-50, so let me fix that. I can do it by changing this. Bridge there. No bridge there. Combat. I really wish combat didn't, like, make a notifier like there's an emergency or something, because there definitely isn't. We're fine. We'll be okay. I'm trying to select the pipe. I think once this is destroyed, I can build this. Can you not? There's this one packet of water just tried to sneak in. Clever girl. Get out of there. Alright. That's taken care of. Okay, so now what I was doing there is now 50% of the polluted water is going to go up and 50% is going to go down, so these at least will sort of produce pepper nuts for higher quality food for these guys, which is generally just more efficient overall. Like, they tend to get a little extra calories for each tier of food you go up. I shouldn't be allowing them to eat like garbage unless I absolutely have to. But for now, we kind of have an emergency, so I don't have a whole lot of choice in the matter. But let's try to get our food situation back under control. I really don't know, like, when this slipped away. I felt like we had this pretty stable for a while, but just something happened. And we were slowly losing it, and I wasn't noticing it happening, but we made sure that nobody died, is the important part. Okay, this is just slowly doing its thing. There's junk down here. You know what? I don't care that there's rock down here because I have to pick this up anyways when I swap out that airflow tile, because I do want this to be insulated eventually. For now, it is fine. We are not going to worry about it. It's doing its job. The question is, am I finally ready to turn this on? What am I forgetting? I'm forgetting the water intake. Let's see. Which pipe is that? It's this one. I'm going to just, I think, reconnect the water here. They should be able to reach all of that. Yeah, they're not even trying to pump the water in because I moved the nose cone. I don't care about that right now. We're not going to use that rocket today. I just need them to build these two right here. And then we'll have a water input. Right, yeah, there's one more thing. We needed to also regulate the amount of water in the tank. That was going to be what the second sensor was for. Okay, I'm piecing it all together. This sensor right here is the one that we were going to do that with. So we're going to do that. We're going to make a liquid shutoff. Right there. And we need a bridge which I'm pretty sure I scrolled past it. There we go. I don't know why the wires are at the top in the automation menu, which is good. But then in the plumbing menu, the pipes are down here. Play, please. Why are the pipes not at the top? That is 90% of the time, if you open that menu, it's because you want to build pipes. I don't understand this game. It's so arbitrary sometimes. For the pipes here, they also did the same thing. It's at the bottom or in the middle instead of the top, where normal people would want them. Past coast, I knew what he was doing. Yeah, I had a plan. If you could believe it, there was actually a plan, and we are now putting it into action. The thing is, I am getting distracted by problems constantly. Unending trouble. We're getting it together. We're gonna limp our way to like the 7th hour of the stream, and then I'm gonna end stream, and next time, whenever that happens, we have to do a food like fixing stream. Like that's gonna be the priority, is fixing all the food problems we're having. Let me, hold on, before I go mess with those, let me tune this. I need a wire for it. I could just use the heavy watt wire, but that looks ugly. I'm just gonna use this one. I don't know if they could build that wire there. I think I have to give them a ladder here for them to be able to do it. You vote we make frost burgers. I would like to. We can... I'm gonna be open to feedback on what to do. Considering how ridiculously cold this entire base is, I feel like making sleet wheat... There's 72 grain there. I feel like making sleet wheat is probably a very good choice for food. Ideally, we combine it with something else. Because I think I can make berry sludge using the wheat as well. We'll have a few options available here. This is, I think, the most obvious solution, is to use sleet wheat as our, like, immediate solution to the food problems, because it's so goddamn cold in this base. It'll do just fine. But for now, I just need to get something working. Let me build that as well. Let's see. I think eventually this carbon dioxide should get pushed out the top. I'm not sure why it isn't. And then this tile here, although it looks really goofy, I think that has something to do with the airflow tile being here. I'm going to remove this now because I think we're fine. I think I can get rid of that airflow tile and replace it with a normal one, and hopefully they can reach down and grab it. If I get rid of both of these, they should be able to. I think they might be able to reach 3 tiles anyways. We'll find out in a moment. I hate this. Does anyone know how to make them build this? Or are they going to do it? I think that someone's doing it. Okay, never mind. They could reach that. I needed the ladder right next to it. I thought this one was stuck. Now, in order to pump liquid into here, what is the condition that we need? We need to have a minimum threshold. So I'm going to say that if we are below 10 kilograms of steam per tile, then we send the red signal. And currently we are. And this will all stabilize once this actually flashes to steam. Right now it's very wacky looking, and I'm not sure what like balance we're going to end up with by the end of this. But that is going to allow more water to go into the tank. Once it's all steam, we should be pretty stable. And I'm trying to think if this system has like its own inherent like system to turn itself off. So let's say we're not requesting any steam for a rocket. If we're not requesting steam, then that means this is going to reach its upper threshold. Steam doesn't get deleted by the turbine or anything. I'm thinking about what's going to happen to the coolant here. I might need to also turn off the aqua tuner. When I don't need steam, I might need to turn off the aqua tuner. I'm thinking about the logic behind this. Speaking of that, we never actually connected the aqua tuner because I'm a big dummy. Or no, never mind, I'm not a big dummy. That was intentional. Let me think about this. So the conditions for the aqua tuner to run are we need to cool something. And let's see, what was this one measuring? And it's not too hot. So I need to cool the coolant and it's not too hot. Are the current conditions for it. I think we need a third condition, which is that we need steam, because the whole point of it even operating is that we need steam. So I need to somehow cram another AND gate in here. There might be a way to do this logic with like one less gate. I'm not sure what that solution would be. We can cram one in here potentially. Like this. I wish you could flip these, I really do. Boop. Yeah, we probably want to move that up a tile. Let's go ahead and move this AND gate up a tile. But we're going to have 3 conditions, which is just going to require 2 AND gates. There is probably a more efficient way to do this, but I like clarity. I was about to say write this kind of code. When I design this kind of thing, I prefer to have clarity over compactness, because we are not currently working on a size constraint. Are they able to reach these? I don't think they can. I really wish it would say unreachable, but it doesn't look like they're able to reach these, so I think I need to get rid of this tile for them to be able to get down there. No, never mind. Okay, it just took them a moment. I wish the tasks in this game made a damn bit of sense. So if we move this gate up a little bit and have its output up in the air, we can feed it into a second AND gate. Maybe if I put that over here, actually. Oh, this is so cursed. What I'm trying to do here is figure out if there's a way I could cram another, like, wire into this whole mess. I don't want to use, like, the 4 stacked wires. Those are very bulky and awkward. But I need to get, like, 3 conditions into this. I could do the first condition down here. That might be I think that's the play, is to do the first condition check down here. So, where can I cram that? These can intersect into walls. I'm not sure where the drops are going to go if I destroy it, though. This thing is kind of flexible. I can move that. I think we move this, so let's go ahead and move this one. I'm never a huge fan of, like, super clunky, like, logic gate systems. At least in this game, you could put them behind other buildings, but they're very large, kind of just by necessity with how they designed it, but they're very large. And that makes it really annoying to actually build these things. So the condition is going to be if we need steam, which means this is going to be green. Then we do that. Take that out. And build this wire. So that wire is going to serve 2 purposes now. This can go up, that can connect there. I think I could put back this AND gate, because now we have the condition being checked somewhere else. They're still chained together, they're just in different spots. And then we need a wire bridge for that. Yeah, monkey, what am I talking about? Still less clunky than Minecraft, not still less monkey than Minecraft. I gotta stop streaming, it's too late. I can't talk anymore. But yeah, Minecraft has 3D, which helps. I wish, like, Minecraft wasn't so goddamn clunky, like, with how you make it, but at the very least, it's 3D. Monkey D. Luffy. I feel like I should know what that's from. It's from an anime or something, isn't it?
How does a programmer ghost scare people? It yells Boolean.
God, that's terrifying. So it's not even Halloween, dude. Like, you gotta issue a spook warning before you say something like that. Like, I don't know if I can handle that kind of thing. Thank you for the Prime sub. He is from the One Piece. Okay, it is anime. I knew it. I knew it was anime. That was it. I was like, this sounds familiar. This has to be some, like, anime that everybody likes that Cosine has never watched. One Piece is an anime, right? Yeah, it's definitely an anime. I'm not crazy. Like, I don't want to be that misinformed about this kind of thing. What you doing there? Okay, you're not stuck. Alright, so they did extract the garbage. This might be done. I think the gas got pushed out of here. Okay, can I turn this on now? Final check. Final 2. Revision final 2.0 for real. So we've got... Let's see, we've got all the conditions set up. So the aqua tuner turns on if it's the right temperature. And we need steam. And it's not too hot in the steam tank. And then we pump steam out if we have an excess of steam and we need steam. This is definitely something that I made here. YOLO. Nothing's happening. Hold on. Wait, they have to build this first. It was that or this one. How do you add flavor to your algorithm? Use a Boolean cube. I don't get it. Wait, what is the word Boolean supposed to be? This is stupid. I think I should know what this is, but I don't. What's the joke there? I completely missed the pun. Uncultured, yeah, I know. Cosine, it's not just an anime, it's like the biggest in the world. I mean, I know One Piece is pretty popular, I guess. I mean, you spelled it wrong above, so it's kind of insulting, honestly, that you could proclaim yourself to be a One Piece fan and then spell it wrong. I know that it's a popular anime, but I am extremely uncultured. Is this just a nerd snipe or throw nonsense at me to get me to stop and think about it? It's not that hard to get me to do that, honestly. I should probably get it. It's pretty much a one-to-one. It's a top-notch joke. I'm just... Alright, chat, you lost me at this point. I don't... Is this about the Boolean cube? What am I missing here? I feel like this should be obvious. Oh my god, okay, it's some bouillon or something. Okay, it's the French. It always goes back to the French. I wouldn't have gotten that. I don't know like what that is. Let me just read real quick. Dehydrated broth or stock. Okay. Alright. Those things. Alright, so I wasn't the only one that didn't get it. I don't feel as bad anymore. I don't cook. Soviet, listen. The most complicated thing that I'm willing to cook is like a grilled cheese sandwich or a quesadilla. Don't wall me. What do you mean? I looked at your chat message. That's not what you use that for. You're using that email wrong. Stop. DSP? Oh my god, I've never been more disrespected in my life. Americans pronounce them exactly like Boolean. Is it not bouillon? Am I like being a pretentious douchebag and I'm not even doing it right? I thought that's how you pronounce it. I've heard people say that word. I can't get a break. Okay, well, Kai has been buried between the dono walls. Enjoy it in there. Anyways, is this working? I wasn't looking. Cat distracted me at the critical moment. Bouillon. Okay, there's an L in there. Bouillon. It's not bouillon, it's bouillon. Okay. I'm not gonna even try to pronounce that. No, Zap, I'm not even gonna try to pronounce that. I don't even. I will just make somebody upset if I try to say that. So, is this working? Can I end stream? The whole goal of this was to fill this rocket with steam. Is it working? So we've got the Aquatuna running. It's at a nominal temperature of 65 degrees Celsius, which is not even close to causing problems. So what we're doing in here, I think, is we're just heating up the water. We need this to flash to steam. The crude oil should settle to the bottom of the tank the instant that happens, because I don't think gases can displace liquids once you get into that kind of like stable, like layered state. And then from there, what we should see happen is when we have steam in here, this pump should be able to activate, and it should immediately start running because we have quote-unquote requested steam in the rocket tank. At which point we are going to eject all of the steam into the base and flash fry our duplicates. So let me erase that step. The next thing we're going to do is we're going to send the steam up into the rocket instead of the gas vent that is not going to be here when the steam gets to that point. That would have been funny, but that's not what we want to happen. Sorry if anybody noticed that I made that mistake. I caught it before it happened. I just don't want any fun. And then we'll have the steamed clams we're having. I don't think we have to worry about the timing. Yeah, it's not we're close. So we didn't cut it that close. Now that should be able to go all the way up here. The steam will go up here. It will prioritize filling the rocket. When it has completely filled the rocket, it will go past this intake. It will go to this gas pipe element sensor, and it will also vent out into space. So we just get rid of the extra steam. We just delete it. And this sensor will send a green signal when it detects steam, which will go down here, which will turn off this memory toggle. And that will turn off the gas pump, and it will also disable this aqua tuner. At which point the whole thing will just sort of quiet down and stop operating. And in the meantime, if at any point we generate too much heat, this steam turbine here will take the extra heat off. But ideally, we just pull the steam like directly out of the tank while it's happening. And it's only like for extra overflow heat. So maybe what I should do actually is increase the temperature threshold of this to like 250 or 9,760. We're going to increase this to a higher temperature. It is the same one that we have here, so I maybe could have reused this, but the point is the steam turbine is only for like emergencies, is kind of like the idea I have behind it. I only want to use this if I made too much heat. Eventually, I might want to change these numbers because I will probably need to actually cool things instead of just generate heat to immediately turn it into steam. I'm going to name the rocket the USS Steamed Clam. Yep. Maybe not USS. Let's see. I mean, these are SS. I don't know what the SS stands for in this game. Can I rename this rocket? I think I need to have a top for it. So hold on a second here. What are we going to use this rocket for? I do want to name it before I forget about that idea. I think we're just going to slap a Spacefarer module onto it. Because I do want to send duplicates, like, to other planets. Okay, it's very wide. Yeah, that's perfect then. We're just going to do that. And then on top of that, what does the nose cone do? Let's see. Radiation shielding. I guess I might as well. And then this is the insulator. I don't know why we're using refined carbon as an insulator, but we have both of these things somehow. Do I even need a nose cone? Is that like an essential part of the ship? I'm gonna make it anyways. I can just remove it later if somebody tells me you don't need the nose cone. Stellar ship, yeah, that might be what it is or something like that. But yeah, we're gonna call it the Steamed Clam. The SS Steamed Clam. The S stands for steam. Alright, we're getting there. Slowly, we're up to 70 now. It's distributing the heat pretty evenly here, so we're not having problems with that. I could make this one tile taller and build temp shift plates. If you leave it this short and you put the plates in there, I think it heats up the insulated tiles, which isn't a huge deal, but it looks kind of weird, and I don't want to do that, so for this design, I'm not going to be using those. Like, temp shift plates, I think, are a viable alternative to having the layer of oil in there, but the layer of oil also helps vacuum out the room anyways. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, that's the purpose of the oil, is to serve as a heat conductor. I could have also used plates, but I have a small chamber. I'm glad that we came to the same conclusion here. Maybe I'm actually doing this right. But that's why I was remembering putting the oil in here. It's because it's a good heat conductor. Hopefully I put enough in. If I didn't, I could just dump more in through this. So it's not really the end of the world. Unfortunately, this puff did not wind up in the brine. I almost wanted it to end up in there and die, which would have been kind of funny. Even if it meant that the meat would have just been sitting in here. But it did not. So this guy gets to live. Gets to hide in this area where this thing has light wounds, it's glum, it's too cold, and it's old, and yet it doesn't go down here where it's nice and there's polluted gas and whatnot. It just stays up here all the time until it dies of old age. I feel like this is really not my fault that this thing is miserable. Alright, can I name it now? Space Station 51. Lame. Well, the question is, are we making steamed hams or steamed clams? Clams. Alright. We can always rename it later. Rename it to steamed hams if this turns into a catastrophe. There we go. And then this one here. Yeah, just leave that. I don't know, we can name that one later. Hams is too. You're right. Hams is too mainstream. We can't do that on a stream like this. I'm edgy and quirky, and I need to name it steamed hams or steamed clams instead, like the original. It's a cat that complains about being uncomfy, just running back. Yeah, it's just the cat is sitting on like the most uncomfortable thing in the world, just meowing and making noise. But if you try to take it off of the thing, it just gets upset. I've seen videos of this happen, even if I don't own cats myself. Alright, it looks like we finally filled this up. So I should just be able to suppress that warning and disconnect this. And we just don't have to care about that anymore. I might or might not bother cleaning that up later. It doesn't really matter. I can just leave it here. And leave it here I shall, because we've been needing salt water up here, like, constantly. The temperature of this area is looking... It's still a little cold. It looks like it's stabilized. I'm just going to leave this space heater here. I know this thing's not very energy efficient. God damn it, I got slime lung. But I'm just going to leave the space heater, and I think eventually this whole situation will sort itself out. We've got the power transformer here making heat. If this steam turbine ever turns on, it'll also make heat. So I'm not too worried about this. They'll be okay. I never changed this. Let me remove that here. Actually, I could just do this. I'll get rid of these. They're usually pretty quick at building them. And then I wanted to place the door, and the reason I want to place a door is so that wild animals don't just meander in here as they often do. I hate the fact that if you click on a tile and then it gets freed up, you have to click somewhere else and then back onto the tile to make the building. Clay, uncache that value. Just check every time I click. I don't know what optimization you guys were trying to make there. Check the tile every time I click on it. You don't got to make this more complicated than it needs to be. This is what's called premature optimization. I don't know what problem they were trying to solve by pre-checking if you could build on a specific tile. Every time the user clicks, just check it again. Take like a millisecond. It's the impatience punisher. I didn't click. Here's the worst part. I didn't click on the tile with the pneumatic door. I actually was just sitting there waiting. And the game still pre-calculated that I could not build on that tile. I actually did not click on it. It sometimes works when you don't click on it, but that time the game actually registered it before I clicked on it. I don't understand why they programmed it like that. Sweep all that nonsense up. Just get this out of here, make it look... Oh god, that was a voice break. Get this out of here, make it look nice and pretty. I'm gonna give myself a hydrate here. Okay. So this is the last thing we're waiting on. We're going to end stream after this. I want to see this boil. So we have a little bit more to do. You woke back up and I'm still streaming. Yeah, I hear that a lot. I want to see this boil. That is going to be the last thing that we do here, is verify that the system that I set up here can fill the steam engine and then turn off. Once we get to that point, the capacity of this steam engine is some unknown value that the devs will not tell me. But I think off the top of my head, it's like, I want to say it's like 500 kilograms. No, it's 150. Okay, so I overestimated. It's 150 kilograms, which means this is going to fill up pretty damn fast once we're done here, because we have way more water in there than we need. We are unfortunately still dumping water in here, but I think this is fine. Am I going to make it a legit rocket? I mean, eventually. We're not going to launch this rocket today. This is unbuildable, apparently. Hold on a second here. I think I know what I need to do. I need to actually move this down one so that I can have them jump up the ladder, and then I'll also have a second ladder running up the side. I really wish there was a better way to make, like, the gantry system. I know there's an actual gantry in the game, but I mean, like, along the sides of the rocket, I wish it just came with, like, a built-in ladder. It's really annoying to have to do this. Like, if the rocket scaffolding was climbable, that would be a lot cooler. But, oh well. Make do with what you got. So I want to place it right here. Alright, I have not clicked yet. I'm going to wait for them to deconstruct the ladder. I have not clicked on this tile. I want to see if it's going to let me place that or not. I have not clicked. Okay, you saw it actually, there was a delay. It actually took a moment, so maybe that was the impatience. It took a bit, like a second or so for it to update, and I think if I had clicked while it was still red, it would have bricked it, and I wouldn't have been able to click anymore. So I wonder if that's what happened last time. But we did fix it. Alright, see you, cue ball. You're not gonna miss a whole lot here. Well, actually you are, but whatever, it's okay. Look, just... just in your dreams, imagine that this works perfectly and nothing bad happens. Because that's exactly how this is going to go down. We're going to have a very smooth, elegant ending to the stream. You've been lurking this whole time. I figured as much. Cue is not going to wake back up to my streaming unless he wakes up again in like 10 minutes. Which, hopefully you don't. Okay, I think that's... yeah, that's all connected now, right? Okay, we're still good. Hopefully I'm not streaming for that long. Like, I'm too old to be doing like 12 or 13 hour streams like back in the day. I gotta stream for 24 hop years. Look, I don't know what a hop year is, but if you're talking about hours, I have considered doing that, but I need a reason to do that, is the thing. Like, I'm not opposed to the idea of doing just like a delirious 24-hour like cosine stream, but I need a reason to do it. An incentive. Like, I don't really want to do like a subathon or anything. Like, if the circumstances arise, it's possible that it'll happen. I have no plans on doing a 24-hour stream at any point in the near future. It will burn me the hell out if I just do it randomly for no reason. So it's got to be something special if that opportunity ever comes up. What if there's a game you want to complete in one day? That'd be a really, really good game for me to want to stream it for that long. I mean, as far as streaming goes, I don't even think that's a good streaming model because, like, almost nobody is going to watch the entire stream, so people are going to miss out. It's going to be like a less appealing stream because almost no normal person is going to be able to watch the entire 24-hour stream. Like, it needs to be something where you don't feel like you're missing anything. Like, I don't know what it would be. It would have to be some really stupid, like, challenge run sort of thing. I feel is like the only thing you would do. I don't have anything in mind that I would want to do. Like, I would not do a 24-hour Spelunky 3 stream because I would be miserable. It would have to be like a grind or something, like a meme stream. Yeah, you like streams that are live when you wake up for work? I mean, I can't guarantee that. I can't do morning streams to save my damn life right now. I can barely get to bed on time. But it's just, all I can think is that like a grindy challenge for like a sub goal or a charity or something is like the only circumstances I could think of. What is going on here? That's the only, like, circumstance I could think of where I would want to do that. Maybe someday, but I do not have any plans. I did not... good idea. I did not build the notifiers. I forgot about that. We'll fill some time with that. Can I turn them on without the automation wire connected? I'm guessing that I can't. It looks like they're just going to throw errors. Yeah, I don't know why the Atmos sensor was pulsating. It's just the game being really weird about, like, liquid flows. So what do we want? We want the pop notification. How does this work? Like, what does that appear as? Yeah, I need to turn them on. So let's put some wires on them. I need to figure out my power situation as well. I thought I took care of this. I just need more coal generators. Whatever. Next stream. They can run on the hamster wheels. They'll be fine. I need to add the automation wires. And just a switch on them of some sort. Okay, so they'll eventually get around to doing that. I'll check on that in a minute here. How is this doing? We're still putting water in the tank, and the reason we're doing that, I think, is because these Atmos sensors aren't detecting anything because there's no atmosphere in here. So I'm gonna manually turn this off until we get steam. Because I think I'm just going to keep pumping water in here and bringing down the temperature of the tank, and this is never going to actually flash to steam. Like, I think we just barely filled... oh, you know what was happening? I know why this was pulsating. It's because we have a full pocket of water here, and then this one tile of crude oil blocking it, so the water was actually flowing over the top of the crude oil into this tile right here. That's why that was happening. So that was going to stop in a few minutes, but we stopped it early. And change the spec to Steam. I really wish you could pre-configure these buildings. Factorio, my beloved. Alright, it's gonna take a little while. It'll take less time now because I'm no longer dumping cold water in there. Alright, there's my notification. It's never a good sign. There's no materials for it. Okay, I don't know why I had to toggle that to get it to work. Just oxygen not included things. I mean, that's it. That looks like it works. You mouse over and you get the full details. Can't use the dupe died. I'm gonna be honest, I don't know what that sound is. I've heard it before. I've had duplicates die, like back ages ago when I played this. I don't know what the duplicate dying sound is. If we get lucky, we're never going to hear it. Because, like, this is the sound they make when they're suffocating, or, like, I think starving or whatever, or scalding to death. I don't know. Okay, well, anyways, we can go ahead and set these up now. So, let's see here. Let's look at our to-do list. So, to-do. Sleet Wheat Farm. Alright. Is this going to update? I don't know why I have to do that. These are not timed, right? Like, these are going to stay up forever. I really hope it does. I'm going to need the text. I think it just disappears whenever I update it. And then for some unholy reason, I have to do this to get it to show up again. They phase out after a while. So I do need to put this on a clock. Well, how much is a while? What's the point of this if they go away? Well, let's see how long a while is. Okay, this is... I don't think we're going to use this because every time I turn it on and off, that happens. So I'm going to have a constant, obnoxious visual indicator that I need to build a Sleet Wheat farm every like 10 or 15 seconds. Yeah, okay, I don't think this idea is going to work because that's just irritating. Alright, well, never mind. We tried something new and we failed miserably. The lesson is never try. We have this, it's been working for us fine so far, and it's going to keep working. Pants. You thought it was good because it's irritating. Oh, cool. A cubist bathroom. Awesome. Speaking of that, we didn't see what that other painting was. Art for you. It doesn't fit. It's too tall. This is your art piece. Is this good enough for you? You've got the smooch. You know what? Here's your choices. You can have Dupo Lisa, the Screech, Fridup Kello, I don't know how to pronounce that, I don't know what that is. Moopolian Bonafart, Expressive Genius, the Smooch, or Self Portrait. Which one do you want? Fart, got it. Alright, I think someone will come over there and do that in a moment. Used automated notifiers to pause the game and move the camera around for screensaver mode. That's stupid. Well, how does that work if you pause the game? It will only work for like the first one. Can you get the self-portrait? Yeah, sure, why not? Which one of these is your room? No. Are you in the bed? No, you're not. You're this one. Alright. Those are two separate instances. Wait, I'm confused. I don't understand what you're talking about. You mean, I thought you use automated notifiers hooked up to specific events. Wait, where does the pausing the game come into this? Or do you mean you have two games running and one of them is the screensaver? You're not getting a gold one, you're getting copper. This is for trying to starve someone to death earlier. Okay, I haven't clicked yet. It worked. Alright, it worked this time. It was still red, but it worked. I mean, what? Why would you sleep with your hat on? That's ridiculous. You get hat hair and like a bed head at the same time. Nobody wants that. It was your snack. Look, you're fine. You didn't die. No one else died. Everybody came out of this like better off in the long run. This is looking pretty good. It's a nice room you got here. We got like 3 tiles of space that aren't occupied by something. Use the pause function to pause in case of lava. Yeah, that's what I would use that for. If I ever have something super dangerous, I will probably add a pause notifier to it. But we haven't done anything super dangerous yet, where I like need to immediately do something if it breaks. Oh, this is cool. You can actually see this. This is also kind of new. There's a bubbling effect, like coming out of the steam or the water now when it's close to boiling. That's kind of new. As in, like, actually kind of new. Like, I think they added that a month or two ago. I don't remember if it was in the last stream I did. You pause it every 3 cycles to collect things, and I just ignore my printing pod until I notice it later. I'm not min-maxing this. We're on day 423, and I feel like we've barely done anything. Alright, it's at 90. We're getting there. Why is there... Oh, no power consumers. That's great. I guess, well, we know this thing produces energy now. Yeah, it's 600 watts. This thing does not produce any energy. But I think while this engine is running, it serves as a power source, so I don't need like a solar panel or anything on it. I think. Well, while we're doing this, let's think about this. So the point of the Spacefarer module... Oh, you know what? Maybe we need the Trailblazer module. Hold on. Okay, well, hold on just a second here. How do I send my first duplicant down to the planet? Enables travel to planetoids that do not yet have a rocket platform. I think I have to do this first before I can do anything else. We can still use the Spacefarer module, I think. Let me go into it. Yeah, we could still build in here, but I think we need to have like a monkey in the drop pod outside, like in the Trailblazer module, to send them down. I'm not sure if somebody goes in the Trailblazer module. Like, I figure I might as well work this out while I'm looking at it. What am I cooking? Oh, this? I mean, look, I'm figuring it out. So let's see here. Can hold 1 duplicant traveler. Deployment available while next to a planetoid. And for when you don't have a rocket platform. So the rovers apparently can't build rocket platforms. And the Trailblazer module is for dropping a duplicant onto the planet. They're on the rocket. They're in the rocket until you use the Trailblazer. Okay, that's good information. So I will go ahead and stick it here. I don't know if the order of these matters, but I'm going to put the duplicants at the top because it feels right. Just build it out of copper. Yeah, that looks good. Yeah, just shove that in. Just put it in the middle. This is fine, I think. This is a load-bearing Trailblazer module. And what else? What other toys can we put in there? How's this looking? Oh no, let's watch it. We're almost there. Here it comes. Everything is gonna either break or this is gonna work perfectly. Okay, this is actually taking a moment. This is gonna boil first. 3-degree threshold, apparently. So pay attention to the water at the bottom, 102 degrees Celsius. Never mind, it just dipped. Okay, something's flashed to steam. Alright, we got steam. It's happening. We're steaming the clams. Alright, all the oil got shoved off to the side. So hopefully when this becomes steam, the oil will like fill the bottom tiles. It's slowly happening. This looks way cooler with like the bubbles. Like, this is one of those things that I'm surprised, like 5 years after this game released, they finally did this. But I'm glad they did. Alright, here comes the oil. And the pump is operating. Alright, we can slow it down again. Yeah, whoever... You think there's just one person working on this? Like, how many devs did they actually hire to add things to this game? Like, it feels like there's so much quality of life stuff they could do to this game that wouldn't be that hard. How many people do they actually have working on that? Because this is just little things like this add so much, like a visual indicator that the steam is about to flash, or rather the water is about to flash to steam, or in this case just boil off slowly, but usually like entire tiles tend to turn into steam all at once. That's why I keep saying flash. Why is there ice here? Oh boy, I hope that's not going to become a recurring issue. Nothing in here should be cold enough to turn into ice. No, okay, never mind. It's a little too cold. We're getting there though. But it looks like we got what we wanted. So this looks a little bit goofy, but if you look at it in this view, these are the steam tiles. Extremely dense steam. Like in real life, this would just like probably blow up. So honestly, maybe not. I don't know if a meter of like solid stone would be capable of storing the steam like this. It would probably like find its way through cracks since these are insulated tiles. But whatever the case is, there we go. We got it. The whole thing is steam now. So the steam turbine is not going to run under these circumstances, and the pump is running instead. And what we have to assume here is that the steam is going to not condense back into water. Full damage. Okay. Okay, something went wrong. Something went wrong. Let's see here. I think the problem is the pump is running while the steam is too cold. Can I salvage this situation? So what are we doing here? I could potentially reuse this thermo sensor for now, just because I don't really care as much about the steam in here. I hadn't considered this possibility. Like, I'm pumping out the steam while it's not hot enough. Maybe we prevent this issue by just making sure that the aqua tuner is producing a sufficient amount of heat. I'm wondering if this will stabilize itself, because the aqua tuner is still generating heat, so as long as I make sure that it does enough of that, I might not have to worry about pumping cold steam out here. That's annoying though. Okay, yeah, of course I had something go wrong here. The alternative is that I need to crack this open and place another thermosensor, or we can just ignore the steam turbine for the moment and use the reading from that thermosensor. Yeah, I had to make a mistake. I had to do something wrong. I'm trying to think what my best course of action is to fix this. Opening this up is a huge pain in the ass. We really don't want to have to open this up with the steam in it like this. So is there a way that I could salvage this based on the readings that I currently have? So this one is for below 250, and the purpose of this was to make sure the aqua tuner turned off. So I could do the stuttering thing where when the aqua tuner is turned off, the pump is turned on. I didn't want to have to do that because that reduces the efficiency of this thing. But I could do it. And I think for now that's what we're going to do. We're gonna take a reading off of that. So we could salvage this with a little bit of effort. This could be salvaged. Actually, I'll put this down a tile. We're gonna do that. We're gonna do that. We're gonna slap a NOT gate here. I was really hoping to avoid having to do this. And that should fix that. So now the condition is going to be that there is enough gas in here, and we need steam, and the temperature of the steam is greater than 250 degrees Celsius, which I think I could probably lower that threshold to like 200 or something just to get this to operate better. Something went wrong. Unfortunately, it's not something very interesting. It's just some broken pipes, which is, well, I don't know. I mean, if this is funny to you, then just soak it in. I made a mistake. I know what's wrong with it. Unfortunately, the steam is having problems here, and it's unable to move into the rocket tank. Did any get into the rocket? A whole 10.5 kilograms got into the rocket before everything went to shit. Well, I tried. It's not helping that the insulated gas pipes are extremely cold. So this is a problem that I think if I had just brute forced this, it would have eventually fixed itself over time. The other thing I could do is add like hops with gas bridges to reduce the amount of time they spend in the pipes. Yeah, they need to warm up is what it comes down to. The easiest way to warm them up would probably be to launch the carbon dioxide rocket, honestly, but they're insulated pipes, so they're very slow to exchange heat with anything in general. We could just solve this problem by putting in hotter steam. So let's keep an eye on this and see what it does. We are now attempting to heat the steam up to 200. That's going to take a while. Do I want to wait for that today? Let's see. Let me just see if I can estimate like how quickly it's going. I'm looking at the temperature of the aqua tuner to get an idea of what it's doing right now. I don't want to swap the coolant. Like, if I put a different coolant through it, it will produce heat faster, but I think I'm actually using a fairly good coolant for this anyways. Like, this is probably the best one I have as far as, like, the amount of heat I could dump. Yeah, this is gonna take a little while. I could speed it up. Let's see. I could use the 25 kilogram pipes in the vacuum. Wait, what? The hell are you, what are you talking about? What, do I have bigger pipes? Is this... Did I know about this at some point and forget? I don't know what you're talking about. Or do you just mean, like, a different one of these pipes is... Oh, gas pipes. What do you mean? This... Oh, yeah, I'm a dummy. Hold on. These are... Is there a new... Gas pipes are 25 kilograms. What, these? Well, I need them to be insulated. I'm not sure what you're talking about here. So this requires 400. These require 25. Oh my god, I didn't know it was... Oh my god, I didn't know it was that different. Well, I need them to be insulated, so that this problem isn't even worse, because I feel like when we start having, like, rocket exhaust and stuff, I don't know, I mean, that's gonna heat the pipe up. I'm not sure, maybe I don't need them to be insulated. Maybe I could swap them out to normal. I'm not sure what they're capable of exchanging heat with while they're in the vacuum is part of the problem here. I don't know what temperature all of the rocket exhausts are. They're usually pretty hot. Like, conceptually, this is not a problem as long as I send hotter steam through the pipe. I'm not sure what exactly that threshold is. It got pretty far. It got, like, about halfway to the rocket, I think, before it started, like, bursting the pipes. So for the purposes of just getting the content so I can end stream, I might only need to wait a few minutes and then send it over at, like, 125 or something. Is kind of what I'm tentatively thinking of doing here. And eventually, you know what, just as a reminder, I'm gonna put a unbuilt, like, thermo sensor in here to taunt me until I take care of that problem. But let's try to wrap up the rest of this here. I think we've solved our food problem somehow. It just, like, it bounced back up to a lot of food. And then over here, these guys are doing okay, but they only have meal lice to eat. So I think I need to start sending, like, food over to them again. So let's re-enable that. Or just the, yeah, just the lice slope. So allow manual use. I think they are allowed to eat the meal lice. Let me see. I don't know why they're not eating that. Let me check. Yeah, they're allowed to eat the meal lice, so they're just eating it really slowly. I must have sent a lot more over there than I realized. Alright, so that problem's taken care of for now. Just to have something else running in the background. Whatever, I don't know what this thing is. Identifies new seed subspecies. I'm gonna have to look into that content, whatever that is, later. You know what, I'm not gonna research that now because I want to pay attention to that when it gets finished. Is there anything else? Yeah, robo-miners. Okay, that's good to have. We might be able to use those for asteroids on one of these planets. Hello, Captain. So how's this going? We're almost done here. So this is about 10 to 15 degrees hotter than it was before. Let me turn this back on and see how far it gets. Let's try 110. I just want to see this work. Okay, cool lag. Come on, you can do this. You can make it. We're getting there. It's looking like it'll make it. And each one of these is heating up the pipe as it goes through, so the problem gets, like, diminished as we go. We're filling it with steam that's lower than the boiling point of water, but I think it cannot actually condense while it's in the rocket tank, if I recall correctly. Who knew that portrait paintings required more advanced research than laser miners? I mean, yeah, that checks out. I'm pretty sure they invented laser miners like back in the Renaissance, like before they were able to make these kind of like pieces of art. Like art is complicated. Art's hard to make. Don't judge. I mean, I can't draw a picture as good as this. Look at that. This guy drew a picture of himself, drawing a picture of himself. Like, I don't have that kind of talent. We already have that one in the base, though. I'm going to swap it to a different one. Now, let's see. What do you got? Let's see. You got the fart painting. Hey, you know, you can have this in your room. There you go. You get the screech. That's what you deserve for trying to kill somebody by stealing their food. I think we got this working though. Like second try, like a minor problem, easy enough to fix. And I believe the temperature of these pipes is just going to be slowly increasing as I do this. So this problem will just diminish over time. The only issue here is that we can only run one of these two buildings at a time due to how I set this up, because I needed to have a third thermosensor in here. That is a future me problem, like many of these things. For now, we have something that works. So I think what'll happen here is, let's see. I'm trying to think what's going to happen here next. We're about to end this, but I think what will occur is when we drop below this pressure, oh my god, okay, well that's going to be a while. Oh god, cold damage. There's going to be more problems here. But when we drop below this temperature, pressure threshold, which will happen in about 7 years, we'll start pumping more water into the tank, is what's going to happen. But for the time being, we're not going to be running this aqua tuner. We're just going to make do with the steam that we currently have in it. I will go ahead and increase this a little bit just to give myself a slightly bigger buffer. Since we know that it works now, we're going to bump it up to 120. It'll definitely function. Before I end here, why do I have pipes bursting? Is it just because it's too cold over here? I think it's just because it's too cold over here. So this is also a problem that's going to solve itself eventually. But I don't want to wait, so real quickly, let me just put like a couple of pipes back, like 3, like up here. I'm just going to put 3 more radiant pipes, and those are going to radiate up to 30 degrees Celsius coolant, so it shouldn't cause any temperature problems. And that will eventually make its way over here into this like left side, and at that point I don't think we have any pipes that are too cold. Maybe over here, but I'm willing to just kind of wait on this. It's very close to not being at the freezing point anymore. A nice significant figures that they've got on that there. But you can actually see this is not going to freeze anymore. The pipe is like just barely, I think, below or above the threshold for that, like whatever the tolerance is. Yeah, so once they do this, we shouldn't have any freezing temperatures here anymore. This is pretty much stable. So I think we're done with today's episode. We have like a semi-functional steam rocket. You know what? No, we're not quite done. We're going to wait for the turn-off mechanism. So let's see. Why is it not pumping? It's not pumping because this is running. So we're going to wait a little longer. We're going to wait for the tank to fill. And then the whole mechanism should turn off. And if that works correctly, we end stream. This went an hour longer than I wanted it to, but I want to see this through. So just a little bit longer here. It's actually like just crossing that threshold. So I think in a second here, this thing is going to turn off and we're going to start pumping steam again. And normally I think this temperature change would occur a lot faster, but due to the fact that we have 500 kilograms of steam per tile here, it is absorbing a lot of heat before it swaps over to pumping instead. It doesn't have to be efficient though, so this solution is acceptable for me. We're waiting on this right here. Come on. Why does it keep going back down a little bit? All right, it's gonna jitter back and forth a bit for a moment. Are we stable? No, not quite. Just pay attention to the crude oil under the thermosensor, or the thermosensor itself. I think the temperature of the crude oil might be the thing it detects, but it could be its own building temperature. That'd actually be interesting to know, because they're both the same right now. Whatever the case is, we're stable, so let's go have a look. Let us watch the mechanism. So the tank currently has 115, so 35 or so more packets. And then we'll be good to go on this. Go ahead and speed this up a little bit. Okay, and you'll be able to see the pipe here with a little bulge in it. So what we should see happen here is this will turn green and the whole mechanism will turn off in a second. It's very close to being full. And then the excess steam will get wasted and we'll just continue up the pipe. But then after that, we won't produce any new steam. Here it comes. This is getting less and less interesting the longer I have to sit here and wait for it to happen. I feel like this shouldn't be taking this. There it goes. All right. So we got the green signal. What am I going to name my creation? I don't know. I don't name these things. It's just a pool of water. I don't name these things. This is just a steam generator. Like, I just have a boiler. Like, that's all this is. This is just a boiler. Instead of this video game being normal and just having a device that you can pump energy into to boil water, you have to do this. That's all this is. This is a boiler. This is like the most basic thing you can make in the world of like energy and heat production is you just run electricity through a resistor and it makes enough heat to boil water. This is what we had to do in this video game to boil water. It's absolutely astonishing, really. This game is so stupid sometimes. But we did it. We boiled water, chat. We have successfully boiled water. No one has ever seen this. This is the pinnacle of technology. And it worked for the most part. It's a little bit messy. There's a little bit of spillage. And you know what? That's a problem for future me to deal with. So next time, I'm still got like the oil processing on the backlog for the other planet, but realistically, we need to deal with this. We're having problems. We need food before I have another starvation incident. That's the priority. I want to tame this saltwater geyser, and eventually we'll do some rocket-related stuff. So, you know, we'll throw the rocket landing pad there for good measure. This is our to-do list. Most importantly, this here. We have got to solve the food problem. This is just becoming a nuisance. It sneaks up on me, and at some point here, I'm not going to have, like, a backup of food. Like, we used all of our nutrient bars, for example. We don't have any of that. That option is gone now. I think muck roots also don't spoil, so, like, I need to get them to stop eating this stuff. Alright, yeah, these guys can still eat these. We have a bunch of, like, meal lice laying on the ground, but I need them to not eat, like, the intermediate products, if at all possible. So we're going back to that. Lettuce, they can eat because I'm not making anything out of that. I'm gonna have to come back to this nonsense later. Let me make sure this guy's not eating pickled meal anymore. You know what, actually, I'm gonna let this guy eat pickled meal because he can just finish off, like, whatever's laying around the base. I can just make more before my next rocket flight. Eventually, I'd like to have a meal product that we make anyways that has a long shelf life for the rocket, but for now, we'll just manually deal with that problem every time it comes up. Alright, so, one last prints for the road. Food? Not food. Whatever. Okay, well, that's gonna be it. So we fixed our water system, got distracted by food for a while, and then we boiled water. How exciting. Tune in next time for us to go back to solving food problems again. That'll be it. See ya.